Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely Wednesday in New York City. And my friends, I have said this before, one of my favorite states to be in is when you don't get a lot of sleep, you're a little overtired, but it's the good kind of overtired because you didn't get enough sleep because you were doing cool things. And that's how I feel on this Wednesday morning. If I'm being honest, Tuesdays are a grind. They are a grind around here, not just for me, but for the whole team. We do 2 shows, and that's a beast. I mean, yesterday we had, 7 guests total? Actually, 8. 8 guests total. Coordination, planning, preparation, all that stuff. And usually I'm exhausted, but I gotta say, yesterday was an all-time day for me. And sometimes Tuesdays don't stick out because they are such a grind. But I woke up yesterday, just to give you a brief recap. I woke up yesterday. This video that I did with the Premier League comes out. Pretty damn cool. Pretty damn proud of that. We continue to do cool shit that I never would have ever dreamed of. Amazing. We do the show yesterday. I thought it was a great show. Amazing stuff with Yoel and Andy. Eddie Hall's on there. Very fun. Getting a massage. Just great stuff. And oh, by the way, my childhood hero's on there as well. Bret Hart. An amazing conversation. 45 minutes or so. And I'm just like in awe. I can't even believe that this guy's on my show. And he was, I've done an interview with him in person. He was on the show in the ESPN days via phone, Zoom, Skype, whatever, first time. And it was just, and the last time was 6-7 years ago that I spoke to him. So it made me emotional. Like you could even tell at the beginning of the interview, I get a little choked up because of how surreal it is for me to be talking to that man. In the midst of all of that, my beloved Nottingham Forest beats Man United. What a win. What a goal. Anthony Elanga. What a save by Murillo in the dying seconds. Then we do the DAZN show with Ade. Great chat with Pat Brown. Amazing chat with Deontay Wilder. If you haven't seen it, it's on the YouTube channel. It's on the pod feed. Wilder, who we were able to bury the hatchet with. Remember that scene back in late May? He no-showed us. First time he was supposed to be on the show. It was a great chat. We're all good in the hood. Everything's good. He's coming back June 27th. We look forward to that. Then I have to dart out of here because, oh, by the way, a guy who I admire so much, look up to, and just aspire to be 1/10 as successful as he is. The great Action Bronson invites me to go watch the Knicks at MSG against the Sixers, courtside. If you would have told 1994 me that I would spend the afternoon interviewing my hero on my show with my name on it, and then I would end the day courtside at Madison Square Garden watching my beloved Knicks. If you would have told me that in 1994, I swear to God, I would have said there's no way that is even remotely close to possible. There's no way that that can happen. I'm telling you this from the heart. There is no better day that I could have dreamed up than the day that I had yesterday. And the problem is, as I'm experiencing these things, I have moments where I'm like, how did this happen? How do I get here? How do I rationalize all this? How do I internalize all this? And then it is immediately followed by, this is going to end soon. How am I going to screw this up? How is this going to end? I don't deserve this. I'm not worthy of this. It always ends up that way. And so as I'm on this high driving home, and I don't know if other people experience this as well when they have good days, surreal days, incredible days, I always think of the bad. I always think of, oh, I'm going to screw this up. This is going to be a distant memory. I don't deserve this. It's a crazy, crazy feeling. And I try to fight through that feeling with gratitude, with talking about it, not to rub it in, not to say, look at me, because I want to express this to whomever is up there listening, how grateful I am for days like yesterday. Just incredible stuff. And then I come home and I see on the Knicks social media, there's all the celebs. Swipe through. Oh man, Ben Stiller is there. Kevin Bacon, born on my same day as me, July 8th. He's there. Rod Strickland is there. The point guard himself, former Nick Iman Shumpert is there. Tim Thomas is there. I mean, it was a who's who. Questlove is there. Marcelo of Real Madrid fame, there. They are there. Those two. Fat Joe is there. Steve Sharippa is there, of The Sopranos fame. Justin Fields, the new QB1 for your New York Jets. He's there. They're all there. And there's AB. With me just chilling in the back. Like, one of these things is not like the other. I'm just in the background.
Did you get the tag on this?
I didn't get no tag. No way.
They did you dirty.
It's all good, man. It is all good. It's a surreal thing, man. When we sat down, and like those seats are tight. Those seats are tight. And there's a lovely older man sitting right next to me. It's tight quarters, like tight. And he goes, "My boy's not playing tonight." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, who's your boy?" Like, you say my boy this. He's like, he looks at me, he pauses, he goes, "Cat." And then I'm like, "Oh shit, Mr. Towns, how are you?" And so it was me and Carl Sr., just watching the game together, talking about the Knicks, in addition to, all the other comings and goings. I'm sitting there with Karl Anthony Towns' dad, courtside, and action's on my right.
When he said my boy, he literally meant his son.
He literally meant his son.
Hey, Carl.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I should have said that. I thought he meant like, my boy, my guy, like my favorite player.
I would have thought the same.
He meant his actual spawn.
Yeah, my boy.
What a life, guys. What a life. And Pete, we didn't have the opportunity to have you on the show yesterday because it was such a packed day. So just, not trying to belabor the point, commiserations, of course. The city ground is a fortress at this point. I mean, it's just tough. And I know it's tough when one of your own who you got rid of and just kind of disposed of scores an incredible goal, which I saw. They ran. Oh, is there breaking news? What happened?
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony is being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, wow. My guy?
Thanks for that. Needed to say
Wait,
that.
like
Thank you.
right now?
That's great news.
Carmelo
Wow, I
Anthony.
love that guy.
I mean,
love Carmelo.
It's Carmelo, not Carmela.
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Is it not Carmelo?
It's Carmelo.
Bro thinks we're in an episode of The Sopranos. Carmelo Anthony.
But what does
Carmella.
that mean? Like he got the announcement?
Per Shams, he's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame first ballot.
One of my guys, but as much as I love him, did we need to be interrupted in this moment?
No, that was perfect time. Let's
he's
talk
adding
about-
on
I'm not
to
gonna
your
lie. There was a pre-show meeting and this was discussed. So I was like, yeah.
I mean, I love Carmelo.
Well, it just adds on to your, it's been such a great 24 hours for you.
Oh,
the
my God,
Knicks game, right into the
03.
Knicks game is
Are
Carmelo.
you going to Springfield?
Producing 101,
I like that. That's
go
good
watch the
work.
induction?
I mean, of course, I was there when they won national championship in 03. Who could forget? And then he, went to the Knicks. No, that's great. That's great news. We were vibing. But that's great news. Mazel tov to Melo and the family, Lala and Keon. Anyway, Alanga scoring. You don't have to, we can move on. Like, we don't have to.
You all right, man?
No, more. I was waiting for BT to say something. What else happened?
I was just letting you freeze there. I mean, what else happened? Bump from the show for Brett. United lose. It's all around great day for me, Ariel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm glad you had a fucking great day, mate. All right, it warms my fucking heart.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry. In addition to all that happening, I did a GC. I put the phone in the glove compartment. I said,
do go to MSG. No phone at the Garden.
in the pocket, but didn't.
Oh, the glove compartment is just your pocket.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I mean, I'm not sitting there. I'm not taking pictures. I'm not doing selfies.
Respect.
And then I see a litany of things breaking while I'm at the game.
And he just said,
Usually a Wednesday night.
We'll deal with that
Usually a
later.
Wednesday night.
Yeah, no, I said we're gonna.
yeah,
deal with
Dana
that
must
later.
have got his days mixed up. Must be confused.
Yeah.
Daylight savings time. Thought he would have done it going into the Thursday.
I thought it was April Fool's, but apparently it wasn't April Fool's. And so we found out a bunch of news. Number one, we found out there's a new main event, April 26th, Kansas City. It's not going to be Khalil Roundtree against Jamal Hill. It's going to be Ian Machado Gary against Carlos Praches. What? With all due respect to them, this is an infinitely more interesting fight. I love that fight, but this is like next level great. Of course, we know that Carlos was supposed to fight Jeff Neal in Miami next weekend. Neal gets hurt, searching for an opponent. I had heard at the time, Gary wants a little bit more time. He's not training this and that. Praches is training, and golly, you got to give respect. Regardless of what you think of Ian Machado Gary. For whatever reason, if you don't like the guy, if you don't fucks with him, if you don't vibe with him, fine. At this point, give the man his flowers. Short notice against Shavkat Rakhmonov, 5-round fight, and now short notice against Carlos Prates. Short notice, that's in 24 days, 25 yesterday. So that's an incredible main event. Congratulations to Kansas City. And then we finally find out June 7th, right here, across the river, the Hudson River, in beautiful Newark, New Jersey, at The Rock, main event, Merab Dvalishvili defending his UFC men's bantamweight title against Sugar Sean O'Malley. And then co-main event, Juliana Pena versus Kayla Harrison. There we go. What is that? What's going on, Frank? Yeah, that's fine. Is Eric at the door? Okay, well, you guys tell me. That's fine. So anyway, 2 huge fights added to this card in New Jersey, main and co-main. 2 title fights. And then we've got an incredible main event, April 26th. So we're going to react to all of that. Today on the program, we are going to have back into the show Sean O'Connell because the PFL season starts tomorrow. The tournaments start tomorrow. I'm not sure if you guys knew that. We're actually going to do, in the spirit of March Madness, we're actually going to do a thing where we're going to pick our winners. We're going to do our own bracket challenge. So stay tuned for that. On the nose as well. We're also going to be joined by Wyatt Hendrickson, who shocked Gable Steveson, David versus Goliath, unbelievably so, winning the NCAA men's heavyweight title just 2 weekends ago in Philadelphia. And in a matter of moments, world-renowned, beloved, sometimes controversial, sometimes polarizing, but incredibly talented comedian/actor, Andrew Schulz, is going to be stopping by in studio in a matter of moments. I actually thought that he was going to join us in about 13 minutes, but apparently he's going to be joining us in a matter of seconds. Frank's telling me this. Yes?
That is, in fact, what I told you.
There he is, Schultzy, the number 2 greatest MMA journalist of all time. Behind yours truly, of course.
They're at the door.
What was that, Frank? Oh, thank you, Frankie. All right, so back in, we'll react to all the big news, plus UFC doing a deal with Meta, rankings, AI, all that stuff and more. But without further ado, let us say hello to the man who is everywhere these days, world-renowned, incomparable, often imitated, never duplicated, the great Andrew Schulz. Wow.
Thank you, my brother.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
How are you, my man?
Oh, and the big Dove is here. My brother, MOT. Thank you so much, guys, for coming in. They told us Schulz wants to come in right now. He doesn't want to wait. Yes, fuck yeah. Let's go, man.
You know, I'm here. I
So
miss
nice to
you.
see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to the new home. You like
this
our
is beautiful.
new digs?
Yeah, actually, I like how it looks like the old digs.
Yeah, it looks actually exactly
So
like
I don't
the old
feel
digs.
like you've went anywhere.
But it's a different spot, different location.
The building is way better, by the way.
Yeah.
Location is.
Thank
You know, I grew up a block from here.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, spent my whole childhood here.
Like NYU area?
Before it was NYU.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, NYU bought up the whole area, which is awesome for my parents. Their dance studio used to be here.
Yes, that's right. I
And-
have a lot that I want to talk to you about your parents.
Sure, yeah.
In particular, since you bring them up. But can I just say,
Yeah.
so like I like to do my research before I like to see what my guests are talking about. With you type in Andrew Schulz interview on YouTube, it is literally it is like a list of like 45 in the last 10 days of all the biggest names.
Yeah.
And all of them are like million views. It's like crushing everything. But it's just like, oh, and he went there too, and he went there too. Holy shit! And there he is with the fucking All In guys, and there he is with Bill Maher, and yo man, this is like an epic run.
I'm sorry to everybody who's had to look at my face when they open their phone.
I mean, it's
apologize.
unbelievable.
No, it's been wild. It's been cool.
Are we
Very
the
cool.
last
Very cool.
ones? Or, like, is it?
Not at all. Are you
there's-
kidding me?
okay. I
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
but I like that. I like being last.
Really?
Well, just best for last.
Yes, definitely.
So,
Definitely.
okay.
Yeah.
My
I
kid-
had to reach out to you to come on the show.
That is absolutely.
It
a
is-
lie.
that is
It
not-
It is.
Did I not have to reach out to you?
This is something that I would do to someone, and I know what you're doing. I reached out to your man Dove when I saw you on Raw, and I'm like, I'm not going to bother you because you're such a big shot now. The last time you were in studio, you have grown exponentially.
Well, hold on.
And then you texted me right after, so he probably told you.
I texted you during Raw.
It was during Raw, which I was very excited
during,
about.
And I was like, hey, what a crazy, that was like an insane
You said,
thing.
how'd I do?
Yeah. I mean, I almost got mauled out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We'll get into that too. By the way, you know how
But my point is, you didn't text me, you texted Dove.
because I thought, you know,
what?
You're the A-list celeb, and he's the guy who's more on my level.
You and me are boys for years now.
I go to the Daniel Ricciardo thing. He's there, not you.
I was there.
You were?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Daniel. We did that and I've apologized, Dan, but we did that the day after the Kendrick thing went down, and I felt so bad because all the stands were in the comments about this beautiful little pop-up thing that he did, and I was like, and he's like, will you come by and do this thing with me? And I was like, yeah, sure. It is what it is. Sorry, Danny Ricks, we love you.
He's the man. I love that guy. But I was actually showing my family. I'm like, I know this guy.
Yeah.
In the middle of this angle with Logan Paul, and that's when you texted me. You know how cool I look to my kids? I'm like, this guy. I was like, come here, come see. This is my friend. And you texted me in that moment.
Yeah.
Gave me some massive cool
points. Well, yeah, I was trying to connect with you.
Thank you.
Because I know what a fan of wrestling you are.
I am.
You know, so one of the first people I'm reaching out to is you.
Thank you.
Like, can you believe this thing fucking happened?
So how did it happen?
I think Logan pulled some sneaky shit.
Oh, you're gonna work me?
No, in all seriousness, we were have you ever seen anybody seated there? We had different seats. We were sat behind McAfee.
Okay.
And then at the last second, it gets switched. And they're like, you're actually going to be front row. And I'm like, that's awesome. My wife is there.
Yeah.
Dove's there. Vol is there. And I'm like, this is great.
Mark Shapiro.
Mark is next to it. It was just, we're like, oh my God, this is incredible. And my ego believed, I was like, oh yeah, they're treating me right in my hometown, whatever. And then when Logan starts to talk to me, and then I see everybody booing the fuck out of Logan. I'm like, I know he's not going to put this shit on me. I've done the Garden.
This is your home.
Yeah, don't bring me into your villain shit.
Right.
There's even a moment I think where the camera comes to me, he's talking to me, and I'm like, what's going on? And then one of the producers hands me a mic, and I'm like, what? And then he tries to pull me into his shit like I'm on his side, and I can't lie to everybody at Madison Square Garden. I can't do that.
No,
I also thought it was a pretty fucking selfish thing to do, and a kind of part-timer thing to do, if I'm being honest with you.
What do you mean by that?
Just he's phenomenal wrestling. Don't get me wrong. It was fucked up, but he's really good at he's unbelievable athlete. This guy, even the shit that he does in the ring is incredible. But he is a guy who's in and out. And there's guys who have been there for 30 years.
Yeah.
They're committed. They're going to Buffalo. They're going to every single fucking
Wichita.
city. And then it just felt like, okay, here's another moment I can use. Is WWE the thing that he's going to do forever? Is he just using this? Am I a friend of his who I thought, for a while? Or is he just using me for some moment? So I was like, fuck that. I'm not going to play into that bullshit.
Okay.
And then he yanked me over that fucking, whatever that thing is, in front of my wife, which is crazy.
Look at that. I mean, that's hard.
Yeah, and he's lucky AJ came in because I would have fucking handled some shit. If AJ come in, I would have fucking handled some shit, Ariel.
So here I thought, I was like, he's going to tell me Triple H calls me up one day. You're going to give me the kayfabe version. You're now an official carny.
Yeah, I guess I'm an official carny.
You're a worker now. You're working me.
Yeah, I guess I'm working you, man.
Yeah.
I guess I'm working you. I don't know.
The backstage interview after, you're all frazzled and shit.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell just happened? Kathy's coming up to me. They're asking me stuff. Is anybody giving me an ice pack? Is anybody checking on my wife?
Right.
It's
Did you go back out or did you leave after that?
I was looking for him. I was looking for him all around backstage, dude. I'm like, where the fuck is this guy, dude? I gotta go. I gotta feel this out.
And what happened?
I didn't find him. They hit him. They got him out of there immediately.
And then you left?
He was on a first flight to Puerto Rico. I'm like, where? I almost went to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I was like, call Bad Bunny, organize some sort of hotel for me, but I'm going to Puerto Rico. I got to settle this shit. And then we looked at the flights, and it was very expensive. And
okay, then you dropped it.
Yeah, I'm not an employee of the WWE. I got to come out of pocket for these types of
things. You're independent. I mean, you could sue them. You didn't sign up for that. You bought a ticket, right?
I considered it. But I have so much respect for the organization. I have so much respect for the wrestlers that are not these part-time guys. The business, the guys who are dedicating their life day in and day out.
That was great. That was a great line, by the way, when you said that and then AJ shows up. It was great.
Yeah, that was insane that happened.
No. It honestly, the best compliment I could give you is that it reminded me of Andy Kaufman.
Oh, that is fucking cool.
Right?
Because
And
he's a ledge.
you're familiar with his story with Jerry Lawler and whatnot. Like that's what it felt like because you kind of have the same build as well, tall, lanky, and then like when he throws you over and you're helpless, you start to become sympathetic. You're a baby face now.
Yeah.
And then we're thinking, oh my God, is he actually gonna do something to him? And then AJ comes in. And then the way you commanded the microphone and spoke to everyone, you weren't nervous. Obviously, you've done this a million times at the Garden in particular. I thought it was great. I want more of this. Are we continuing this? Is that why you're not telling me the real story here?
No,
I'll
be honest with you. Like, I appreciate that you felt that way. Like, I feel like if I was prepared for it, I was like, what could I do?
Right.
You know, but like to just in the spur of the moment to do that. And honestly, this is one of those things where like I've had to talk to AJ on the side, and I'm just like, I really appreciate you coming to my aid right there, but you saved Logan. You saved his life
from an ass whooping. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Makes sense.
I know I was in a suplex, but I was probably going to reverse that shit.
Yeah, no. It seemed like you were in.
See, I was really in the power position.
So were you actually like upset that he came?
Bro.
He ruined your moment.
But that's actually really funny because like when he's in the ring and he's doing his thing, I got no clue what the fuck to do. So I'm just like in the corner.
Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah.
And I got really excited. This is really embarrassing, but I got really excited.
Look at you just chilling.
Yeah, but I look cool there. But there's a moment where he does something and I get really excited and I don't know what to do because I've never been in a fucking ring before, right? And I just grab the ropes and I go, yeah.
Like your ultimate warrior, but like
I just know, like, do we jump this guy? Like, what is my role in all this fucking thing? So yeah, but it was cool.
How much fun was that?
It was the fucking best. Honestly, watching it live, I haven't seen it live since I was a kid.
Oh wow!
Right, and like being that close, I think that if you're a casual, like myself with wrestling, the illusion is everything is really, really padded. The floor is really padded. The ring is really, really padded. It's not made out of concrete, no, but like, I don't care how padded something is. If you're falling from 10 feet onto it,
hell yeah,
it's gonna hurt, right? So seeing that in real, like someone getting getting speared, and then on outside of the ring, just hitting that like cushion or whatever. I think that like we tell ourselves these lies, like, oh yeah, it actually doesn't hurt that much. Like, no, it is painful what they're going through.
Yes,
and yeah, that hit me in a different way. Like I'm just sitting there in the front, just like watching this whole thing go down. I mean, the whole Seth Rollins thing at the end was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
The
when Roman
athleticism,
came out,
yes. Oh my God, the place popped, right? Deafening.
And also, like the crowd is so aware of shit. That's another thing I like. Like wrestling has become meta. Like when I was young and you were young, there was this, there was like a little distance between the audience and like what was happening, like the choreography, the storytelling. Now the audience has been watching for decades and they are aware of everything that's going on. They know what baby faces are. They know what heels are. They know what the turns are. So it's like you almost have to lean really far in order to catch them. Like you have to let them know that you're in on it, they're in on it, and then trick them again.
100%.
It's very meta.
So people love when the wrestlers are like breaking the fourth wall when it's like a work shoot. You know what I mean?
What does that mean? What is that?
So like a work is like, okay, we're going to go out there and we're going to have a match.
Yeah.
But then it turns into like a work shoot where we're not sure if it's real or not, where it feels like it's a shoot. A shoot is the real thing.
Yeah, people were saying that with me.
Yeah. No, well.
It's insane.
Yeah. You were legit shooting. There was no work there. That was all real, 100%.
That's the thing.
Yeah. They were accusing you of working.
Yeah.
But you're not in on it with Logan. It's not like afterwards you guys dapped each other up and said, good job.
I almost took a flight to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
To get my revenge.
Any chance you show up at Mania to get the revenge? You know he's going to be there.
Easter weekend, man.
You can't do that. Yeah. You can't be bothered.
It's Easter weekend, No, so I definitely will not be going to WrestleMania. That's all I'm trying to say. I definitely won't be there.
So
if anybody shows up there where you don't see their face or whatever, that kind of stuff, that's not me, because I'm with my family in Santa Barbara. My wife's family's from Santa Barbara, so we're going to go celebrate Thanksgiving out there.
Passover too, right? Because you're half Jewish.
For you guys, I'm going to shout out for y'all.
Thank
you
you.
know what I mean? Yeah.
By the way, the number one rule, like when someone at the beginning of the show always says like, yeah, unfortunately, so-and-so is not here, the number one thing is they always show up.
Oh, really?
So like, they always say that.
Well, then I'll be there.
I know you are all here to see Roman Reigns. He's not in the building, and then like 10:59, he shows up. Always.
I mean, they're just so good at the storytelling. They've got the whole thing figured out.
Did you get a chance to see like the behind the scenes? Because the couple times that I've been backstage, it is fascinating to watch everyone do their thing. Right, like these like larger than life guys in their tights and everything going.
I mean,
wow.
Just when I went back there, just seeing people look like they were getting ready and getting excited, and it's also not dissimilar to like the Vince doc. There's a room with a little TV, and Triple H is looking at the TV. You know, it's just not some like crazy green room where all the cameras and everything feed into, and there's 17 different things. It's just he's watching the same thing you're watching on Netflix.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's kind of crazy,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
I saw you with Amanda Serrano.
Yeah,
Back
that was
there.
awesome. That was awesome. She's so delightful.
Yes.
Like really sweet. And yeah, I'm excited for that fight.
You gonna go?
Yeah, if I'm in town,
the
I'll
Garden?
definitely go. I think that they're phenomenal. I think it's weird doing an all-girl card.
Why?
I think one of the coolest thing about them headlining it is that despite them being women, they would be the headlining card. Like I would put other big fighters underneath it. That's the big flex that other people we're familiar with. Big people still aren't even selling as many tickets as Amanda and Taylor. Like to me, that's the super flex. Not that it's like all one gender and this is the first card of all women. Like who cares? Like I go to see boxing. I don't go to see women boxing.
Right.
I don't go to see man boxing. I just go to see what the best fight is. So I think making it a gender thing, to me, it's like undersells how big that's going to be. Like I would just stack that card, just make it a great card full of fights, put some chicks there, put some dudes, but like really make the night this amazing night of boxing and let them cap it off and just all out war like the last two.
I get what you're saying. Can I offer the
Please give me
counterpoint?
pushback. Give me pushback.
The counterpoint is, okay, so they fought once before at MSG in 22.
They headlined again.
They headlined.
Yeah.
And first women's fight to ever headline MSG.
Yep.
Huge. And the rest of the card was just regular guys, relatively big names. It wasn't the biggest card of all time because it kept growing. Then the next time, AT&T Stadium right under Jake and Mike, right? But the whole card was just a bunch of guys. It was maybe, I think, one other women's fight on the undercard. This time around, they come back to the scene of the crime. They're way more famous, way more popular. And look what we have done. We have now brought an army with us. We have now brought a whole new generation. We have now revitalized women's boxing. We have put boxing on the map because the next day, I worked on that card. And the next day, all anyone wanted to talk to me about was them.
They've had two absolutely phenomenal fights. I mean, I remember that first one, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
And the fight was amazing. The crowd was amazing. It was half Puerto Rico, half Ireland.
Especially in New York. That's what
it was.
Want.
It was perfect. And so I think there's something powerful about now. It's not just about us. Now we're taking over. Last time it was about two women headlining MSG. First time. Now it's all women headlining MSG, top to bottom.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying that's the way it's being presented.
I know. I understand the marketing of it, of course. But for me, it would just be like, I get that angle 100%. But for me, it would be like, I'm trying to think of who would be really interesting to see fight on the undercard. Like, imagine you had like, who's Parker going to fight next?
Yeah, look at you with the boxing knowledge.
I've been a boxing fan my whole life.
I know.
You know what I mean? But like,
Your dad,
he used to cover boxing.
he was a former boxing journalist to a
Yeah.
degree. He was a journalist in general, but didn't
He
specifically
covered boxing. He'd go to the Poconos, go to Ali's camps all the time. He's got like footage of him and Ali shadow boxing, like
incredible.
unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, Ali told him and every other reporter that he's gonna finish Foreman.
No way.
Yeah, my dad was like, "How are you gonna finish this guy?" He's like, "Listen, this is what I do." He's like, "You're a journalist. This is what you do, right? This is what I do. I'm a scientist for this shit. So I'm gonna figure him out and then I'm gonna get him out of here."
Wow.
I mean, just crazy.
Did he go to the fight?
No, I didn't go to, but he has like crazy stories. Like he would interview all of Ali's training partners, and the most famous one from Pennsylvania. I'm forgetting the name of him.
Larry Holmes?
That's Larry Holmes. I apologize, Larry. So Larry, he'd sit them all down, and he goes, "So what's it like training with the champ? Like what it's like?" And they'd be like, "Oh, it's the worst." And why? He goes, "Because the champ is celibate during training camp." So we go out on the weekend, and then Sunday, 6 a.m., he wakes us all up, and he goes, "Tell me everything." He goes, "I need to hear every story. I need to hear all about it." You're like, "Oh, okay, he's drunk getting up. Okay, champ, we'll tell you." And they talk about all the shenanigans. He has great fight stories.
Wow.
He took, who did Raging Bull?
Jake LaMotta?
No.
Which actor?
No, the director.
Oh,
Scorsese?
maybe.
Scorsese?
Yeah.
He took, was it Scorsese? Yeah. Took Scorsese to his first boxing match.
Wow. Your dad?
Yeah. Somebody hit up my dad. It was only him. It was the Luke Skywalker guy too. What's his name?
Like from back in the day?
The guy who made Star Wars.
Oh, George Lucas.
Yeah, so it was like him, George Lucas, there's a few other people, but someone just connected him with my dad. My dad was in Baltimore at the time, and he was like, "Hey, can you take this guy to a boxing match? He wants to do a movie about boxing. Would you show him?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take him." So he took Scorsese, and then Luke Skywalker guy, what's his name? George Lucas.
Yeah.
And then like a few other people, and he's like, "Yeah, this is a boxing match. Here it is." And then he goes and makes fucking Raging Bull.
Wow. What did your dad work for?
WBAL in Baltimore.
Okay.
This is same station that Oprah came up in.
Okay.
And then
So he was on air.
Yeah, he was on air in Baltimore, and then he came up to New York and he worked at NBC, and he was producing the news. He did like the first ever news story on hip hop music for NBC back in the day.
So
like,
he wasn't a writer.
he would write the stories
Yeah.
in New York.
Got it.
And then like a print journalist.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Okay.
On air. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And didn't just focus on sports. Clearly.
Sports, art, music. I mean, that's how he met my mom. Is like he was going to do a story on like dance teachers.
Yeah.
And like how they were kind of scam artists.
Okay.
So they would like you'd walk into the room and they would like kind of assess your wealth and then charge you based on that.
Wow.
And he went through this experience and he was like, "This is horrible. Like people should know about this. This is disgusting," because he was going to just learn how to dance, and then somebody tried to basically figure out what he was worth and then charge them a specific price. And then this guy was like, "Listen, I get that you want to do the story about that, but there's this woman who's a 3-time U.S. ballroom dance champion. She's from Scotland, and she's teaching lessons up at like the 92nd Street Y or something. And you should do a story on her. She's really interesting." And that ended up being my mom.
Wow. Love at first sight?
I don't know.
You
I'd
have
have
to
to
win her
figure.
over?
I'd have to figure that out. Apparently, he was taking chicks to the dance lessons.
Damn.
Like it was group classes, so he's bringing in these chicks, and my mom was like, "What's up with this guy? Like,
Yeah.
he's throwing me rhythm, but he's bringing chicks in here." So
To make her want him. That's 3 steps ahead.
I believe the kids call that Riz.
Yes. By the way, 2003, my first summer living in New York, my first job in TV, I worked at HBO Sports. I lived at the 92nd Street Y.
Get out of here.
Yeah, what a time.
That's right. They had
Showers
like a
were-
dorm.
They had a dorm.
They had a dorm area.
And it was all like me and old Russian men in the communal, bathroom, not showering together, but like,
Yeah. So my parents would throw a dance once a month at the 92nd Street Y that was located. Do you know that like ball? It was almost like an auditorium, like a little ballroom.
in the 92nd.
Yeah, it was maybe on like kind of the 4th floor
Okay.
or something like that. Anyway, you might have been in the building throughout these times.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
03 era?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of crazy, right?
Yes. So the reason I brought up your dad was because actually a fan hit me up yesterday saying, "I know Schulz is going to be on. You need to talk to him about his dad, who was a boxing journalist." But,
Yeah.
But when you say this, he wasn't just boxing. He covered boxing among other things, but
Yeah.
he didn't specifically focus on. Did he love boxing though?
Love boxing. I mean, I'm a boxing fan because of him. Like we would just watch fights together.
Amazing.
Like legacy boxing fan. Like I think he remember telling me like seeing Sugar Ray Robinson drive through New York City back in the day.
Damn. Did he go to the fight of the century, March 8th, 1971? Ali Frazier, MSG.
2?
1.
Yeah. When did Frazier get his jaw broken? And when did Ali get his jaw broken?
That one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He
That was
actually
the one where Frank Sinatra was taking photos.
he
of
had
life.
that fight for Ali. He told me.
He scored it for him, despite that. 15 rounds.
I don't know. Listen, that's what he had told me.
Okay.
But again, he could be mixing things up. But I remember him telling me that. But he's like, "Listen, it was a close fight, and
Right.
these things are crazy." But he was like, obviously a huge Ali fan. Like,
Is your dad? Does he have dementia?
he does. He has dementia. So now it's
how is he
tough
doing?
I mean, like his spirits are high. He's like a pure soul. We're very lucky that he's been able to handle it like this. I think it's more heartbreaking for the people around him that just want to continue to connect. But his spirits are high, and he's like just a good person. He's still just doing the things that he's always done. And when you talk to him, you're the most interesting person that he's ever talked to. And he's still trying to like my mom had to take his debit card because he was like giving people money in the neighborhood.
Wow.
But he would forget, so he just keep doing it. So it's like, and then like the guy who's doing the fruit stand or whatever is just like he's not gonna say no.
Right, of course.
So he's just running it up. Yeah, but no, he's doing all right. Doing all right.
This may sound like a stupid question.
No.
but is he aware of your success? Can he understand it? Can he grasp it?
Yeah, he is. And then like obviously surprised by certain things, and maybe there's some silver lining in it that like he gets to find out that he has a granddaughter every time I see him.
Oh, wow.
You know, and then, but he'll also kind of remember her name at times too. Memory is a very interesting thing, and like short-term memory turns into long-term memory with enough repetition. His short-term memory doesn't really function, but if you repeat what's going on, it can become long-term. Which is why he like understands the map of New York City. He can take a subway. He can go to the grocery store. He can get coffee. Those are baked into his long-term memory from decades of doing them. Short-term, if we have a conversation with him, he might then bring up something that he already brought up again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand from talking to people who have family members that it's almost harder on you than it is him because he's not aware that he has this, right?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I would ever like want to say that because it's
Sure.
almost like I'm making myself the
Yeah,
victim. It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
clearly, you know, he's the one going through the thing. But yeah, you know, he's just like an amazing human. So you want him to just live the rest of his days in like pure bliss. But maybe there's a version where like this is, you know, easier. He battled depression a lot, and like maybe there's a version of this where it's like I would like to think that some of the difficult things that he had to cope with throughout his life, maybe he doesn't now because of this.
Right.
Maybe there is some joy that he's having.
Did he teach you how to box?
No, he would never want me to box.
Okay. So
I did it
who
probably.
taught you?
I did it at a place called Duke's Boxing when I was going to college in UC Santa Barbara, and Duke taught me. And then I continued here in New York City, and I bounced around some gyms. Mendez is a New York City boxing gym.
The video, is it of you?
Which
famous video?
Which one?
You know the one I'm talking about?
No.
There's one that's like this one. Is this you?
Oh yeah. But
That's legit you.
Yeah. But this is down in Miami.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
But this is down in Miami.
Yeah.
Who cares where it is? Look how good you are, bro. Look at this.
I just a little pitter patter, you know.
Come
this
on.
This is what I would say. This is shout out Donato. Donato is the one who's doing that. But yeah, I will say like hitting mitts is almost like dancing. Like if you've got coordination, you can kind of learn how to hit mitts. Though when you see a lot of athletes do it,
It's not good.
they're bad.
Yeah, NBA players in particular.
They're so
so bad.
My dad said, you want to know something my dad said about Ali? Couldn't throw a baseball. Threw like a girl.
It's like all the fighters could just do one thing, and the athletes, you know, the non.
But could you believe?
Weird.
And it blew my dad's mind. He's like, I'm looking at like the finest physical specimen that's ever existed. Now you have to understand, like, if you love boxing, Ali is like, what he was doing at his size, even for the time, is like majestic. Now, but throws a ball like a girl. You're like, how is this even fucking possible?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so specific.
Do you still train?
A little bit. I mean, like my shoulder started to get a little fucked up, so now I play the sport called paddle.
Yes, you're big into paddle.
Love
You're an
paddle.
investor,
I'm obsessed.
right?
No, I don't have any money in it.
You have nothing in it. That's
Stupid. I know I'm stupid.
bro. You're working me again.
I know. I swear to God, there was a company that offered me like a piece of it, and I was.
The way you promote it, I thought for sure.
I love it, and I just want people to play.
That's it.
I have no.
You're that
game.
wholesome.
Yeah. About this specifically, it's like unbelievable. Did you play any tennis or anything growing up?
Yeah.
So then you're like 10 steps ahead of me. I didn't play any fucking tennis. So like, I have to learn all these hard skills that you've developed since you're a kid.
I mean, I wasn't great, but
you just still understand the movement of a racket. Like, so there's things you'll have to unlearn, but it's so much fun. Like, I just want you to have fun.
it's like pickleball, but it's in a
Imagine tennis and squash put
right,
together.
right.
Because the walls are in play.
yeah.
So
And they say it's the fastest growing sport. I don't know how
it will take over racket sports. Guaranteed.
Wow.
100%.
You play in the city?
Yeah. At Paddle House in Brooklyn, and then
Okay.
there's two in Brooklyn. They just opened one in Nashville as well, and then there's another place, Reserve, that has they will have two clubs here, Manhattan, and then a bunch in Miami as well. But like, go play. Even if you never had a racket sport, just go play. Go play with your wife. Just do what it is. So much fun.
Can I ask, how are you processing all of this? How are you processing all of this? Because like you are insanely famous and successful now. 2 years ago when you came in, I remember, you know, that was that whole thing where the streamer didn't want to do your thing, so you took it back. I think you said it was Amazon. Yeah.
I don't think I could say it at the time.
At the time, you didn't say it, but you were kind of playing coy. But you're on a different stratosphere now, selling out MSG, all this stuff. It just feels, you do the thing with Matt Damon. Like, it just, every time I'm like, fuck, man. Like, Schulz is on fire. So famous that now they try to bring you down. Now it's like you say one thing, and it's like I saw,
have you gone through that? Oh, go.
The Ryan Clark thing. I'm like, what is going on here?
Oh, yeah.
This is.
I just
so
went on his pod.
No, I know. I'm talking about that. I'm like, this is so uncomfortable. Like, We could get to that in a moment.
Sure,
But the thing is, like, you are so successful. How do you come? I had a great day yesterday, and I was just talking about it at the beginning of the show, and it like is 1/10 as great as one of your great days in the sense that I had my hero Bret Hart on the show.
I saw
who
that. I was so
adore.
excited for you.
And then I went to the Knick game with Action Bronson.
Yes.
I don't get to have the perks that you have courtside, but he brings me along sometimes as a +1. And if you would have told 1994 Ariel Helwani that he would
Brain
interview Bret Hart, his hero, on his show with his name on it, and then go to a Knicks game, my favorite team, at the end of the day at MSG, that's my dream day as a 12-year-old. And I was walking out being like, how did this all happen? How do I even come to terms with it? And then the problem I have is, the first thing I think is, how is this going to end? How am I going to fuck this up?
That's the.
Do you deal with that too?
Yeah, for sure. I think that I think that's a really normal human thing to deal with. You know, it's so amazing. You're like, I don't want this to go away, but I think the only way you can combat that is to kind of enjoy it in the moment.
Right.
Like, how was that Bret interview? Were you nervous?
I wasn't.
Had you met him prior?
I met him once.
Yeah.
That was in 2012. When he showed up on the screen, it was
Yeah.
like my voice cracked a little bit because I love the guy.
And can you tell me what was so compelling about him for you as a wrestler? I grew up in that era too.
Yep.
But like was it the way that he would sell? Was it the storylines? What did he represent for you?
Okay, so it's a good question. Thank you. I don't want you to turn the tables on me like you did to Shannon Sharp. You like trolled that interview. Like it ended up being the Schulz show with Sharp on it. I watch it all, just for the record.
Okay.
And shout out to my brother David, who adores you.
I love you, bro.
Yeah, and he's very happy and excited that you're here.
I'm not trying to turn the tables, but
it's a good question.
I am interested in people. I'm not so narcissistic that I'm going to remove my curiosity just because I'm what was it about him that made him so special?
So WrestleMania 4, that's in 1988. I'm 5.5. I'm just looking. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
No, I'm 5.5, and he's in a battle royal. Now, he was part of a group called the Hart Foundation. Yep. It was him and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, a sort of like yin and yang, like the brute guy and then the excellence of execution. And they were cool. Like the pink, the black, the hair, the glasses. They were cool, and so I kind of just dug them. But on that day, and they were bad guys. On that day, he thought he won. And then there was a guy named Bad News Brown that crept up behind him. So he's like celebrating, thinking he's the last man in the ring because it's a battle royal where everyone gets thrown out. He didn't realize there was one guy left. So Bad News, who's another bad guy, who they actually had teamed up together in the match to like get rid of
other people. Yeah.
Turns on him, hits him with the ghetto blaster, which was a move where he hits him in the back of the head with him, and then throws him out of the ring, and then beats the crap out of him, and then Bret is so upset that he breaks the trophy and all this stuff. But on that day, I felt something I felt like he was wronged. And that's the beauty of wrestling. So I became now emotionally invested in his journey to get over Bad News and then to become the champ. And so I told the story yesterday. When I would go to the doctor's office as a young kid, I would be nervous about the shot. My mom would say, close your eyes and think of something that makes you happy. I would think of him winning the title. He was my happy place. Like, that's how much I adored this guy.
Yeah.
And then there was something about the way he represented this country.
That's right. He was Canadian. Yes, that's
and
right.
he was like all about values and like, we do it the right way. And he was just damn cool. And then of course he gets screwed again in '97. The screw job.
Is this the one that they portrayed in the Vince doc?
They portrayed in the Vince doc. I was there as a fan in the crowd.
You were there?
Yes.
Because it was in Montreal.
It was in Montreal.
Holy shit.
I'm sitting in the freaking rafters being like, what the fuck?
So you get your heart broken again?
Yes. So it was like that. And then, of course, his brother dies in the accident. He has a bike accident. He has a stroke. He falls on his head. Like, a lot of shit has happened to this guy. And I just love him. And I want to give him a hug.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he is really the best. And so there's just something about that and being a youth and falling in love with someone and falling in love with what he represents and being taken by it all when wrestling was real to me and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He just reminds me of that. And then my next great love was the Knicks and Patrick Ewing. And so on this same day, going from
just heartbreak after heartbreak.
And the Bills. The 90s were awful. It was 4 straight Super Bowl. It was, bro, it's like everything. It's almost, I invite this.
My favorite buildings were the Twin Towers.
Yes, that too. Love that. Awful, right?
Oh,
my baseball team doesn't exist, the Expos.
The Expos, of course.
The Bills lost 4 straight while my brothers were Cowboys fans, so you can understand how torturous. And then the Knicks, and they're Bulls fans. It was awful. I've not had any joy in my life. So I have to celebrate these moments. And that's why I always think it's going to end poorly. That's why I can't appreciate any of it. It's awful. It's the truth. Can't something go right?
Do you know what always comes up in my feed? It makes me laugh every single time. Is you're interviewing Rampage, and Rampage is talking about how ripped he is, and he brings up his shirt, and you made the same sound that you just made right now, and Rampage, and it's Rampage, and he just goes, hold on. Did he just?
Fucking man, he's the best.
Can you tell me what was going through your mind when you him?
I'll tell you a better part of that story.
Tell me.
So he loses to John Jones that night, UFC 135 in Denver.
Yeah.
And we were always cool, but we had this sort of like
Contentious relationship, but it's still
it was
fun.
playful.
Yeah.
I see him in the back after the fight, and usually after the fight, you don't ask the guy for an interview because he's licking his wounds. Yeah. And I was like, is it possible? He's like, yeah, come here. So we go into his locker room. And so I'm doing this. It's not live, obviously. It's a taped interview. And I'm about to start, and I always start the same way. Ariel Helwani here, backstage at UFC 135. Right before I start, he leans over to me and whispers, and he says, make sure you say how I lost. Make sure you say how I lost. So I was like, all right. Like usually if I'm talking to the loser of the fight, Ariel Helwani here with Rampage Jackson. Tough fight tonight. I try to like sugarcoat it, not to make sure you say.
Add salt.
So I say Ariel Helwani backstage at UFC 135 with Rampage Jackson, who got submitted tonight by John Jones in the third round via rear naked choke. I go very specific. He's like, hold on, man. Why you got to bring up how I lost? You fucking asshole. He played me. But that's how brilliant he was. In the moment, 20 minutes after he loses a title fight, he was smart enough to know that.
That's good.
So that was the relationship we had.
Okay, that's good. So, that's great. Yeah, it's like Howard Cosell and
that's the greatest
Ali.
compliment. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Cosell knew it, and he was able to lean in, and they were able to be
100%.
great dance partners. Yeah, you gotta. I mean, you don't have to, but like ideally, when you can have that relationship with like a really popular figure, I imagine that's when it's
the best.
superstardom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Had that with Connor. Had that with Dana for a long time.
I wish you guys would just be good
Can
again.
you put in a word?
Yeah. What do you want me to say? Are you kidding me?
Ariel's pretty cool.
Of course. That's easy.
Let's show the world. There's
That
so much
forgiveness
friction.
exists.
Yes.
Yes.
Look at everyone. There's
What do you think-
ceasefires happening
what
all
do you
over the world.
What do you think he needs in order to mend that relationship?
Nothing. If I walked outside here and got hit by a bus, he would throw a party at Zuffa HQ.
No, but like meaning like what would ingratiate you?
There's
to
nothing.
him?
He is someone who just sticks to his guns and will hold on to that grudge forever. He will never.
He said something interesting on the pod that like it's the opposite side of that coin, which is like once you guys agree to do business together, you don't leave. You just figure it out, and it's going to get tough at times. And when people get tough and they want to go run, that's fucked up. That's not a partnership. That's not how it goes. Like once we agree to do something, we figure it out. And I wonder if the other side of that loyalty is like, okay, once we've agreed that we're not going to do something, that happens. But I'd love to see you guys. Obviously, he must know you're a net positive for the sport. I mean, I can't for the growth of MMA, how many people are as committed to the sport as you?
I think he would say he'd be very happy if I mean, he would probably say to you that I'm irrelevant, that I don't exist, that nothing I do matters. And then if I did leave, he'd be like, yeah, and so what? Like
those are different things than you being a net positive for the sport.
I don't
it could
think he
be
would say
1%, it could be 40%, it could be 100%.
Right.
But you're not negative. I don't think that what you do in the
They
time
would
you
actually
take-
argue that. They actually say, when I was at ESPN, he would go, and wow, this is not about me, Andrew. I'm not on your show. This is
Do you
about
feel like we can't talk about you?
Not on my show.
Why?
Because you're the guest.
So? We're just hanging.
No, I know, but I like to give you the courtesy. One of my big pet peeves when I listen to all these shows, because I adore interviews, is when the host makes it too much about themselves. I never ever do that.
But you're the last person to do it.
I know, but
I think in the beginning we've only talked about me and my life and that kind of stuff. And even my father is very generous to even ask questions about that. But like, I think now we're just at the point where we're having a beer and we're just talking.
No, that's what you want. That's what you always want.
Yeah, but so don't feel guilty of that at all. I feel like you basically you set the tone where it's like, hey, I'm interested in you and I want to make this about you. But like, I'm interested in your relationship with it, and I'm also tangentially related to that. Like here, I'm this person where like obviously I love Dana and I love you, and I'm like, it's a bummer. Why can't we get this thing back?
Yeah,
on track.
When I was at ESPN, they would always say that I was being too negative, that I was making people less interested in the sport. But their interpretation of negative is I talk about fighter pay, I talk about free agency. That to me is just like general fodder. That's sports talk fodder, right?
I get that perspective.
That's not malicious.
So, like, from your perspective, it makes perfect sense, right? You're going, okay, I want these guys to make as much money as possible. It doesn't, you're like, I think this is a fair thing to assess when it comes to WNBA players. It's a fair thing to assess with UFC players. Like, I get that.
Sure.
And then if I was to make their argument, I'd be like, yo, we're finally getting this thing up.
Right.
We're finally starting to make some money. We're finally killing it. Look, we're about to achieve our dreams. And then we got this guy who's doing things that they perceive as like chipping away from about to have that major, major, major success. And I could see them interpreting that in that way. Is that fair? I mean, everybody's interpretation is fair because that's how they feel in that moment. But is that what I think you wanted? Do I think you want the UFC brand to be chipped away at? No, I don't think so.
No.
But I can see where that would happen. Does that make sense? Like we got a restaurant selling pizzas, right? And then you're like a person that you've been coming and eating pizzas at the restaurants for decades, and all of a sudden you're sort of like, they're changing the sauce, they're doing this, and I'm like, I'm about to sign a fucking deal with Domino's to have distribution around the country, and I got this one guy who's been eating here forever that keeps telling me I'm changing a recipe for the sauce. But at the same time, you are a critic of food. Right. So part of your job is not to build up that specific company, or that restaurant, but to build up, not to build up, but to accurately reflect the positives and the negatives as you see fit. It's a tricky,
Journalism.
You think I'm being fair?
I think you're being fair. But it is journalism, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't work for them. If I worked for them,
it'd be a different game.
It'd be a different game.
Again, I'm not trying to say who's right or wrong.
No.
I'm just trying to say why, what the feeling is, like the sentiment is.
They were very, so Dana liked me very much, and I was kind of his guy. I think Lorenzo didn't like me as much, Lorenzo Fertitta, because he was the business guy, and he would listen to my show and be like, why are you talking so much about the business? Like, just leave it alone. Talk about the fights. But I'm a guy covering the sport. And it's on a daily basis, and there's a lot of different things to talk about. This is as the sport is growing, and it's very clear that fighters aren't making. Now, I'm not going out there fighters are getting robbed. They're being tricked. They're being bamboozled. I'm not doing that.
Fertitta's like, we've been losing money for fucking decades. Why didn't you write any articles about that?
Well, I wasn't around. I was in freaking college.
I'm just saying, the people putting up the money are going, what happened to all the times we were losing
it's
millions?
very personal to them. I get that. But I would always say I was always very fair, and I would say 95% of the time I was very positive. I've literally devoted my life to talking about this show, talking about this sport on this show.
I think that's when I say the growth of the sport, net positive. I think it's the fact that you are contributing time to this sport, which at one time was a fledgling sport. Like if you look at the ESPN ticker, you had to hit more to even see MMA. Yes. Now you see those gloves early.
Yep.
And it's like an unbelievable thing. And you must credit them for creating that.
1,000,000%.
He's unstoppable. Dana's like an unstoppable force. I've never seen... I don't want to say I've never seen anything like it, but like only the most successful people I know have that type of like relentless energy towards things. Like after having him on the pod, I started to understand it. And I was like, holy shit. Yeah. I'll be honest, a lot of times I thought like CEOs were like, educated, right place, right time. I didn't realize now what I hear from a lot of like investors where they're like, I'm just investing in the CEO. Because even that business that they're pitching me, they might change it, but they're going to make something work. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
So, I felt it's just tricky. I just wish you guys would just come back together and everybody be happy.
Yes, it's a very short life.
We'll make it. It is short.
Yes.
And to see where the sport has come, like we need to be able to celebrate that. And there's many different people that contributed to its growth.
Do you still watch it as much?
Oh, yeah, every single time. Every single.
Who's your favorite right now?
You know what's weird is like for a little bit I was like hesitant to talk about Alex because I love Izzy, like
yeah.
But
now they're boys.
I think they fighters have this relationship that none of us can understand. Like they have a weird bond even when they've beat each other up.
Right.
Where it seems like some of them are really able to connect. And I think it's a very different level. Like ego is gone. Mm-hmm. Once we know who can do what or both have done it. But yeah, he's just like really engaging and entertaining, even outside of the fights.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I really find myself connected to him. I love Sugar, but also I love Dvalishvili. I'm one day going to pronounce
Merab.
it right. Like
easy.
Merab's got these like he's got this like really Do you follow his Instagram?
Of course,
religiously.
yes,
He's like
yes.
hysterical.
His
on
skits are
Instagram.
great. He's really come out of his shell because he was never like that until
is that-
around a year ago. He just started doing these videos, and
Huge.
yeah, all fighters need to do some form of that. They don't
You have
always
to
have to be.
self-promote, dude.
Yeah.
The days of like being a quiet athlete in fight sports are done.
Right.
You need to go out there. Like the Miguel Cottos, Miguel doesn't make close to as much money as he made back in the day now, knowing what personality
Right.
brings to the gate.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that he wasn't a prolific, brilliant boxer. I mean, I think Miguel Cotto is the only guy I've seen hit Floyd Mayweather consistently with a jab. He's the only boxer that I've seen Floyd's head snap back consistently with a jab. Like, do you think of Miguel as a jabber?
No.
You think of his body shot, left
Yeah.
hook to the body. We're talking about Miguel Cotto. It's the left hook to the body. That jab, like I couldn't believe I was seeing it when I saw that fight. And but he is a like more stoic, quiet guy.
Yeah.
And if you want to sell fights, you got to make some noise.
Best boxing match, best MMA match. Like, which are you choosing? Like the best of boxing, the biggest fight possible. Maybe it's Canelo Crawford coming up in September, or Islam Tapouri. Like, what do you prefer more right now? Because clearly you love boxing. Really?
At the highest level, I love boxing.
Wow.
If I have to watch people that I'm not familiar with, it's MMA every single time. So this is what I say about MMA. It's like at MMA, the bottom of the card
Yeah.
is just as entertaining as the top of the card.
Yeah.
And you have no clue who they are. If you can get me to be entertained by people who I don't even know, you have a real product. We've been to boxing matches our entire life. The place is empty until the last two people fighting.
Yeah.
I go to these MMA fights. It is packed for the prelims.
Yeah.
It's not even like, and I'm talking about New York City. We're not talking about some other podunk town where they got nothing to do but go and sit through the prelims. I'm like, people got dinner at Carbone. And they're going, no, give me a 5 o'clock reservation because I need to be out of there by 7 so I could be at the MSG by 7:30 or 8. That to me is you have like a real product where people are interested in the people they don't even know. That connectivity that you described with Bret Hart doesn't need to exist 100% for me to be interested in the card.
Okay.
With boxing, I need to be really interested in the fighters. Like I need to be locked in, or I just find them to be so prolific that I'm committed and I want to see it. Maybe there's something about their journey I really like, but if it's the highest level, I prefer boxing.
Who's your favorite fighter of all time?
Boxing?
Either sport, just like your guy. I mean, I would imagine it's boxing. It would be a boxer because of how you grew up.
Yeah.
Like, who's your guy?
Like
who's
Roy,
your Bret Hart?
Roy was
Roy
my
Jones?
favorite.
You ever
Roy
meet
was
him?
my favorite. We had him on the podcast. Not in a person. I met him on we had him on Zoom.
Okay.
But yeah, Roy was my favorite growing up. I mean, like I had his like boxing shoes.
Oh, he was the man.
Remember those Jordans?
Oh,
that
yeah.
he used to wear.
Remember that one day where he played in a lower level basketball
And then
game?
came in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
that was
freaking out on
incredible.
the
He was
helicopter.
he's just like, that was awesome. Just watching him, that was just amazing. So
When he
yeah,
fought John Ruiz when he went up to heavyweight.
unbelievable. Like, that was unbelievable. Yeah, him but also Floyd. Like I think Floyd is I think
Oh,
I
really?
maybe told you this before. I think Floyd is the greatest great.
Mm.
Like I think Floyd is better at boxing than Stephen Hawking was at science.
Wow.
I don't think anybody's been as great at a thing as Floyd has been at boxing.
Really? MJ?
Yeah, I don't think it. I mean, MJ lost.
Not in the finals.
Yeah, but you got to lose to even. You know what I mean?
Sure, of course. Yeah.
like
no.
he like
Obviously, it's different. 82 games, this, that, and the other.
Floyd never lost.
Yeah.
I've seen Floyd get wobbled like a handful of times. He got wobbled by Zab, DeMarcus Chop Corley, and then Shane Mosley. And that's it.
Yeah.
In a sport where if you were a centimeter off, lights out. Lights out. He made 3 quote unquote mistakes in a span of 50 fights, and he's 40-something years old. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And it's just, he's also like mechanically perfect. That's the other thing. Like, if you're just a purist and you're one of these guys who like, I just like fundamentals, he's Tim Duncan and Michael Jordan. He is Jokic and Anthony Edwards. He's everything. And when he was at lighter weights, like knocking people the fuck out. So, yes, as he went up in weight and he had the hand troubles, like, okay, he's not just knocking people out, but there was times where everybody was getting knocked the fuck out.
Right.
So I think he's the greatest great.
I feel like an asshole because you've been here for like 45 minutes. I haven't even mentioned. You don't need me to plug your Netflix special.
No, we don't have to talk about it.
But it's incredible.
Thank you so much.
It's so good. It's called Life.
Yeah.
Did it hit number 1?
No, we got to number 2, man.
So okay, so there it is. We
Yeah.
saw the thing. It's at number 2. It was like I think right before
Running Point came out.
What the hell is Running Point?
No, it was a big show. That's what I said at first. I was like, "What the fuck is this show with Kate Hudson?" And then I was like, "I need to know what kind of numbers they're doing." And it was like globally number 1. No, it was big. It was big. It was big.
My producer Jordan watched it last night. I've been telling them for weeks to watch it.
Yeah.
And do you know what you're right next to? Maybe on his. I don't know what it says about his algorithm, but this is on his screen. It's you going like that next to Schindler's List. What is it? What does that mean?
Great friends of the Jews.
Yes. It's so freaking good because what I love so much about it is my favorite stand-up special is Martin Lawrence, You So Crazy.
Oh, amazing! I saw that in movie theaters.
In movie theaters.
I'm pretty sure that was the one that came out in movie theaters.
Where he's wearing the
crazy,
Yes.
deranged,
Yes.
sweating, just
by the end.
Yeah.
He's sweaty. He's wearing a really like
Big
oversized
It's
leather
almost like
baseball.
Hockey, but it's hockey length.
Yes.
It comes down his arm. Yeah.
This is up there. And I'm not just
thank
saying it
you.
because you're here, because it's a story. You take us on emotional. I like to be emotionally invested.
I can tell. Yeah.
And then by the end, I'm freaking crying there next to my wife. So my wife actually was, so I can only watch things in like 5 to 10 minute spurts at night, and then I fall asleep. And then I have to go like a couple of minutes back the next night to recap what I missed.
Yeah.
I'm 75 years old.
Yeah.
But I love you and I love your work and all this stuff. So I watch it. My wife is in this thing where she's wearing like a mask now, an infrared mask.
I've seen it.
It
She
looks
like
awful.
Iron Man.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
My wife has the same thing.
So she's listening and I'm watching in bed.
Yeah.
And then we get to the montage at the end.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Are you crying?" Because she's not seeing the images that I'm seeing. And I'm legit crying, man. I have 3 kids. I adore my children.
Yeah, of course.
And the journey that you take us on is really something amazing. What I was wondering was, your wife totally okay with that? Like, it's very personal.
Yeah, I think if it was, I mean, obviously, for anybody who doesn't know, we're talking about the journey of getting pregnant. So we had a fertility journey. I like to call it fertility journey, not infertility.
Sure.
Just like a spiritual journey is not an unspiritual journey.
Right.
You're achieving that, right?
Of course, yeah.
But, my sperm sucked. So that made it way easier for me to talk about. If it was her issue, I don't think I could tell the story.
Okay.
So it made me more comfortable for me. But my wife's the most private person in the world. She's like private on Instagram. She doesn't like attention. She's like, hey, it's uncomfortable for her. But to her credit, she was like, I think it's actually important that you talk about this. Keep in mind, I'm not doing it because I'm like, there's a greater good, whatever. I'm a comedian. I want to make people laugh. And this is the only thing on my mind. And I was like, I'd love to tell this story because this is all I'm thinking about. But her altruism was pure. It was like, people need to hear about this, so it doesn't matter if it makes me uncomfortable. I felt really alone during this process, and it would be great if people don't feel alone and they feel like not stigmatized. And I think that's why she was comfortable doing that kind of sharing.
Okay. God bless her.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was shit. She's always very like supportive of me, but this is very intimate in terms of what she has to go through. But what I will say is like tying even back into wrestling, like, and what, like, humans are just so interesting in that way, in that regard, where it's like, in the beginning of the special, I tell you I have a kid. I tell you I have a daughter. And then I start telling you this story. And you know I have a kid. But there's a part of you watching go, is he gonna have a kid? It's like, you've seen the picture.
Brilliant.
And that is wrestling. It's like, we know it's pre-decided or whatever it is. We know because we can't gamble on it.
Right.
You know, if it wasn't, we'd be able to gamble on it. But I'm going to suspend that just because I want to believe this thing is real. I want to believe. And there's something about human beings, we get caught up in it. And it was, I don't know, it's just really cool to see people react to it, and all the people who went through certain things, like all the messages I get, like I even get like emotional reading them. Like, people had way tougher journeys than us. Like, we had a very, I don't want to call it easy, but compared to people who've been trying for 11 years and then they finally have a kid. And like, my DMs are inundated by parents that are so grateful and excited that they have a child. And a lot of, I think, the messaging we get from people that are having kids are like, I don't want them, how much I got to pay for child support, how annoying that. It's like, all I'm getting from people is, I feel like the luckiest person on the planet because after 11 years, my wife is pregnant she just took a pregnancy test. We're not telling anybody, but I just wanted to tell you, man, we came to this show and it's like, it's really awesome to see how excited people are to have family.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that is promoted that much. And maybe it's not as funny to promote that, but it feels really good to see how connected people are.
Unless you're Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, Anthony's paying them off.
Have you see that? He's paying the whole 18 years in one shot.
You know, the tricky thing is like, I don't want to like make excuses for people being young, but I imagine just from like having a child, like there will be a moment where you go, I would really like to be part of all these things.
Yeah.
And I imagine there's children he has that he is in their lives, and it sucks what happened with the mom and et cetera, but I think something just kicks in and you're like, wow, I'm seeing my kid do gymnastics for the first time. Like there's another kid out there that would probably love for me to watch him do gymnastics, and I got to find a way to do that. I hope. You would hope. Even for the kid, but also for him. Like it's a beautiful thing. Like they bring the best side out of you.
How do you react? So you get all this love, you get all these people writing you, you're an inspiration. But then when like the Kendrick thing happens or this thing, you know, they're coming, and then it feels like, does it feel like the walls are caving in? Do you start to?
Well, the Kendrick thing happened first. The Kendrick thing happened actually 2 weeks before we filmed, or like a week before we filmed. So I didn't even answer it for like a couple weeks. And then like, I was like, I didn't even really care. He had one line in it where he was like, the line after the thing he said about me is, first of all, like I didn't even know it was about me. Like I kind of assumed. And then we got clarification. So once I had that, I was like, okay, I'm not just like screaming for clout or whatever. And then some from his team reached out to somebody, and then but the next line he said was the one that bothered me, that nobody seems to talk about. Like he's like, and to the N-words of Coon and the N-words being groomed, slide on both of them. Now slide to me is like hip hop parlance for like assault or kill. A lot of people interpreted that he was saying that to Charlemagne and Alex Media, who are the guys I do Brilliant Idiots with, and I do Flagrant with Alex. You met Alex. So in my mind, I'm like, once you tell people like to kill my friends, like anything I say back is fine.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you took it to the craziest level possible. Like even if you're joking, you're still putting it out there in the world that it is okay for you that people get assaulted or killed. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that crazier than my joke?
Of course, yeah, I would think so.
You know, I'm not telling.
But then you have all these people then jump on the bandwagon and say, "Look at this guy, and who are you to speak on the culture? And you're a racist." And then does it feel like it's?
Yeah, the racist thing was the thing that shocked me the most, because like I was like, how did this turn into racism? Like,
Right.
I said that I'm basically saying he's short and little. Like there's nothing. I'm doing like a you're a little joke. There's nothing you could do. And I'll just have sex with you, and there's nothing you could do about it, right? And like it's just a short joke,
right?
It's really what it is, right? And it got turned into racism, like, oh, during slavery this happened. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like he said, people should go shoot my friends. I said, why are you telling people to do it? Oh, because you're little. There's nothing you can do. This is how little you are.
So how do you react when all this is happening? When you feel like everyone's misunderstanding?
I just had some fun on Twitter.
That's it?
Yeah.
You don't get emotional?
Not really.
Fired up?
I think maybe a little bit. Like I understand how like the internet works, and like I understand that people react to 30-second clips that are a lot of times not in context, and that's actually not their fault. Like I do the exact same thing, and I have ideas about people that I don't know that are completely wrong and inaccurate and like pre-decided by like how things are clipped. And so I have empathy for them, and like I also have to take responsibility. Like if I say something and it could be taken out of context, I can't be angry at them.
Right.
Like that's the world we live in right now. So, I think that like what I realized even from like this press run is the best thing to do is like if people are saying things about me and they have a platform of a certain size and we disagree on a topic, I can't go to talk to every single person that has a Twitter account, but like just to go there and have that conversation.
Okay.
Like that is the best. Not having people on my pod. You always think like, oh, if I have different types of people on my pod, people understand that like I'm curious about all people.
Right.
And, like I want everybody's voice to be heard. No, only your fans believe that, and they already know that about you. But going to somebody else's home and like having that conversation in a way game for you. It's just, I think at the end of the day, I think people respect that. They're like, oh, he's at least brave enough to like go have that
Not a lot of people would do that.
Yeah, maybe and they should, like, as long as it's in good faith. If people are being like insulting and like they're just saying like horrible things, like, I don't know if I really want to talk to you that much. Maybe, but like if somebody's just has a difference of opinion, I'd love to have a conversation with you. I love doing that on the pivot with those guys. Like, I thought it was great. Like, they gave the opportunity to, you know, speak my mind, and they asked me questions, and I'm open to whatever. Like, you can ask me about literally anything, and I'll tell you what my take is on it. And I'll tell you if I'm being a fucking hypocrite or if I thought I was in right standing.
My favorite of all the interviews that you did, the litany of interviews, other than this one, of course.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Barry Weiss.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, of course.
I know it. I know it.
I'm a big fan of that pod, and
As you all are.
well, listen, we got to support our own. I didn't know. Listen, I didn't know that she was. I didn't know she was lesbian. as well, which I think makes
she
it
doesn't
even,
present as
at all. I mean, she doesn't. Well, she.
We love you, Barry.
I subscribe to the Free Press.
Yeah,
I enjoy what
she's
she
great,
does.
dude.
But
I love.
You know what
her.
I loved about it so much?
She still hasn't gotten to have a wife.
Yes. Oh yeah, we were working
And
on that. in the
she
thing.
put
Okay.
out a disclaimer. She was.
It was a
like,
great
I'm
one.
gonna
Yes.
Get him.
Yes.
This is what I do.
She was very confident. That this
so
was going to be.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I forget what it's called. You remind me of this term, but there are certain deeds that you can do, and if you do this many of them, you get to heaven.
You get to heaven. Yeah.
It's not a mitzvah. It's called something else.
Like a shidduch.
Shidduch.
Yeah.
I think if you do what, 3?
Yeah.
You do 3, and introducing someone to their
one of
spouse
them, yeah.
is considered that, right?
Yeah.
Now, that is odd. Because
I think it's great.
You did.
Just 3?
Yeah, but sometimes that spouse might be like the cause of the majority of the pain in that man's life.
Listen.
So why do you get to go to heaven and he's living in hell?
You bring them to the dance, and then they have to deal with it.
Is there what is the books after the Bible? What is it called?
After the Bible,
Yeah,
the
not,
New Testament.
like in Islam it would be the Hadiths, but you guys have the.
like the Talmud.
Yeah, we got to look in the Talmud for that.
Yeah.
We got to look in the because if you introduce somebody, it's a bad
right.
marriage. I think we gotta. You take the shidduch back. It's more shit than shidduch, if you ask it.
What I loved about it though
sorry,
was
go
that it didn't feel. Sometimes when you're on with a different comedian, it feels like you're almost trying to one up each other. You know what I mean? And with her, she was interviewing you, and you're talking a little bit about life, about politics, and it just felt very chill. You know what I mean?
I've noticed that, and it's something I want to keep in mind, even just for flagrant, and especially when we have guests on. But sometimes that can happen with the comedian pods. Is I think that we have this knee jerk reaction to be funny, and it makes us feel confident, and it fills that void that might creep up. But it is nice to do the non-comedian pods in that the intention is connecting and exchanging information about something. It can be frivolous information. It could be serious information. What the hell? But
we're just keeping you on your toes.
Still doing bits.
Yeah.
It can be frivolous information. It can be serious information. But the goal is us just having this conversation, and then something funny happens, and it's actually funnier because the goal wasn't to just find the next funny thing.
Right.
I feel like sometimes when the convo gets into how do we just find the next funny thing, there's no substance. And the funniest shit comes from a real serious thought or conversation. I'm talking to you dead serious about MMA or wrestling, and then this non sequitur comes out of the blue. And you're like, oh, wow, that slapped me in the face because I was really connected.
Right.
But if we're just riffing on airplane food or whatever, it's who gives a fuck?
Right. So you enjoy the non-comedic ones more.
I like them for different reasons. There's also moments where, in a comedic one, you can catch a riff that's pretty special.
Yeah.
And when you're part of that, you're going, oh, nothing's better than this. But that's hard to do. And doing that every single time is difficult. I find I'm better in these types of interviews. And then they're I think with the Barry one, it was this type of honest, earnest.
Yeah.
And then funny moments would kind of pop up. But it wasn't how do I make you laugh every 10 seconds, Ariel?
No. Yeah. No, I like that, and I felt that you were at ease. That's what I love. It was just a nice listen, and of course you're MOT in my opinion. You're a member of the tribe, at least
I'm honorary.
You're an honorary one, at least the way I view it. I mean, could you believe that I picked the one sport that happens to be the most anti-Semitic sport out there? That I devoted my life to the one sport that hates my people so much.
After knowing your favorite wrestler, your favorite football team, and your chosen favorite
I guess it all makes
basketball
sense.
team,
yeah.
There's not a question in my mind what's more
Yeah.
best.
It's unbelievable, man.
I'm going to start looking at the things you're interested in and then moving away very quickly because it's not going to work.
It's very
out.
lonely. It's been very lonely since October 8th.
What is this burden?
That I bear.
Yeah.
They hate us.
No. I'm saying, why are you picking the Knicks? Why are you picking all these teams? And then are you putting the poison on them?
No,
or
I
is
don't.
life suffering and this is something that you have to learn and deal with? And until you learn and deal with it, we will not be victorious.
This is ingrained. This is part of my DNA. My mom escaped Beirut, Lebanon. My father escaped Egypt. My grandparents were kidnapped by the PLO in 1980 because they were Jewish. They were put in jail, and then they were let go because a friend of theirs was friends with one of Yasser Arafat's wives and put in the word and let them go. And they went from the jail cell to the airport to Canada and never returned. So
these stories are ingrained in your
legit,
family.
legit. And I watched. This doesn't necessarily answer your question, but I have watched them react to what has happened over the past year and a half, and I've seen the trauma come back in their eyes, and they never thought it would come back. Have you seen what Montreal has become? And my parents live 5-10 minutes away from where that stuff goes down, and I see them talking about like how nervous they are at night.
Yeah,
that they're going to come for them. Because why? Because they're Jewish. This isn't an Israel thing, and I'm not trying to get on my heart, but like it's very uncomfortable for me to see them living through it all over again.
Yeah, I think like the best way, I don't know the best way, but like a way to describe it is like there are certain people that are deeply affected by what's happening in Israel and Palestine, especially in Gaza, but also the West Bank. And they're deeply affected, and they have a political opinion on it that they should be absolutely entitled to having. And that's okay. We can criticize countries. We criticize America. We can criticize Britain. We can criticize Israel. And we can criticize the government in charge of Palestine when it was a terrorist organization, Hamas. So these things are okay. And it doesn't make you anti-Semitic to do that. But there are also people who are anti-Semites that are part of this conversation, and they're using these things as justifications for their anti-Semitism. And I think the problem is like when it gets so mixed up, we can quickly label certain people who are operating earnestly and making like geopolitical criticisms. It must be very confusing for you because you're seeing the anti-Semites and the people who are not necessarily anti-Semitic making similar points about what's happening in Israel and Palestine. So you're like, okay, well, if I'm getting the same points from these people, then they both must have the same feeling. But in reality, it's okay to be critical about what's happening in the world. And it's okay to take certain positions, and it doesn't mean that you hate all Jews. And there are also people who just do. Like, we can't act like there's not anti-Semites. Like, if you ask somebody, like, are there people who are racist to black people? There's nobody in the world that would go, no, that doesn't exist.
Right.
Like, okay, so we do know that hate exists. We do know that that hate exists towards certain groups. And right now, that is not only right now, like, pretty frequently over the last 3,000 years, but definitely right now you're seeing a lot of it. So we can't gaslight in either direction. We can't tell Jews, oh, you're making this up. This is not real. And it's just a criticism of Israel. That's all it is. It's like, no, let's be fucking serious here.
Right.
But at the same time, we can't label everybody who's criticizing what's happening over there as an anti-Semite.
No.
They have to prove themselves to be that.
But it's very clear. It's very obvious who is doing it because they're anti-Jews, anti-Semite, and who is just being sort of like...
Yeah, because they just start saying Jews. It's like, and to be honest, like those people, they're actually, it's like the ones who don't even have the due diligence to be like, to say Israel or Jews, they just say Jews now. They're just like, I'm just going to use the word Jews. It's like, what do you think that is being accomplished right now? You're actually doing if you're genuinely concerned about what's happening in that region, you're doing a great disservice. Because if you're just labeling people as Jews, it's very easy to write you off as an anti-Semite, right? So like now you're not even helping the people that you hope to help. Mm-hmm. You're just satisfying whatever feeling you have inside, which I think is going to be a fruitless endeavor in the long run. But
all to say, we appreciate that you, as a non-Jew, tend, and I know you don't want to be viewed as like a sympathizer or picking
No,
a
what do you
side.
mean a sympathizer?
You're not picking a side. You try to be very down the middle. I think you try to be unbiased.
My side is very clear. Like if you are standing for hate of any group in America, then I vehemently disagree with you. I'm an American at the end of the day, and like we have certain values here that are very important that like a lot of Americans have died for, millions. So it's not going to happen to Jews. It's not going to happen to black people. It's not going to happen to Chinese people. It's not going to happen to any group in America. At least I'm not going to be supportive of it. And when I see it, I'm going to speak out against it. And just because there's a couple of people who think they're like internet sleuths and they completely understand the geopolitical struggles that are going on in the world, are we really taking? Am I supposed to believe that the guy who played fucking professional poker now perfectly understands what's happening geopolitically over the last 200 years? Like they get it all. They figured out the whole fucking system. Like to me, that doesn't seem like, okay, it's all figured out. But at the end of the day, like as an American, I can't be like, oh yeah, it's okay because this group is doing it now. Either you're against it for all, or you're supporting the hate. Simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Jordan once said Republicans buy sneakers too and whatnot.
Yeah.
Have you ever been nervous about, obviously you had Trump on, and I remember hearing a story, you're on the street afterwards and some people were giving you the nod and some people, like
Yeah.
you got the like respect, but then maybe some other people are looking at you a certain way. Did you ever think twice or get nervous about going too deep into politics?
Yeah, politics sucks because it's good versus evil.
Do you regret doing it?
No.
Okay.
The beautiful thing about politics is like people are really invested. And I like talking about things where there's like great investment. There's, in the wrestling parlance, heat.
Yes.
It's always heat.
Yes.
And like I like talking about those things. I like learning about those things. And I like hearing different arguments and opinions. And yeah, it's exciting. It's really exciting. In the same way that like when it's the Super Bowl, everybody's talking about it. Like culturally, politics makes sense to me. I don't care about like politics, but like, the way that like culture reacts to it is like really interesting. And but the problem with politics is that like for most people, it's good versus evil. Like you support your side because the other side is the end of democracy. Both sides believe that the other side is the end of democracy. And then when things are that polarizing, it's very hard to have empathy for someone who wants to end America. It's good versus evil. So that's why you can have this like really vitriolic rhetoric, because you're talking to someone who's trying to end America. and it
wasn't always like that though, was it? Like in the 90s?
Of course it is. We had a civil war. I think we like to look.
Yeah.
I think we like to look back in history and be like, oh, it was so much more dignified. It's like, no, it wasn't. Like 1 million Americans died in the Civil War. Like, what are you talking about dignified? Like, we're probably at the best it's ever been now.
Sure.
Maybe the way that people talk about each other has definitely changed because of Trump. Like calling the Texas governor, God, I forget this woman's name, and please forgive me, the senator. She called the Texas governor Governor Hot Wheels, and he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Like so it's like that is the Trump effect in politics. Like where it's like you could say whatever you want, and you can get these like, and Americans, we laugh and we're invested and all that kind of stuff. So whether you think it's good or bad doesn't really matter. It's how people react to it. But the problem with politics is the second you do entertain that, there are certain people who are. It's not just Trump derangement syndrome. It's like both sides have their own derangement syndrome. And anytime you even entertain it, like me having that conversation about Israel-Palestine, there are going to be people watching this and they're like, this son of a bitch. On both sides.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they'll be more mad at me for bringing it up.
My point is like...
But I get it.
I'm
yes.
sitting here and I'm like trying to have like an empathetic
Yes.
conversation about like how people feel. Not what is right or wrong, but like what people are feeling in that moment.
Yeah.
And the fact that you could have empathy for the other side who they believe is evil, this is politics.
Yeah.
They go, how could you have empathy for someone evil? Like people right now, I think, we talk a lot about the, the fight for progress in America. And like, I think there are people now who genuinely believe, and maybe they're right, that like what's happening right now in America is no different than like what happened during the Civil Rights Movement. And so anybody who's like, hey, we got to stop talking about these issues. These issues aren't that big a deal. They're like, was it not a big deal when black people were trying to get rights, when women were trying to vote? Like, how could you say that? Like, that's how their brain works. So if you truly believe that, it's a hard thing to rationalize. So what I've been trying to do is just have as many conversations as I possibly can with people who potentially have different takes, because it just sharpens my idea of what I believe, and maybe it changes it. But if we get caught up in the bubble where we're only hearing the opinions so that we want to hear, I think that's when the conversations get, as you were saying, like really polarized, because you don't even know what the other person feels. There's so many people who think they know what I feel about the world that have never actually listened to a single podcast of mine. They've just seen little clips and headlines, and they're like, I know everything about it. It's like, you have no fucking, you haven't even done the due diligence to like find out or even ask.
When you have a crazy run like this where everything is hitting and you've got this great special and all that, are you the type, when do you start to worry, okay, like what's the next thing? Do you start to think of that?
I don't think about that. Like I go, I need some time off.
Okay.
And then when I have some time off, I can like really think about what's I'm interested in and like what I want to talk about and what I want to do next. But I can't do that if I'm just running.
Okay.
Like I need to sit down, reflect.
Is this the time off period or do you disappear?
I don't disappear, but like the time off period probably starts like next week or two. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's when maybe we start. And I'm still doing 3 pods a week. I'm still doing all this stuff, but I can start going like, what do I want to talk about? Like, what is impacting me? Is it, about raising my kid? Is it what's happening politically? It's like getting people to talk to one another and finding out. Yeah, I just got to feel it out. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's happening.
Movies?
Yeah, we're gonna develop something.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What do you
I'd like
got?
to do a movie. I'd like to do a movie based on the story in the special.
Ah. And you act in it as yourself?
I think so.
Howard Stern-esque.
If I think I'm good enough, yeah.
I think you'd be great.
That'd be cool.
Who's better than you at playing you?
Yeah, I might want to play the meatball though.
Yeah,
That
guy's
guy's
a
kind of
legend.
fun.
That guy's
You know
a
what I mean?
legend.
Like, there's some
It's
characters
so
that are
great.
good in
Make
it.
us cry and then he comes back. I mean, it's
He's a legend.
perfect storytelling.
Thank you.
Would your wife be in it?
No, but she's like, who's gonna be me?
Yeah.
And then she's like, and by the way, there's no sex scenes. I'm like, well, we're trying to make
Yeah.
we're trying to make a baby. You can't. How do you do that?
No, you
she's
gotta-
like, it starts at the IVF. I'm like, all right, we'll just figure it out. You know what I mean? She's like,
Wait, this is great.
yeah, well, I want to
How
develop
far
it.
along are we?
Not really. Not really
I don't
far.
believe. I think you're working me again.
No, I
It's
know.
probably sold.
No bullshit. No bullshit. Nothing sold. Like, it's just something
think
that
it's
I'd like
gonna
to
get-
develop. I think like with the success of the special, we've been very fortunate that there's a lot of people that like to work on it.
Yes.
But I want to choose the right people, and I want to make sure it's the right script. I think that like the female journey in it needs to be explored way more. Like, obviously this was my perspective, and there's things that my wife went through, but it's really about like what the dude is going through when your sperm is not swimming and things you got to do to get your wife pregnant. But whenever I talk to chicks who have gone through this stuff, they have these great stories about like they're taking the hormones and
Right.
this one girl said the hormones usually make you crazy, but this one girl said it was like the weirdest thing happened. I was like, what? She's like, people said they liked me more.
Oh.
I was like, okay. So when I kept hearing these stories from the women about what's going on, I was like, oh, we got to explore that part more, and that's what you can do in a film, right? Is like we can open up the different worlds. So yeah, that to me, I like the idea of storytelling. So whether it's on stage doing stand up, whether it's literally talking about things that have happened in our lives on a podcast, where it's fucking wrestling, or even film, which I think is like the highest version of the art. I don't think there's a better way to tell a story than displaying it. So that would be very cool in my life to make a film. Yeah.
I live in a bit of a bubble here where I talk to a lot of fighters all the time, and there are a few people that I've met outside of the fighting world who I'm genuinely proud to say, like, I know that guy. I know a little bit about that guy.
Yeah.
You're one of those guys.
Oh, thanks, man.
Action is another one of those guys where I'm inspired by you. I'm so happy for your success. Genuinely, like when I saw you on Raw, I was like, this is fucking great.
I hit you up during the show.
I know.
I just want to let you know.
And I was showing it to my kids.
I was heartbroken that you hit Dove up before me.
I didn't want to bother. I didn't know what, you were hurt. He beat you up, all this stuff.
I would have texted you beforehand if I knew it was going to happen.
I would have been there.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know
you're
it was
right. No,
getting,
right,
you know
right.
what I mean? Like if I'm
But I just want to
given
let
some
you know I
script-
would have jumped over to help you. Like he didn't, which I thought was a little bit sus.
Right though?
He was
Right?
taken aback. But
Can you
it was
believe
weird
that?
that no
friend
one
since I'm
jumped.
18 years old. 18 years old. All he had to do was jump over and take down Logan with me, but he didn't do shit.
It had to be some guy with the long hair.
AJ, man.
Who you don't even know.
Dude, I didn't even know this guy. I thought he was
And he came-
Australian.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then I find out this guy's like a superhero.
Superhero.
But I told
Incredible
him,
hair.
I was like, listen, I need you out of the way next time. You actually saved Logan. I know you got beef with Logan, but
Let you cook.
saved him. I let him cook.
Yeah, I know, but next time let you
me cook.
Yes, yes.
Let me get this working. You know, let's see. But I'm retired. I'm retired from wrestling.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks at WrestleMania. You're the man. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Peace.
Thank you so much. Congrats on all your success.
Thank you,
Really,
thank you.
So happy for you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Dove, as well. You guys are the best. We'll take a quick break. Here's a classic interview from way back when with the great Chael Sonnen, and we'll be back with Wyatt Hendrickson. Do not go anywhere. Chael Sonnen, it is good to see you.
It's good to be seen.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm almost seeing Sasquatch here. You're like this mythical creature, Chael Sonnen, returning. It's almost fitting that you're back in the limelight. It's a UFC weekend, and you just received some good news because you are free to fight.
Yeah, that is correct.
The suspension has been lifted.
I had a suspension, I got another suspension, and all the suspensions, all the red tape is in the past. It's all behind me.
Does it feel as though a weight has been lifted off your shoulders here?
If you're a professional athlete, you don't have the right to complain about anything. You know, and I hear these guys come out and they're crying and they're whining and it's poor me. And I've always thought, what a wonderful world you must live in if that is a big deal. You know, with all the things that are going on and the adversity that a person has to face, and you've got to learn to deal with that stuff. And you know, just because you get a little negative press or you end up in a little red tape here or there, you got to know how to deal with that if you're going to get anything done in this world. I can't imagine. I mean, I watch just average folks have bigger problems with a day being a good husband or being a good father. Look, I'm a professional athlete. I'm not entitled to do that. I have an opportunity to do it. It's a luxury, and nobody owes that to me. And I've never felt like a victim in this whole thing. It was a nuisance, but that's where it ends.
You say it's a luxury, though, but was there a point where you thought you might never get a shot to fight again, another shot? Because it seemed as though for a while, one thing after the next was piling on you.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably. You know, it's hard to completely remember all the different emotions that you go through, or, you know, you get a call one day that says one thing and it makes you think, well, it looks like it's the end of the line. And then understanding the rules is tough too. Somebody tells you you're suspended, you get information from one state, you trust that, and then you learn, oh, that's not exactly right, or maybe that was relayed to me wrong, maybe I interpreted it wrong. So the rules and the process constantly changes, and so does your mentality. Where, you know, so yeah, there was times where I thought, well, this might be the end of the road. It was up and down, and that was probably the hardest part, with the emotional, because it was highs and it was low, and it was so drastic. There was nothing ever steady about it. You know, it was either, oh man, I got some really good news today. Oh wow, did I get some bad news?
Your name has obviously been in the news this week because your suspension expired and you're free to fight. Also came in the news because people started to link your story to that of Nate Marquardt's because testosterone replacement therapy came up, and you were kind of the first fighter where this really came up and we started to learn more about it. What's your take, if you have any, on what happened to Nate Marquardt with him getting released and suspended and whatnot in Pennsylvania?
Well, you know, let me preface any statement I make with two things. First off, all I can really do is kind of guess, to say, well, this is what I think, because I don't actually know. And secondly, to say Nate is a very good guy. Behind everything you see, he's a good guy. He loves his family. He's good to his wife. If he tells you something, you can trust him. He's a good, nice, kind person. And all I know about it is what I saw on your show. And I think that Nate was very forthcoming and honest. I think it's important to understand Nate did not break any rules. He did not fight with an illegal substance or a banned substance of any kind. At the same time, I left that interview thinking, okay, Nate, I believe you. I believe everything you just said. I also think there's a couple of things you haven't said. I don't know that. But from my own opinion, from my office watching that on my laptop, I thought there was a couple of things that probably still haven't come out.
One last thing on this. Are fighters abusing TRT in your opinion? Are there people who are, because you've talked about it, that this is a medical condition, you need this. Are there people in your opinion in this sport, and in sports in general, who are abusing this and using this as a PED?
I can tell you the frustration I had with mine is when you look at the rules and you say, okay, I'm a rule guy, I'm a rule follower, I'm going to follow this rule. Here's what I need to do if I'm going to be on this medication. So you come forward and you start the big fire. You wave the big flag, you show this is what I'm doing. Then they use that against you. That's where it becomes very frustrating. I think because of that, there's a lot of guys that are going, hey, listen, I'm going to do this. I'm just not going to come forward like Chael did. I'm not gonna do it correctly. I'm gonna hide it because these guys at the commission are gonna punish me. They're gonna use it against me. And so I think I'll leave it at that. But I think that if the commissions don't like the rule, then please, by all means, change the rule. But don't allow somebody to do something and then turn the gun on them and say, you did this and you shouldn't have. When I'm going, well, wait a minute, you said that I could. It's right there in your rules. So I think that makes it tough.
UFC 132 is this Saturday night. The co-main event features Chris Lieben versus Wanderlei Silva, both those fighters fighting your weight class, and of course you have had your issues with Wanderlei over the past year. Is that the fight, now that you're a free man, that you really have your eye on in terms of what's next for you?
For media attention, but not for reality. Wanderlei's never in a million years going to sign to fight me. I don't think he beats Chris Lieben tomorrow. Look, Wanderlei Silva has the worst record in the history of the UFC. Not just Zuffa owned. Take it back to the SCG days. There has never been a fighter to have 2 wins and 7 losses and to stay employed in this company. I believe he will be 2-8 tomorrow night. So I can't imagine how he could get on the docket with me. So no, I don't think Wanderlei's paths are going to cross.
We spoke to Wanderlei on Wednesday, and we asked him about you, and he said that obviously not a big fan of yours. He said that he wants you next, and when you do meet, his quote was, he will kill you and he will kill you fast. I'm wondering if you saw that interview, and what do you think of him saying that?
Wanderlei, you are an immigrant from Brazil. I am a gangster from America. Are you sure you want to play that game with me? Listen, Wanderlei, I will do a home invasion on you. I will cut the power to your house, and the next thing you hear will be me climbing up your stairs in a pair of night vision goggles I bought in the back of Soldier of Fortune magazine. I'll pick the lock to the master room door, take a picture of you in bed with the Nogueira brothers working on your jiu-jitsu. I'll take said photograph, post it at www.dorksfrombrazil.com. Password, not required. Username, not required. That, Wanderlei, is how you threaten somebody, dummy. Here's what all that needs to be done with Wanderlei. It's as simple as this. Take a contract that says Wanderlei versus Chael Sonnen and have him sign that with your cameras rolling. He won't do it. Wouldn't fight Brian Stan, wouldn't fight Vitor Belfort, barely agreed to fight Chris Lieben, and he loves to talk tough, and I understand it, and we're in that business. But if we're being fair, take him a contract that puts him opposite of me, put a pen in his hand, roll the camera, and he will not sign it.
Why not?
Because he's scared and he sucks. This guy's delusional. This guy thinks his 22 wins in Japan were real. With a referee with an earpiece. Look, Wanderlei, you didn't win those fights in Japan. You had one fight in Japan, dummy. It was with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett and you got knocked out. But then again, when you got a guy so delusional that he really thinks he won those fights in Japan, nobody's like let him in on the gag. Hey, Wanderlei, you didn't really win those. When you get a guy that delusional.
What do you mean by that? That he didn't win?
You know good and well what I mean by that. You know good and well, Ariel. You answer that question. Wanderlei's going to go 22 straight wins in Japan and he can't win 2 straight in America. Mirko Cro Cop's going to win all those fights in Japan. He can't beat anybody in America. Fedor's going to win all those fights in Japan and he's 3-2 in America. And one of those wins is over a guy that was flipping tires at Sam's Club the month before. Who's the latest guy? Yamamoto. Kid Yamamoto. 10 years they told us this is the greatest featherweight to ever live. He can't win a round in the UFC, let alone a fight. The only fighter to ever, from Japan, the only Japanese fighter to ever cut it in the US is Yushin Okami, and he's the only fighter to never go through the Japanese circuit. The Japanese circuit is fake. It's always been fake. None of those guys won those fights. They never won those fights. Vanderlei Silva, 22-0. Mirko Cro Cop, one leg cemetery, one leg, whatever. Well, what happened, Mirko? What happened to your legs? Nothing happened. The referee's not wearing an earpiece. The promoter didn't come in the back and tell your opponent when to go down. That's what happened. I lost my motivation. No, you didn't. You suck. You suck just like Fedor sucks. You suck just like Vanderlei sucks. Big difference when that referee's real, isn't it, Ariel?
I think a lot of these Brazilian fighters are annoyed or disappointed or upset with you because you have taken shots at their home country. You said that stuff, I believe...
Ariel, I got to cut you off right there. That's an accident. And I do feel bad about that. And if I could somehow set that straight on your show, let me. But you have to understand, if I say something in a very private manner that isn't intended for a certain audience, yeah, come on, you can't hold that against me. I picked my medium very carefully when I talked about Brazil. I went to the internet. And if I had the foggiest idea that they had computers in Brazil, I wouldn't have done that. I really didn't know. I was in Las Vegas when the Nogueira brothers first touched down in America. There was a bus this is a true story. There was a bus that pulled up to a red light and
All right, that's one of the all-time, greatest interviews. Had nothing to do with me. Chael had been suspended. He didn't do any interviews, any media for a year. Reemerges a year later, almost a year, 11 months later, to do that, and the rest is history. Then he ends up fighting Brian Stann and gets the rematch against Anderson Silva, which didn't go his way. That was amazing stuff with Andrew Schulz. I hope you enjoyed it. Most importantly, go check out his special. It's called Life. It's on Netflix. It is fantastic. If you're a parent, not a parent, if you're a fan of comedy, not a fan of comedy, it hits all the points, and so I highly, highly recommend it. Let's move along and say hello to a man who made history of his own kind not that long ago, a little over a week ago, 10 or so days ago in Philadelphia. What a scene it was when it was David versus Goliath in the main event of the NCAA Wrestling Championships. It was Gable Steveson, the Olympic gold medalist, the multiple-time national champion, the Big Ten champion, the WWE hopeful, the Buffalo Bill hopeful. It doesn't get more Goliath than him. He comes back to school thinking he's just going to waltz through things. And he had, up until he met Wyatt Hendrickson of Oklahoma State. Last week we had his coach, David Taylor, on. Now we get the man himself. The champ is here. Let us say hello to Wyatt Hendrickson, who is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday. Hello, Wyatt. Wow, you shaved the stash. What happened?
I did. So it was actually a funny story on how the mustache even came to be. So I actually grew it out just a little bit because I finally commissioned as an officer in the Air Force, and I could have that mustache. And I was getting ready to shave it, but before I even told my family about it, everyone was like, "Dude, you got two caterpillars, fighting over a nugget on your face." And so I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna keep it, and I kept it even longer. And as soon as I wrestled my first match with it, I was like, probably gonna shave it. And everyone's like, "Dude, you cannot shave it now. Like, the season started, it's bad luck." So I kept it the remainder of the season, and it actually kind of became kind of a cool thing. People kind of like the mustache. So I've always been like a clean shaven guy, but for the few more tournaments, we might see if I'll grow it back out again.
It gives you a whole different look now. Like, the stash, I felt like it gave you a bit of an edge. Like, you kind of look like Tom Selleck circa 1983, and now you're a baby face. You look like such a young man. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I kind of miss the stash if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But hey, Captain America never had any facial hair.
That's true. Okay, that's fair. That's
until of course, the very end of his career. But
look at that thing. That thing's a beaut. Have other people told you they missed it?
Yes, that's actually probably one of the biggest things people say. It's not, "Oh, congratulations." It's just like, "What happened to your mustache?" So
there it is.
I think you're right. It kind of was, It was a little bit of a sign of toughness or sign of, I don't know, but people loved it, so I might have to bring it back.
In the post-match press conference, when you beat Gable on that Saturday night, you said, like, it's going to take a few days for the emotions to really sink in. So it's been 10 days or so since it happened. Have they sunk in, or are you still on this high?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, the first couple days after that was just pure excitement. I mean, not that I was surprised, but after you train all year for a goal and you finally reach that goal, it's an exciting time. And so, just as it was hard to go to sleep. I stayed up in my living room at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, just watching all the awesome videos and all the cool edits, because it was amazing. There's no other film until you get in a situation like that where, you finally reach that big goal. It's just your emotions are just flying everywhere, and it was an exciting time. But it's calmed down a little bit. We got back to Stillwater, got right back to training. There's a lot of stuff I still need to improve. For my future wrestling career, for me to, I obviously won a national championship, but I want to be a world champion and Olympic gold medalist. So it was really nice to kind of come back to Stillwater and get back to grinding.
Do you remember the first time you had this dream? Like how long ago does this date back when you dreamed of being a national champion?
Absolutely. I mean, as a kid, I feel like everyone has, a big goal for themselves. And for me, it was to be an Olympic gold medalist and a national champion. And, that was a long time ago. And as you get older and you keep training and training more, it kind of comes more in the picture. But, as soon as I actually got to college at the Air Force Academy and I had my first season, I'm like, it's real now. I've talked about it, but now it's time to put pen to paper and get to work and make this a reality. And, the last 3 years of my wrestling career, I was like, hey, I want to be at the top of that podium. And I knew I had what it took, but, every year I've just been getting better and better and better. And this year with, the help of Coach David Taylor, being able to say the right things and help me in certain positions, that, it finally got me over that hump.
I love what I've read about your relationship with Coach Taylor. Correct me if I'm wrong. From the get-go, from the beginning of the year, he's texting you every so often, Wyatt Hendrickson, 2025 national champion. He's just texting you that. Nothing more, nothing less, just continuing to put that in your brain. Is that what he's doing?
The very first text he ever sent me. Obviously, we had a talk, and he was like, hey, I want you to come to Oklahoma State. And right after that, the first text he started sending me was just Wyatt Hendrickson, 2025 national champion all the time. So, I mean, just having that, just kind of, it kind of manifested the path, and just keeping that goal in mind throughout the entire season was a big deal, because you're going to have days where you're beat up, you're hurt, your knee's tweaked, but I mean, to be the national champion, you got to work through those days. And having Coach Taylor there to kind of remind me of those on those hard days made a big difference, because it kind of changed my mentality. Some days I was like, I don't know what to do, and they're like, hey, you can get stressed out, or you can adapt. You can try to adapt through it. Coach Kennedy actually he's been with me on a lot of those tough days. Like, hey, you can get frustrated, or you can adapt and you can keep wrestling. So, that happened at the NCAA tournament. People are kind of hurting, and I was still hurting, but coach is like, look, this is it. You got to go out there and you need to be a champion. You need to have the championship mindset. You need to be tough. You need to be gritty. You need to work through this, because you have what it takes. He's like, I know. He's like, you don't have to be 100% to win this tournament. You just got to be yourself and wrestle hard every single match.
When he's texting you that from the get-go, do you believe him?
Absolutely. I mean, he's done it all. He's been a world champ, Olympic gold medalist, a multiple-time national champion, and I think a lot of people have been telling me I can be a national champion, but I think what it really took is, and I've always kind of believed in myself, but I think there was a time where my brain, I was just like, I don't just want this. Like, I need this. Like, this is something I've been wanting, and there's something that just kind of it sparked something on the inside of me. And I mean, even at every single tournament, you think of, the coaches, they're like, hey, we're going to go out here, we're going to wrestle good, do this. Before every match, Coach Taylor would just look at me and be like, hey, buddy, smile.
Wow.
That's like, how you doing? How you doing? And so that just made a big difference. I mean, if you ever looked at any of the pictures of us before a match or before anything, we're always just smiling, because I get really serious. I got to get zoned in. I want to put on a great performance. I want to wrestle my best. But sometimes, I might get a little too serious, and coach is just like, hey, man, just, have fun out there. Have a good time. And I'm just like, it just takes all the pressure off, because, I mean, if you've ever been as you know, as elite, athletes, you get zoned in, you might start overthinking, and your mind kind of takes over. You start playing scenarios. Oh, what if this happens? What if I have to do this? What if it doesn't go my way? And sometimes my brain starts to get going. It could take off, but Coach Taylor kind of realized that might have been something that's been happening in the past. And before the match, he's like, "Hey man, just go out there, have fun." And it kind of just took all that stress away before every single match.
So you're an accomplished athlete. Correct me if I'm wrong. Second lieutenant in the Air Force.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you're used to dealing with stress, pressure, but here you are on Saturday night, NCAA championship. The spotlight's on you. The lights are shining brightest. You're going up against Goliath. You're going up against the Olympic champion. The president is in attendance. The commander-in-chief himself is in attendance. Are you feeling nervous? Are you feeling a different type? Because I don't want to ever equate what you do on the mat to what you do for the Air Force, but there's a different type of pressure involved here, and this is you on the verge of realizing a dream. What's going on internally here minutes before the match?
Absolutely. So this was actually a time where I just really got to give credit to my coaching staff and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for, I said it, obviously I love saying prayers before I wrestle, but I needed some help. I was getting, an hour before the match, I was getting a little bit emotionally stressed out, and I just said, Lord, please take away my doubts, take away this fear, take away all my anxiety. And I just had this sense of calmness. And I love telling people this because that's exactly a situation where you would think that, I'm going crazy. I'm like, oh, so many people are here. But I mean, I sat next to Coach Taylor and he's like, hey man, it's just another match. You've been wrestling all year long, nothing different about this. And I mean, I was in on that. I believed him. So, when I was going out there before I was wrestling, I was just focused. I was zoned in. I had that tunnel vision. And, I had that until that final whistle blew. As soon as that final whistle blew, then I could hear the crowd and everything. But I like to describe that moment of me on the mat, I think a great movie to, Creed. And when they're fighting and you're in the ring and the arena's black, it's just you and your opponent. You can't hear a thing. That's the way I felt. I was so zoned in.
Wow.
And then as soon as that final whistle blew, then I could feel the intensity. I could feel it as soon as I took him down. I mean, I couldn't hear it, but you can feel the intensity in that room. And then as soon as that match was over, I was just like, oh my gosh, we freaking did it. It was just pure excitement, pure raw emotion.
I love that. You had one of the all-time greats from Oklahoma State in attendance calling it for ESPN, our good friend Daniel Cormier. Did you happen to speak to him before the match? Maybe after the match? Did he give you some advice beforehand? Any interactions with DC?
Yeah, I actually saw him when we were doing the Parade of All-Americans. I saw him walking out. I jumped in front of him, tried to scare him a little bit, and just, he was just like, hey, man, good luck. I mean, at that point, the hay was in the barn. But I did run into him a little bit.
What a legend. And what a call. That call, I'm sure you've watched that a million times, right? Him and Jordan Burroughs going nuts. Oh, man.
Oh, that was the best thing ever. There was no better commentary than that right there. I've been telling people that and what he said, that whole moment in that video, I will never forget that. He is losing his mind. It is amazing. I rewatch it, and every single time, I'm not kidding, I still get goosebumps. I've seen that probably hundreds and hundreds of times, but it just brings that emotion and that feeling of, what it was like in the moment of that match. So I'm definitely going to have that feeling with me for the rest of my life. And of course, hearing DC's voice just screaming.
What is the best thing that has happened to you since that win?
I think we've just been able to bring a lot of light to, the sport of wrestling. There's a lot of people that obviously maybe saw that match that have never watched wrestling before. I mean, obviously President Trump was there. So I think it's brought a lot of awareness, to the great sport of wrestling, and also just, the name of Jesus. That's something I'm, really proud of, is my faith. And, I think it's important that people need to know that, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is the reason that I won that match. And I felt the Holy Spirit on that last takedown. I mean, you talk about needing some help. I just felt an extra push and helped me just push through the end of that match. So, just growing the sport of wrestling and spreading the name of Jesus and, honoring this great country of America. I mean, as much as I can spread my faith and all that, I'm gonna do it.
Before the match, there seemed to have been an interaction between you and Gable. Can you tell us what you guys said to each other?
That's the $1 million question. And what's crazy is I mentioned that tunnel vision. I actually don't remember. I really don't. I mean,
I don't believe you, Wyatt. I think you're being a good guy. I think you're being a gentleman and not telling us the truth. I'm a pretty honest guy. I like to say that. But no, so there's a couple words. I'll share that with you, what I heard. But
all I heard him say like Olympic champion and like, maybe something about deserve, don't deserve. But I mean, in the moment I was walking around. I just shook his hand. I thought he was just coming to me to like, I didn't know how to feel, but I knew that if he was trying to do something, it was most likely to throw me off my game. But I mean, I heard him say, he was shaking his head, talking, and said Olympic champ. And I mean, what I'm guessing he said, and I'm pretty sure he did say was like, hey, like, it's what Jordan Burroughs said. He's like, hey, like, you can't just wear that flag for anything. And, you know, you can feel any way you want to about that. As a second lieutenant representing the greatest country in the world, America. I mean, I'm not going to ever feel bad about representing,
No.
wearing that flag around my back.
If anyone deserves to have that flag around his back, it's you. And probably there was some trash talk, some mind games there. Did he say anything to you after the match?
Absolutely. Not a word.
Not a word.
Not a word.
He did post the next day on social media about it all, but I noticed there wasn't really a hat tip to you. This is the post right here. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm sure you've seen it as well. Did that disappoint you?
No, I actually haven't even read that yet. But I think, Gable is a very respectable person. I mean, as you know, he's been an Olympic gold medalist, and that match doesn't define him. That's not going to change anything. But I truly think that in a moment like that, he was never expecting maybe to lose that match. And after something like that, like, he probably didn't know what to do. Obviously, if that happens, you're not happy about it. It does suck, because I'm sure when he came in to college again, he was just expecting to win it all. And I had different plans from the very beginning. So I think he already convinced himself he won that match, and he was stunned. I remember seeing all the pictures I've seen of just his face after the match and after that takedown. He's looking up like a lost puppy, like what do I do now? Because he was just so kind of shocked. But I mean, Gable's still a great wrestler. If he decides to wrestle, best luck to him. I mean, I'm still going to be grinding. I'm still training every day to be an Olympic gold medalist.
You did find out just a couple of days ago, Hodge Trophy winner as well. So you're now in that exclusive class. Man, the hits just keep on coming for you. This is incredible. How did you find out about that, and what was your reaction?
Yeah, so I knew I was obviously going to be in the runnings for it after that match. But they did give me a call, just a little bit in advance before they made the big announcement to say, hey, man, like, you did it. Congratulations. And, obviously the biggest person I was going up against is, Carter Starachi. And I mean, absolutely phenomenal wrestler. If you look at, our careers, if this was a career award, I mean, hands down, I mean, it's going to be Carter Starachi, 5-time national champion. That is awesome. But I mean, I was just really grateful that, the fans, they enjoyed the dominance that I put on this year. I mean, this is my 4th year. I think I'm the most dominant wrestler in the NCAA, and this award was about dominance. And I pin a lot of people. I like to put it on them. I beat the #1 pound for pound best wrestler, and Gable Stevenson. So, I mean, it's just an honor to have received that award, and I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for all the fans that voted, and just getting that is going to be it's exciting. I'm kind of speechless about it. I'm still letting that sink in a little bit. That's still a really exciting thing.
Well deserved, well earned. So can you explain to us the next 3 years? Because you mentioned the Olympics. The next one, 28, Los Angeles. That's a goal of yours. You want to be on Team USA. You want to compete in the games. What do the next 3 years look like for you? You're still in the Air Force, right? So how does this all work right now? Because you'll be leaving. You're done. Or can you come back for another year? It's all very confusing now in college. Can you come back as a graduate?
So I am a graduate right now. I graduated from the Air Force Academy last year, and there's no graduate school at the Air Force Academy, which is why I left to go to a different school to use this last year of eligibility. But I actually I'm a member of the Air Force WCAP, the World Class Athlete Program, and they allowed me. I said, hey, can I use this extra year of eligibility? And they said yes. So they allowed me to come here to Oklahoma State to train and to use this last year of eligibility. But my college career is now over. But the next 3 years, and like we said, I'll be trying to make a world team, the Olympic team, and just pretty much training full time. I'm going to do a couple stops around the country. I'm still going to go back to the Air Force Academy, to the Air Force Regional Training Center, give back. They got some great partners up there for me at the Olympic Training Center, great partners. But obviously, having Coach Taylor as my coach right now has made a big difference. And, I'm excited to keep climbing the ladder.
When you're part of the, is it WCAP, and you go to Oklahoma State, you get to take classes there, or are you just training as an athlete and that's it?
No, so I'm actually a full-time student in the graduate program. Yes, I'm
Okay.
getting my MBA, my Master's of Business Administration at the same time.
Good for you. Well done. And obviously the goal is to make it to LA.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's been, the big goal I set was to be a national champion. We fulfilled that goal. So, going back to my room, my bulletin board, now I got, yearly goals of world champ, but now the big overarching goal is going to be 2028, Olympian and Olympic gold medalist.
And then post that, there's two paths, it seems. You could go down the pro wrestling path like so many others, or the MMA path. Any chance we see you go down either one of those?
I think there's a lot of exciting stuff that could possibly happen. But so as a member of the United States, Air Force, I will actually be able to go back, and I plan on serving for at least 5 more years after my wrestling career. This country has done so much for me. I think it's only right for me to give back to you guys. So right now, all my classmates in the Air Force Academy are kind of they're picking up the slack because I'm obviously wrestling right now. And I'm, trying to spread the word of the great sport of wrestling and obviously the Air Force and the great opportunities they offer. But for the immediate future, I'll be going back, and I am in the service, but I'll be going to work in a job that's not wrestling for 5 years. And then after that, the cross training is probably going to start now. And I think, the sky's the limit when it comes to deciding what I want to do after my Air Force career.
Of those two, do you have an interest in one over the other?
I love MMA. I love everything about it. But one thing that is in my mind, I love punching people in the face, but obviously getting punched in the face sucks, getting hit in the head. I do have a little bit of history with, just some concussions, and there might be some caution there, but I really think I need to, get some gloves on and see how it feels. Obviously it's no joke. I mean, MMA is, it's like I said, it's no joke. And so, getting punched by someone who knows how to punch in the head and getting knocked out, it's not super fun. So as long as I can do whatever I want to do safely, I'm obviously gonna do what I can.
Have you trained in any facet of MMA?
I've done a little bit. Not specifically. I've had some boxing gloves and mess around with some guys, hit the punching bag, go to some jiu-jitsu practices. But my main goal right now is wrestling, and so I'm really just putting all my effort and time into that. But I have messed around a little bit, but I haven't taken it too seriously.
Okay, that would be something. A bunch of guys obviously have come over from, Daniel Cormier being one of them, Brock Lesnar, Randy Couture, the list goes on and on. Bo Nickel, very recently, having some great success. You follow these guys?
I actually don't. So to be very honest with you, I've had a couple talks with the coaches even when I got here, and they say about wrestling and everything, you can be an athlete or you can be a fan of other athletes. And so, as far as even goes to social media, I have social media, but I have it all muted. I don't like being on it. I like to spend my time outside or, with friends. So because of that, I'm not big on podcasts or watching fights or anything.
Wow.
Which now I know, I feel like I need to a little bit more because I'm all in all these, I get to talk to so many amazing people, and I'm just like, I need to get with the program and see what's going on here. But no, I do like spending most of my time off social media. So because of that, I'm never on Twitter or Instagram or really any social media of any sort.
Well, you're a pure soul. You have a great exuberance, a great joie de vivre, if you will. I wouldn't change any of that. And most importantly, you're a tremendous athlete as well. So congratulations on what you accomplished 2 weeks ago. Really cool to see. The scene was amazing, and you deserve it, man. You earned it, and you represented this country in an incredible way. So good luck to you. Thank you for coming on. Great to meet you. Great to talk to you for the first time, and looking forward to seeing where you go from here.
Absolutely. I definitely think that, we might see some more opportunities, like we talked about. So I definitely think it'll be exciting to see what comes next.
Thank you, Wyatt. All the best to you. Congrats.
Yes, thank you.
There he is, Wyatt Hendrickson of Oklahoma State University, Dan Hodge Trophy winner, national champion, and soon to be a member of Team USA. Love that. Great stuff there. And what a nice young man. What a pure soul he is. What a good guy. I enjoyed that. Coming up in about 30 minutes' time, we'll talk to Sean O'Connell, who's the play-by-play voice, who's one of the most impressive people that I've ever come across, and I don't think enough people give him enough credit for this, and I say it every time we talk about him or to him. This man went from being an athlete to a play-by-play guy. That doesn't happen in any sport. It's maybe happened like 2 or 3 times, like Pat Summerall did it way back in the day with the NFL, and maybe a person or two here or there, but an athlete usually becomes the analyst. In case you don't know what the roles are, play-by-play is John Anik. Play-by-play is Jim Lampley, is Mike Goldberg, Mauro Ranallo. That's play-by-play, the main guy who's telling you about everything, taking you in and out, the traffic conductor, if you will. The color analyst is Rogan, is DC. It's usually a former athlete. Obviously, Rogan isn't. Larry Merchant wasn't. Al Bernstein in boxing as well. Max Kellerman. But then there's, Roy Jones and George Foreman. Sergio Mora for DAZN. Darren Barker as well. Paul Felder. Michael Bisping. The list goes on and on and on. This guy, Sean O'Connell, went from being a fighter to the play-by-play role. It's an unbelievable thing. And we'll talk to him about, obviously, the PFL season starting tomorrow. We'll also make our picks after that. But I do want to get to On the Nose because we were supposed to get to On the Nose at this point in time, but we didn't really get to the breaking news because we went to Schulz early. Is there more breaking news? Or just when I said that?
Just when you said that.
Okay. Here we go. Yesterday, just to recap, this is what happened. Tuesday evening, we found out Jamal Hill versus Khalil Roundtree off. Now, we don't really know what happened to Jamal. I haven't seen anything. Khalil Roundtree himself doesn't seem to know what happened to Jamal Hill. I saw him do an interview, and he was just like, I was told the fight was off, and I was told they couldn't find a replacement. All right. And so they called upon Carlos Praches, who was supposed to fight Jeff Neal in Miami, UFC 314. Neal withdraws. They look for a replacement. Nothing materializing. They push him to Kansas City. They call upon Ian Machado Gary. Second time this guy steps up on short notice. Main event. Say what you will about him. Massive cojones. Afterwards, he went online and cut a pretty good promo. I got to give Ian some credit. A lot of credit for a lot of things. Cut a great promo. Here it is.
Right, it's official. You've got a new main event, Kansas City, Missouri, me versus Carlos Praches, April 26th. I'm excited. Why? The UFC go, we need someone. Who do we need? Who do we call? You call me. Why? Because I'm a real fighter who wants to fight the best in the world. I'm going to show everybody how good I am. Carlos Praches is awesome, but this is my world. I love to fight. There's nothing more I love in this world than fighting. Missouri, Kansas City, let's go. Ireland, get your tickets, get your flights. Brazil, get your tickets, get your flights. And Brazil, desculpa, vocês têm 2 brasileiros nessa luta. Vamos lá. Prates, vi você abril 26.
By the way, when he starts speaking in Portuguese, it's great. The Prates, all that stuff. Then in that same post, or a second or so later, we find out the main event and co-main event for UFC 315, June 7th, Newark, Prudential Center, The Rock, Merab Dvalishvili versus Sugar Sean O'Malley. Main event, bantamweight title, co-main. Finally, we get Juliana Pena, the Venezuelan vixen, friend of the show. We still love you, Juliana. Going up against Kayla Harrison, 135-pound women's title. Pizzi, Ian Machado Gary, you've been covering him a long time. Somewhat polarizing in your country. One of your own, obviously living in Brazil, London, this and that. This man is stepping up again. And here he is, 24 days away from potentially being on a 2-fight losing streak because he took 2 fights on very short notice against 2 killers at 170 pounds. Are you surprised after what happened in the Shavkat fight and, of course, him being upset that he didn't get the call to fight for the belt? Are you surprised that he took this fight?
In terms of Ian as the athlete, absolutely not. He's a competitive beast. This guy is so competitive. I can't underline might be one of the most competitive people I've ever met in the sport, and there is a lot of competitive people in this. Like when he was a younger guy, if you were even talking about another fighter, he'd be like, what? I'm better than him at this. He constantly wants to one-up everyone, and that's the best kind of mindset you can have in this game. I'm sure he's seeing all the love that Praches is getting from the community. He is one of those beloved fighters at the moment. He is putting on scintillating performances. But what I'll also say is, to the second part of your question, I am surprised, given that he felt left out of the title situation, and there were situations where he's like, I don't want to fight back. Really, back to the Highlander analogy, this is a huge, huge opportunity for Pratchett, because Ian Gary is a guy who is considered right on the cusp of that title conversation. I know his last fight was a defeat to Shavkat, but I would say if he had just bided his time, he could probably get matched with one of the senior members of that title conversation and maybe have an easier opportunity given the momentum that Pratchett has. But again, just speaks to how competitive he is. I personally like the fight for Ian Gary. I think his IQ is incredibly underrated. This is a guy that we saw strike his way into the UFC, big knockout power. And then when we've seen now, when he needs it, he goes back to his grappling. We saw it against MVP. We've seen it against Jeff Neal. I would say that Pratchett is a very similar matchup in that he knows where the threat is coming from against Pratchett. It is a striker, a guy who's trying to take your head off, and he has done very well in that kind of matchup before.
If Ian wins, should he be next for the belt? Should he get the winner of Bilal versus JDM?
It's tough because there is a logjam in this division. There are so many guys who are entering the fray. What happens to Shavkat then? We're only talking about Sean Brady. I feel as though it's a tremendous risk that he's taken because he's coming off that loss, and that's why I respect it so much. I think he will have a great argument to be the next guy for the title, and depending on Brady and Shavkat's situation, he might be. I don't think it immediately puts him to the top of the pile, but I do think that putting on an exciting performance against Pratchett would nearly be a golden ticket for him, Ariel, I do fear that the matchup that he will have to, the style fight that he'll have to employ against Pratchett will not be the most exciting. I think he needs to grind this guy out. This is a guy who likes to put people away early. Ian will be very conscious of that. He has many tools in his belt, and I think we're going to see him use them on fight night.
I got to tell you, a win over Carlos Pratchett would be very impressive. But when you consider the fact that, look, Sean Brady, as you just said, just beat Leon Edwards and beat him bad and beat him convincingly and stopped him, the first guy to stop him, submitted him. And then you consider, okay, and I know it doesn't really work out this way because Pratchett has so much hype and momentum behind him. Pratchett's most, celebrated win would be the win over Neil Magny. Prior to that, Li Jingliang. A win over Sean Brady, a win over Leon Edwards for Sean Brady is a much more significant win, if you will. And so I'm really curious to see how they break this down, because it could end up being, and this is tough, Ian wins this fight. They honor their word to Shavkat. Shavkat fights the winner of the May 10th fight, and then we're really getting Ian versus Sean Brady, number one contender fight. I could see that happening. Or Carlos versus Sean Brady. Basically, is this fight going to determine who Sean Brady fights next? And then, and can we get some clarity? Is Shavkat actually going to be next? All big questions, because there's a chance Shavkat's going to be out, and then maybe the winner of this fight leapfrogs, or maybe it's Sean that leapfrogs, and then this guy has to fight Shavkat again. Who the hell knows? But it's a big time fight.
This is a big fight, but it does feel like a risk, an unnecessary risk, if I'm being honest.
Why?
Because I think Ian Machado Gary could have gotten a fight with Sean Brady without taking this fight.
Ian Gary, who would you rather fight, Sean Brady or Carlos Pratchett?
Probably Carlos, but I'm saying even if he wins this, his next fight is Sean Brady. He could have shortcutted this without having to take this opportunity.
Well, maybe he knows something that we don't.
But let me say this: it's why I respect the move so much.
Right.
When Bilal got hurt, and they said, "Who's gonna fight this killer in Shavkat Rakhmonov?" Nobody puts their hands up except for Ian Machado Gary, and he steps in. People put their hands up, but it's like on social media, and then they don't ultimately do it. Ian Machado Gary is the one who stepped in there. Carlos Pratchett, nobody's dying to fight this guy who's not high in the rankings, who's an absolute stone cold killer. Ian Machado Gary puts his hands up again. So I respect him and his gameness. I think it will come back to him. I think he will be rewarded for this. But I do feel like in terms of if you're building your career, it feels like an unnecessary risk, because I do believe he could have been a name for Sean Brady without taking this fight. I
dig the cojones.
No, I just said it makes my respect for him go all the way.
But again, maybe he knows something that we don't. Maybe he knows that he wasn't getting that fight, or maybe he's been told if he wins, he's going to be next, or maybe he's been told if he wins, he'll be the backup fighter for May 10th and then secure his spot. I feel like there's. I need to talk to Ian. I need some more intel here. But I dig it, man. I did not expect it. I did not. Who's the favorite, by the way, in this fight?
I think Ian's got to be.
I don't know if we got odds yet. Yeah, you would think it would be Ian.
Man, people love Carlos.
I will say,
I know, but Carlos, he doesn't have any ranked wins. I know he's on fire, but he does only have 4 wins of the UFC, and they're all by knockout. So he's a growing star, but he's still the lower ranked fighter in this one and has much less UFC experience.
It's also hard to shake the image of Ian being a round away from beating Shavkat. Like that tells me the level that he's at. And so,
all right, here we go. You guys want to guess it?
I'm gonna say Ian
minus 125
150.
I'm gonna say. So you're both saying Ian minus 150-ish?
Yeah.
125. I'm going.
I'm saying Carlos minus 173.
Pizzi is the winner. Ian Gary minus 120. Carlos Praches plus 100.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I just say, Ariel, like in terms of you having an optimistic outlook here, and I appreciate that, and I do think, I hope that Ian has been given some type of guarantee to push him to the forefront of this title conversation. We have to note that it is a double-edged sword too. To be going into this fight coming off a loss, having never had a loss in your career, to be going in against Praches, a guy with a lot of momentum, to lose that fight, I don't feel like these guys are, it doesn't always work out that the guy, despite him stepping up and saving you guys in this card, it doesn't exactly mean you're going to be rewarded unless you're victorious on the night. So I do think it's a massive risk. And again, to the point that we're making about his massive balls.
But you know what? And this is sometimes the difference between MMA and boxing. Like, I think, and I'm not saying that Ian is doing this to, curry any favor with the fans, but let's be honest, this is how the fans fall in love with you. And let's also be honest, for a minute there, the fans weren't in love with him. And so how could you be an MMA fan and not say, like, you know what? All that shit was dumb. This guy is worth backing. You know what I mean? Like all the stuff where when he was getting hated on was what? Oh, he's a McGregor wannabe? Or, some shit about his family life that is none of our business. Like, there was no real reason for it other than the fact that sometimes people connect and sometimes people don't. How do you not connect with this if you're a fight fan, right? How do you not say, this guy talks the talk and he walks the walk? He kept telling us he's the man. He kept telling us he's the best. He fought Shavkat on 3 weeks notice, and he's fighting Carlos Praches on 3.5 weeks notice, when Praches was preparing for a fight 2 weeks prior, and he was, and God knows where. He had nothing. He had nothing lined up. So I just think this stuff, win or lose, this stuff just helps. And again, he wants to win. He wants to advance all this. He's not just doing it to be beloved. Clearly, he doesn't care. Good on him for that. But I think all of this helps, and that's why I think it's worth it.
I think the people who loved him will still love him. The people who hated him will probably still hate him. But I do think no matter where you fall on that, you must respect him. He demands respect. Moves like this show you who's game in this fight game, and he is game. And he is putting it all on the line when he doesn't need to. As I said, I think he could, have gotten a fight with Sean Brady next without having to take this risk. You can like him, you can not like him. You must respect what he's about in terms of fighting.
What are people saying about June 7th, the main event, Merab Sean 2?
I'm seeing a lot of people unhappy with Sean O'Malley getting a rematch.
Okay, for those who are unhappy, are they, and obviously there's a million people, I'm not asking you to poll everyone, but are they offering a plan B? Who is he?
I actually haven't seen much plan Bs, just that it's unwarranted for Sean O'Malley. And I actually agree with you. What is plan B?
Right,
Piotr
who
Jan,
is he skipping?
Who Sean O'Malley beat,
right.
Got 50-45 by Merab. I understand that Sean O'Malley lost the fight to Merab just back in September. He hasn't taken a fight since. He is the biggest star in the division, whether you want to believe that or not.
Yeah, there are perks that come with that.
135.
For sure.
I mean, after that, who else would there be? Corey Sandhagen? Umar just got beat by him.
And Corey's fighting. But Corey has a fight May 3rd. He has
Pantoja super fight.
Yep.
No, come on.
Look.
You're getting creative with the plan B.
But by the way, go back 2 months, 3 months. Merab didn't want to fight Umar. He said he doesn't deserve it. The guy I want to fight is Sean O'Malley.
Fair.
Everything is Sean O'Malley. There's no other alternative at this point.
Look,
I would love to say there's another option. There's not.
If there was a guy out there who had won 10 in a row, who was basically Merab, a year and a half ago, Bilal a year and a half ago or so, then I could say, all right, you have a valid point. There is no guy out there. And the guy that had the winning streak but didn't have the signature win, or wins, I should say, was Umar, and he got the title shot. Who are you skipping over? Who is being wronged here? And so, to GC's point, he's the biggest star in the division. He's one of the top 5 biggest stars in the sport, at least American-born fighters.
Top 10 for sure.
Top 10, fair. He maintains, he believes till this day that he won that fight. So it wasn't like he, got knocked out in the first round and it was pretty clear that he couldn't hang or whatever. He maintains. I think he believes it when he says it. He said very recently that he was hurt, that he's going to be 70% better. Who knows if he's trolling people by saying this stuff or whatnot. It's the biggest fight that you can make in that division, and it's not far-fetched. It's not like you're saying, oh, the biggest name is ranked 11, and we need... Like, he's the former champ who hasn't fought since, who had a nice run as champion, and yes, you know, sometimes people don't defend the belt once and they get an immediate rematch. Like, there's weird rules for different people, and I would understand if people are upset if someone was getting wronged. Present to me the person who's being wronged by this title fight happening. And to Rick's point, the champion wants to fight. He is not upset about it. He's the one who asked for it last time. In his last defense, in his first defense, he said, let's run it back right away. So, look, I think it's great. I think it's great for this area. This could have been an International Fight Week type of title fight. Kayla versus Juliana could have definitely been a co-main for International Fight Week. It's that big. Remember, I said this in our 2025 preview. This was the fight that I was most looking forward to in the first quarter. It's coming in the first half of the year. I cannot wait for the build to this fight. I hope they do 1 million press conferences, 1 million face-to-faces. I hope we get a ton of content from the two of them because they are magic together. They talk a lot of shit. Their press conference that they had where they were both there fighting different people but going back and forth was magic. We finally find out, can Kayla do it? It's at 135. Juliana has a great opportunity to prove that she is that damn good. And oh, by the way, if you want a little more juice, you want some more stakes, you want some more drama, there's the potential of Amanda Nunes just kind of lingering out there, who has a history with the two of them. Former teammate of Kayla Harrison's, some friction there. Oh, by the way, 1-1 versus Juliana Pena. It has everything. It has everything in a weight class that has had nothing for the last 2 years. It's amazing. I love that fight. I think if you're a fan in this area, in the tri-state area, you have to be thrilled right now because sometimes those early June cards kind of get forgotten about. It all kind of leads to the International Fight Week card. This is a great offering. Early June card, you got to be happy. I love it.
What'd they get last year? They got Islam Poirier last year. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, they got Paulo Costa versus Sean Strickland. The rest wasn't great.
Is Newark becoming the early June card? This is 2 years in a row now.
I believe it's 3 years in a row.
I think it was 289 in Canada.
But then there was early May, the other one. It was around this time.
What was that, Aljo?
Yeah, Aljo. Yeah.
And Henry Cejudo.
Henry? Yeah.
288.
We don't really.
I mean, just steel trap.
We don't really think Sean O'Malley thinks he won the first fight, right?
I think
the Sugar State Athletic Commission.
I don't think he's trolling when he says that.
True.
I will tell you this, and hopefully I'm not breaking the fourth wall here. He did reach out to me. Immediately afterwards and asked me. He said, "Please, if you could do me a favor, can you watch the fight without commentary? And please tell me that I'm crazy for thinking it's a lot closer than people are saying." And I believe. Look, all fighters are somewhat crazy, are somewhat delusional. They do things that none of us can even, us meaning the ones on this show, can dream of doing. And I think you have to be somewhat crazy, somewhat delusional to be a fighter. And so,
to support his argument, 2 judges scored at 48-47, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I don't think it's the craziest thing. Do I think he won? Did I score? I told him I scored it for Merab. After watching it, as he asked me to, I did it, and I thought that he won. I don't remember now what rounds, whatever, but I thought he won. I thought he did enough, and it was, I think, 3-2, 4-1, whatever. But it was one of those fights where it was like, all right, I understand what you're saying. I understand you're telling yourself this. Now let's go see. Now you tell us you're healthy. Let's go see.
If
but
30%, then yeah.
But listen, but we talk about the risk that Ian's taking. What about this risk? Merab is showing no signs of slowing down. If you're Sean, you could say to yourself, look, I'm popular. I connect with people. I'm one of those guys who may just be popular with or without the belt, right? Maybe I just go fight some fun fights. I lose to Merab for the second time. I'm in purgatory. I ain't getting a shot at him until he loses.
He'll be at 45 if that happens.
I'm just saying.
Perfect.
You're saying if he loses this fight, he goes up to 145.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't lose.
No-brainer move.
And it's like perfect for the division with Ilya gone now.
Ilya's gone.
Guy up there.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect.
You guys want to make a guess of the odds for both these fights?
I'd say minus 250 Merab.
I'm going to say more. 350.
I'll say minus. Oh boy. No, you know what? I'm going to zig. Minus 200 Merab.
Oh,
Pizzi once again. Odds maker
No
Pizzi
way!
over there.
Come
Minus
on!
275 Marab.
Oh,
Plus
geez.
235.
I'm
Sean
on
O'Malley.
fucking fire.
How about the co-main event?
Yeah, you know, that's the one I'm interested in. The co-main is an interesting
Comment event. I'm going to go Kayla Harrison, minus 220.
I'm going to go pick a minus 110, minus 110. I think this is a very evenly matched fight, and I think Juliana is a absolute beast of a champion.
I am abstaining because we discussed it earlier, so I already know the answer.
You should run to the window then, Ariel. Kayla Harrison,
I thought it was right.
minus 600. Juliana Pena, plus 450.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's a lot of respect for Kayla there.
Yo, that's
Holy
got to be up
shit.
there for one of the highest odds for a challenger in a title fight ever.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. For the challenger.
For the challenger.
Yeah, it has to be.
That's got to be up there.
It has to.
I know there's been a couple here and there where
That's a good
people,
point, yeah.
but there's got to be, if so, I mean, Jedi probably has it
Yes,
on the top of his mind. That's got to be one of the highest, minus 600 for the title challenger.
It's crazy.
Is
I
there
know there's
anyone
gonna
else
be-
that could be in that situation in the UFC right now? Like Hamza Drickus, he's not getting minus 600.
No.
I feel like there's one at
God.
the top of my head right now that I'm forgetting about. Like some wrestler went up there against a striker. What was Marab against Sugar the first
That
time?
was like Marab was like plus 110.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the
Yeah.
great. Yes, that's right. That's right. Man. Maybe that is the record.
It might be, man. It actually might be. That's a good call by you. For a title challenger.
Yes, against
The heaviest favorite.
that is
it might be.
disrespect.
Joanna
That's
was
not
minus
gonna motivate
700
me.
against Rose, but she was the champ at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, challenger.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Adesanya was minus 650 against Strickland, but obviously the champ at the time.
No, it's got to be the challenger.
Yeah, that's a good stat. I wonder if we can confirm that.
I'm sure we can find that.
I thought it was magic. Like when I said the last line there, I was like, I'm going to nail this as well. I'm so sad.
No.
Minus 200.
No,
Miles off.
You were fantastic. So then, in addition to that, more breaking news this morning. Dana White announcing that the UFC has struck some kind of deal with our good friends at Meta. I say our good friends. I should also say our neighbors. They're literally right next door, like right there. I can knock on that wall, and Zuck like hits me back with a couple knocks as well. Yeah, I could do that. Anyway, they struck a deal with Meta, and that's all well and good. But in the announcement, he also says we're working with their AI to revamp the rankings, and this is the way that we're going to go. But he didn't really give us much there, but that to me was the most interesting part of the announcement. How will this work? Does anyone understand AI enough to let us know how this actually works? Or can you just say AI, but that's just like code for we're going to do the rankings?
Well,
ourselves?
AI
I'm
is
looking
a
at GC.
AI is a catch-all term, right? There's no we don't know what Meta is specifically doing in terms of this, so there's no way to know until it all comes out.
Yeah. I do wonder, like what it actually, like, I don't know.
It's tough.
Like what is the formula? What's the algorithm? You know, if I'm KHON Honolulu CFMU 93.3, if I'm Bursprak.sc, if I'm Gazeta Esportiva,
Sad days
if
in
I'm
those offices, man.
Cherokee Scout, if I'm the Burbank Leader, if I'm KIOZ 105.3, VladuSport.com, MMA Fight Coverage, Kimura.sc, and Blood and Sweat, I'm feeling some sort of way on this Wednesday
AI,
morning.
taking our job.
I'm feeling like, yeah, what the hell?
Took our jobs.
We've been doing this for you guys for like 14 years, and that's it? Just in like one
Do you know how funny?
announcement
It'd be
video?
very funny though if he had none of Dana's pound for pound fighters. Like his list is near the top of it the first time it
John
comes
Jones
out. You know,
is
he's
like
going,
11th on the pound for pound list.
It's unbelievable.
well, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like
Fuck
throwing
that
out
shit.
immediately. Yeah.
All right, I found one when Piotr Jan was the interim champion and Sterling was the champ. Piotr Jan was minus 450 going into that fight.
Okay, so still not as big.
Yeah. And that was obviously like
And
kind of
it's
weird
inter- yeah, yeah.
circumstances because like
I feel like there's
he won the
another
interim
one.
belt against Sandhagen.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What was
there is one we're
Islam
missing.
when he won the belt?
Oh, against Charles, he was only in like the minus 200s, maybe even like a minus 180 or something.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I remember being like, "We'll never see that line on Islam again."
Yeah.
Maybe it was like a Joanna Carlos Barza. I don't know. Something. I remember us having this conversation about a challenger having high odds, but I'm not sure if it was ever minus 600, or maybe it was in a different organization.
You know what? What was Amanda Nunes when she won the belt back?
When she beat Juliana.
Yeah. There's no way it was minus 600.
No, because Juliana had the win.
Yeah. She was minus 260. So, yeah.
Okay.
This could be the biggest.
Weidman Silva?
No,
Probably not that, though.
Silva would have been a big favorite.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Jesus, sorry. Brain fart.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a lot easier to
conjure.
conjure up the underdogs.
Get into the
This is pretty much unprecedented. I can't think of one.
Or it could be boxing that
Off
I'm
the
thinking
top
of.
of my
I just remember having this conversation. I am looking forward to the rankings unveiling. He says later this year. Who knows what that all means? But, innovation is good. And technology is good. It's all very healthy.
I'll tell you what, the healthiest thing I've seen all day is that young man, the wrestler.
Yeah.
All of these people that come on and say, I don't spend any time on social media. They're always the most well-adjusted people in the world. Has anyone noticed that? They're always they're like someone you'd imagine be on the Wheaties box. You're like, I need to do more of that.
He was
Jesus.
very pure.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's not good for your health.
For your health.
What? Come on, man. What?
Everyone,
It's almost like being
stop chatting
bombarded with
shit.
negativity all the time.
You know what?
Not good for you.
Yep.
You an ex-user?
I feel the same
Any
way.
of them. X, Instagram, YouTube.
I did feel some kind of way about him shaving his mustache. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
I gotta keep the stash.
Yeah, right.
Man. You gotta keep the
stash looked
stash.
good.
Stash looks great.
It was a great look.
You're a national champion wrestler as well. It looks fantastic.
It just
badass
to me, like he was a cowboy with the stash. Like like
the interview.
no, but look, it's a totally different look.
I gotta say, we gotta hit up David Taylor for some of that Pistol Pete wearing the wrestling singlet.
You like
merch.
that?
Oh, that stuff's great.
I think he would hook us up. I mean, he gave us one of his shoes. In fact, I should tell you, after he was on the show, he told me that they have a big event coming up. Let me get this. Let me get this right here. Stand by, because this might be right up your alley. Got to get you down to a match. We host Iowa. Oh, there it is again. Freaking Iowa. It's going to be sold out, 15,000 people next season. Should we do it? Road trip? I mean, you guys will.
Des Moines?
You guys will know Iowa. I mean, I guess this would be a home game for them. So it'll be Stillwater. Are you familiar with
down.
Stillwater?
I mean, all I do is know of it. Never been.
It's no Des Moines.
I've heard a lot
in the
about
fall?
Stillwater. I would presume. Yeah, I think it starts in October, November of the season.
Oh, let's go to a football game while we're down there.
That'd be great. I'm going to take my kids to a Syracuse game next fall to see Kean Anthony, son of the guy who it was announced earlier
Carmelo.
today. Yeah, going into the
How quickly did you tell him that?
Hall of Fame. How quickly what?
How quickly did you tell him that when you were sitting beside him that you were bringing the kids to see his other son? Or have I
No,
completely missed?
you messed it up. Yeah, that was Carl Anthony Towns' dad. I'm talking about Frank interrupting us earlier to tell us
Carmella,
about
right?
Carmella
Ah,
Anthony. Yes.
sure, look.
Winner
Winner learn.
Yes.
I mean, he was
yes.
here. PT was the entire time.
Yeah.
PT?
Was I?
Did you see Andrew Schulz's special?
No.
Oh.
But I do like him. I was listening to him on something the other day. He popped on something.
Yeah, he's on every single podcast on the planet.
Yeah, that's what you were saying to him. I was
Yes.
like, yeah, I definitely heard about a podcast. Seems to be huge, though. I know he has loads of fans here. He played 3 Arena, I think, recently enough, and it was the talk of the town.
Was
I'll tell you
it?
that much? I think it was in the last couple of years, yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
That's all I've got.
He's great. He's great. PT, we're gonna talk to Sean O'Connell. Stay right there because on the back end, we need to get your picks for the PFL
yeah.
bracket, and then we need to get to finally on the nose because I got some things I have to say. I got some things I need to get off my chest. All right.
All right.
Well, I hope I get the hat tag. I don't know. I haven't read the questions yet. It's been a very busy day around these parts. Oh, what's this from Jordan? Zhile Zhang was a minus 400 against Carlos Esparza. Okay. Still not minus 600, but we're getting close. I said Zhile Zhang. Zhang Wei Li. Golly. You know you've been thinking about boxing too much. I'm a boxing guy now. So, yes, Zhile Zhang, not to be confused with the 6'8" heavyweight Zhile Zhang. Did I just say
ESP was minus 450 in
Oh.
the rematch with Matt Serra.
Okay, we're getting close, guys. Minus 450 in the rematch. He was the former champ. Kayla wasn't. Well, she was a PFL champion. Let's talk to a man who called all those fights. Maybe he knows. Maybe a name will come to mind for him. He is the voice of the PFL. He is their play-by-play man. And as I was saying earlier, and I want him to hear this because I say it every time he comes on, it is so damn impressive that he went from being the active fighter, the athlete, into the play-by-play role as opposed to the analyst role, which is what everyone does. He did the opposite. He's the guy leading the charge. If you understand anything about broadcasting, you appreciate that and understand just how important and how special and how unique that all is. He is Sean O'Connell, and he's kind enough to join us ahead of the big PFL debut tomorrow. Hello, Sean. How are you?
I'm great, Ariel. How are you? I appreciate you saying all those kind words every time we get a chance.
It doesn't get said enough, if I'm being honest. It's you and Pat Summerall. I don't know of many guys who went from being the athlete to the play-by-play in any sport on any level. It's just supremely rare, and people need to understand this, and I feel like the fans don't.
Yeah, I mean, it was the path that made sense for me, and it's one I'm really glad that PFL gave me an opportunity to pursue because it's worked out. It's been an incredible amount of fun. I've gotten to work with a bunch of guys that I admire a lot and get to still work with people that I respect and admire a lot. And it's been really, really cool. I'm glad that we all took this gamble together, I guess.
Okay, so tomorrow kicks off. It's a brand new season, but it's a completely different season, right? First time we've gotten rid of the standings. We've gotten rid of the season format, the playoffs, all that stuff. It's win or go home. It's a tournament. It's 2 weight classes every week for the next month or so in Orlando. Are you in favor of this? Now, I understand. I'm talking to a PFL guy. What are you going to say? This was a horrible idea? I get that, but this was a radical change. So shoot straight with us, Sean. How did you feel when it all went down?
Well, look, I liked the old format too. Obviously, that format worked for me, and I still believe that there is some merit to the idea that you can leave a small bit of wiggle room for error in the world of mixed martial arts and still allow people to compete for titles. But I do love an Olympic-style, NCAA-style tournament. Win or go home, survive and advance. It is a very, very pure form of sport. And we talk all the time about how MMA is the purest form of athletic competition because it's, you trying to prove that you're the alpha, to separate another person from their consciousness. And, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves kind of a thing. So, look, I think it streamlines things for fans who are maybe reluctant to invest the time and energy and effort to learn a different rule set in mixed martial arts and a different format in mixed martial arts. This is something that everyone can understand. This is how the Olympics work. This is how your NCAA tournament works. This is how your Little League worked, probably in some way or another. So I do like the tournament format as well, but I'll always be at least somewhat partial to the tournament to the format that allowed me to win my only major MMA championship.
That is fair. Of course, it impacted your life in a great way. You didn't ask me. I like this infinitely more. To me, this goes back to the early days of the UFC. That's how it all started, right? Win or go home tournament. We can all understand it. We're living through March Madness right now. It makes every match, every fight feel important. The stakes couldn't be higher. You lose, you're out. And I sometimes get frustrated. We're seeing this now with this new GFL when we try to make fight sports into stick and ball sports. I feel like this is a very different thing that we're all a part of here, and it's not about standings and points and things like that. It's beat this guy and move, survive and advance. I like this much more. I think it's an upgrade.
Well, look, it's pure competition. It's and that no error, that no margin for error kind of stakes in every single fight really does make things very, very interesting. And you're right. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why this is better and more digestible for everyone. It's really fascinating the way that people react in competition, the way that fighters react in competition, knowing what those stakes are. And in the traditional matchmaking model in combat sports, where you got to not only win your fight, but then you got to cut the right promo and hope that the arbitrary rankings give you a shot and the champion gets to defend his belt against sometimes number 1, sometimes number 2, sometimes number 6. Like, you eliminate all of that with this format. And it's one shot, an opportunity for you to survive and advance, or you got to hit the reset button and hope that the PFL brings you back next year. And so, yeah, it's a distilled level of competition and of combat sport and of pressure, man. And we will find out who cracks under that pressure and who thrives under that pressure.
I understand you're not Don Davis, you're not Peter Murray. And so if you don't have this answer, totally understand, but we're here talking about it. I would love some clarity. Who are the champions right now in PFL? Because we know that it used to be like a season thing. You win the tournament, you become the champion. Now with PFL absorbing Bellator, I thought Dakota Dacheva would just be the flyweight champion. Usman Nurmagomedov would just be the lightweight champion. The biggest name available would then become the champion if they're already holding some kind of title. It's a very easy transition. That doesn't seem to have happened. Can you clear this up for us?
Well, look, here's the way that I see it working out. Here's the way that it's been described for me. We have the World Tournament. You bring in a bunch of great fighters from all over the globe. You put them in an Olympic format. You say win, and you move on to the next thing. And if you win the tournament, you are going to be the PFL World Tournament champion. There's going to be a belt associated with that. And ostensibly, if you've proven enough through that process, you're going to move on to the PFL Champion Series fights, which is where you will find Dakota Ditcheva living now, which is where you're going to find Usman Nurmagomedov living now. And so if you win the 2025 Lightweight World Tournament, the dubious honor that you get after that is you got to go and you got to fight somebody like Usman Nurmagomedov, or maybe Paul Hughes can wrest that belt away from him when they rematch one another. But this is going to be the World Tournament, in my understanding, is going to be something that builds you into being the number one contender for the Champion Series belts.
But are there champions right now?
Well, Dakota Ditcheva is still a champion. Usman Nurmagomedov is a champion. But, and I know you don't like this. You just told me you don't like this. Those are 2024 champions.
Okay.
And, just like the Major League Baseball first pitch just happened a week ago or so, and we know who won it. The Dodgers won it last year, but who's the 2025 champion? Well, we're going to find out.
Okay, so we're still kind of sticking to that format. It's not going to be like, say, in other organizations where one person is just the champ year after year until they lose.
Well, I think once we establish this pipeline of tournament champion in 2025, and then you go contend for the Champion Series belt, that somebody like Usman Nurmagomedov is not part of the World Tournament, right? He is the PFL champion. So the tournament champion then fights the Champion Series champion. I'm sure Pete and Don have a better title for that than Champion Series champion. But you're going to have a yearly World Tournament champion that then graduates. In most cases, in every case, I'm not sure, but in most cases, is going to graduate to contend for those special belts.
I thought back in January, we witnessed the best fight in PFL's relatively short history, Usman Nurmagomedov versus Paul Hughes. Incredible. It lived up to all the hype and then some. That was in Dubai. And we were all hoping for an immediate rematch. But obviously Ramadan and schedules and whatnot didn't allow for that to happen. And so in May, we are getting Paul Hughes versus Bruno Miranda. If you were a part of Paul's team, would you be in favor of doing this, of fighting this fight? It means so much to you to go back home, but you know what can happen? You slip on the banana peel and all of a sudden you lose that fight against Usman. What would you do?
I would tell Paul Hughes to beat Paul Hughes, because that's what got him to the point he's at right now. And I applaud people in this sport and in any sport that do not take the careful approach and go with what their heart tells them and what their competitive drive tells them. Look, the intellectual thought on this, the best thought out decision-making process would say, hey, protect the big fight, protect the biggest payday that you can. But Paul Hughes has been doing things at an accelerated rate in his career. He stepped up in competition to Usman Nurmagomedov. And I don't know what the conversation was like on your show about that, but the conversation on the internet and every podcast and a lot of different places on that fight was, there's no way Paul Hughes is ready for this. What is the PFL doing? This is not the matchup. He's not ready for somebody like Usman, double the experience, high-level stuff. And Paul Hughes proved us all wrong, or proved any of his doubters wrong. I won't put myself among them. So if Paul Hughes wants to stay active and doesn't want to wait for Usman Nurmagomedov and to do things on Usman's timeline, and he wants to fight in front of a Belfast crowd and realize a childhood dream in front of a sold-out arena, then I would tell Paul Hughes, go for it, because that guy has been able to manifest his destiny in a way and speak things into existence in a way that we haven't seen since, I guess, Conor McGregor. He's amazing.
I'm a little sad right now, Sean, because you just said, like, you don't know what we said on our show, but then you mentioned every other podcast under the sun. So does that mean that like we have a beef or something? Like do you actively
Yes, what
try
I'm
to
trying
ignore
to
us?
tell you, Ariel, is I only listen to every other podcast
Okay.
at night.
Well, if you listened to ours, you would have known that we weren't one of those people, all right? We love Paul around these parts. We had him on the show a million times. We have PT, who's basically his like personal biographer, singing his praises each and every week.
All right. Well, I apologize that I didn't have an exact reference point for what you had said
Thank you. Okay.
about that fight, but I wanted to make sure I didn't accuse you of the same thing
Sure.
as I did everyone else.
I appreciate that. All right. So welterweights and featherweights, that's tomorrow. That kicks off tomorrow. Weigh-ins are set. One mishap, right? I believe one of the top draw. Actually, Umalatov, who I think a lot of people thought would be the favorite at 170, is out because he missed weight. Is that accurate?
Magomed Umalatov not able to weigh in and out.
Wow.
Not going to fight. Yeah. So Joseph Luciano steps up, big time underdog against somebody like Logan Storley. He's very excited about his role in this fight. He knows that a lot of people are going to be talking about him as an afterthought for somebody with the credentials of Logan Storley, but he's a contender in a tournament just like anyone else is. It's not about how popular you are. It's about, can you win these fights? Can you advance? He loves the format. We spoke with him this morning. And look, Logan Storley, to his credit, he's been preparing for a very different stylistic matchup, and he's been preparing for Magomed Umalatov, who, like you said, a lot of people think was, one of the favorites in this welterweight class. And he just said, you know what, this is the way that I want it to be. I will fight anybody at any time. And it's not about my opponent. It's about what I can do inside of the smart cage. So Logan Storley had a great mindset about this as well. But yeah, part of the job, as everyone knows, is making weight. And when you got to make weight 3 times in 5 months, if you're playing with fire there, I mean, it doesn't get any easier. So it's a really unfortunate. I think Magomed is incredibly talented. I like him as a fighter. I like him as a person. But you got to do the whole job. And if you're going to do the whole job, you got to make weight.
8 weight classes, 8 tournaments. Which is the most intriguing in your opinion? Which is the deepest? Which is the closest, the hardest one to pick?
Look, welterweight is really good. Welterweight we've had, I think, that's been traditionally probably our deepest weight class and the highest finishing rate, at least at some point was our highest finishing rate. I'm not sure if that's statistically true coming off of last year, but I love welterweight. I'm also always partial to the light heavyweights, but middleweight is back. And middleweight is really interesting this year because Impa Kasanganay, who was a 205-pound champion for us and has really become a totally different fighter than he was early on in his career. Impa Kasanganay is back. He's got a huge matchup, obviously, against Fabian Edwards. And, oh, yeah, you've got the bracket up right there. And, look, Sadabusi won the PFL season at welterweight. And then he couldn't make welterweight anymore. So he was like, I'll go all the way up to 205 pounds. The last time we saw Sadabusi at middleweight, which is the proper weight class for him, he was a kickboxer transitioning into MMA. He was a guy who couldn't defend takedowns, who didn't have a well-rounded skill set yet. And now here he's back at middleweight as a totally different fighter than we saw him in season 1 and season 2. So middleweight is really, really fascinating to me because of those guys and because everyone else who fleshes out the bracket. Again, we learned this last year. There were a lot of people who said Dakota Ditcheva, she's a rising talent, but Tyler Santos and Liz Carmouche, they're just on a different level right now than somebody like Dakota Ditcheva. And Dakota smoked everybody. And nobody knew who Shamil Musayev was coming into last year's PFL season. And Shamil Musayev smoked everybody. So I love that every year in the PFL, we discover a new star, a new talent, a relative unknown, and that person can break through, in the smart cage and on the world stage with us on ESPN, sometimes for the very first time.
And that's a bit of breaking news there because for a minute we thought Fabian was out, but now I understand he's back in, right?
Yeah, there were some visa issues that made it look like he was maybe not going to be able to compete. And then, thankfully, those visa issues were resolved, and Fabian Edwards back in the originally scheduled bout against Impa Kasanganay, which, that's an emotional roller coaster for both guys because they have enough time before the fight. And, yesterday when a lot of this was happening, I think that I think that it'll all kind of come out in the wash there. But that's a matchup I think every MMA fan should want to look forward to. And we actually get it because the visa issues have been resolved. Thank goodness.
Okay. And I think off the top of my head, of the first round matchups, that might be the one that is most intriguing to me. Impa versus Fabian. Like that's a legit, in my opinion, main event. We know both of them. We're emotionally invested in their stories. We've seen them in PFL and Bellator. I love that matchup. So I think it's phenomenal that it's back. That's on Friday, April 18th, I believe. There it is.
I think you're right on that. It's a great matchup. And don't sleep on it. Like Dalton Rasta is lesser known to most people. Sada Busi is incredibly well-rounded now, probably the best pure striker in this division, if not the entire PFL roster. So there's just a lot of things to love with these matchups. And again, it's win in advance. So Fabian Edwards, Impa Kasanganai, you probably would look at those guys and say, oh, each of them has a great chance to win this whole thing. Well, one of them is going to get eliminated in the first round of the tournament, and that's fascinating.
You represent the company very well. You fly the flag very well. Like I said, you do a great job of calling the fights and having that experience and that history. It's invaluable. And so I'd love to ask you this question, and we like to shoot straight around these parts. As you know, there's been some unrest among some of the former PFL fighters. Can you tell us what the mood is in the company as you guys begin this new chapter, as you sit back there and you're on social media and you're seeing this guy complain and this guy take a shot, and you guys are working your ass off to build this company and to try to put on the best product possible. How do you react to these sorts of things? And now as you guys are beginning this new season tomorrow night on ESPN2, on ESPN Plus, what is the mood among everyone who has been working so hard to try to get this off the ground?
Well, obviously, it's just like the beginning of any sports season or any kind of new thing in your life. Everyone's very excited about the opportunity in front of us. Everyone's very excited to be back with ESPN and continuing, to grow this company and to hopefully carve out our space in the mixed martial arts world and to put on great fights. That's what it's about ultimately. And for me, when I see the conflicts that you're referring to, it's tough because I'm a company man, certainly, but also I'm a fighter. I was a fighter, right? And I know what it's like to wonder about your future. And I know what it's like to want to maximize your paydays. And I know what it's like to hope that you're getting good matchups and all that kind of stuff. And if you're not being communicated with the way you think you should be, or your agent and the company are not making things super clear to you about what your future is, it can get very, very frustrating. And most guys aren't like I was when I was a fighter. Most guys, this is their job. This is their whole life. They don't have a plan B. They're not going and punching a clock somewhere. They don't have a radio show like I always did. And so it's your livelihood. And, I think the PFL respects that and knows that. And the narrative that is pushed by fighters in a lot of cases on social media is it completely loses sight of the company's side of things and the fact that we've done things a certain way for a very long time, and that it's always been the case with the PFL that, you're going to have your championship, in this case in 2024 or in 2023, you're going to have the end of the year championship. That's going to be a few months while events are scheduled, sites are scouted, and before anyone really knows what's next or who the opponents are. And there were some guys, especially guys who came over from Bellator, who saw a stylistic change in the communication, and the brass was different and all that kind of stuff. They didn't have the same kind of relationships, and there were some issues. And there were some guys who I think handled things in a less than ideal way on their side of things. I think there were situations where the PFL could have done a better job as well. But I was proud of the way that ultimately, like the Pitbull situation was handled. He wanted out. He didn't want to continue to fight for the PFL banner. He's a guy that, made a big stink on social media and started trying to drag, people in the company that had, I don't think, anything to do with the unfortunate situation. And it was like, you know what? We're not dealing with that anymore. If you think you can go and you can achieve something better somewhere else and you can make more money somewhere else, go ahead and try it. And I wish him well. I'm a big fan of his fighting style, but I don't think that he's going to do more or better elsewhere or in the UFC than he did under the Bellator banner and then with the PFL. So we'll just let time tell on all those kinds of things. And that's the only thing we can do. You got to be patient and let things work out the way that they're going to work out. I know that people in this company, I know everyone wants to do things the right way, the perfect way at all times. That's not the case, unfortunately. It doesn't play out that way, unfortunately. But that's not unique to the PFL. And for fans and media and fighters to pretend that this is the only company that has a few kinks to work out is absolutely insane to me, when the whole reason there are alternative sources of mixed martial arts is because the worldwide leaders are leaving people desperate to find something different. So it's tough to be the fighter who knows what it's like, but also to be the guy who's deeply, deeply invested in the PFL's success and wants to help in every way possible.
Do you think you guys get a fair shake from the fans, from the media?
No, not yet. But that's, I think, part of the growth process of being a new league, of being an alternative source of entertainment. Nobody gives any new thing a fair shake in the early goings. And look, could we have done things better in the first couple of seasons? Maybe. I don't know what people needed to see changed or different, but there's a feeling out process that you go through when you're establishing a new company, whether that's in sports, as this is, entertainment, as this also is, whether that's introducing a new, like, I don't know, food product or candy or whatever. There's always going to be some resistance in the early goings. And the source of frustration for me, Ariel, when it comes to the way the PFL is treated in the MMA space is, I know how hard people are working to try to do it right in the PFL. I see the behind the scenes stuff. I know the individuals personally who are trying to make things happen and trying to, jump through the right hoops and things like that. And I also know that I can go find as many loud complaints about boxing, about the UFC, about, rule changes in the NFL, whatever, from fans. And they get so disproportionately amplified, those complaints, when you're talking about the PFL, because, we're the little brother that's trying to make a space for itself and himself, herself. And we're trying to carve out this niche. And it's like people don't want it to happen. And it's crazy because if you love the sport of mixed martial arts, you should want there to be more mixed martial arts and more places for fighters to go get paid. And I don't know why the fan base and the media are not championing alternative causes more. Criticize us when we need to be criticized. Criticize me if you think I'm calling fights wrong or I say something I shouldn't have said. Please do, because I want us to be held accountable, and I want us to be at a very high level, and hopefully someday on par and past the industry standard that's set by the UFC. But man, it doesn't feel like in a lot of cases people are rooting for success here, and I know that I am.
One of the big question marks, and I appreciate you answering that so thoughtfully and candidly. Thank you. One of the big question marks heading into the season, Francis Ngannou. If it was up to you, who does he fight? He has one more fight, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I understand, on his contract. The question is, who does he fight?
I would like to see him fight Dennis Goltsov, our champion from last year, who's established himself as a guy with an incredible skill set. Or, failing that, Vadim Nemkov, man, is an absolute monster. He was at light heavyweight. He is at heavyweight. I think that he is overall one of the very best fighters on planet Earth, regardless of weight class. And I know that he would like an opportunity to prove himself on that level. And I think that's a compelling enough matchup. I don't know. I haven't spoke with Francis about it, but I think that's a big enough name to kind of justify a guy with enough of a resume and obviously the connections with Fedor Emelianenko. I think that's hopefully an intriguing enough story for Francis to want to accept a fight like that, and for the PFL to want to make a fight like that, because I want to see that fight. I want to call that fight, more importantly.
Who are your broadcast partners tomorrow night? Because sometimes it changes. I know it's often been Randy. There's been Dan Hardy, Tyron Woodley. There was Kenny back in the day. Who do we got tomorrow?
So it's Randy Couture.
Yep,
who
heard
you
of
may
him.
have heard of.
Yeah, heard of him. Good guy.
And the outlaw Dan Hardy, who you may also have heard of.
Yes.
We have a new cage side reporter, Kennedy Smith, who's coming on. Very excited to work with her for the first time. And our new in-cage announcer is a gentleman named Greg Hamilton, who you probably know from his experience in the wrestling world.
Yes,
so,
WWE.
Yeah. So, couple new faces on the crew, couple of faces you're probably sick of seeing with myself and Randy and Dan. But very, very much looking forward to starting off another year. I got to get used to not calling it a season now. This world tournament in 2025 is going to be a little bit of a change, but it's going to be awesome. And, you know, you've got some compelling matchups. You've got some really incredible fighters. And as much as I'm supposed to push the narrative of like the established stars that are going to bring eyes to the television set and butts in the seats, I love discovering the talent that in 2 years the world's going to be buzzing about. I love finding those people. I love being able to call the early fights in their rise to stardom. The Dakota Ditchovas, who, and not so long ago, there weren't a lot of people who knew her name, and now everybody in the world wants to know what's next for her. I hope we find a couple of guys and a couple of gals like that in 2025.
Action kicks off tomorrow. 10 fights total, welterweight, featherweight, believe 5 p.m. Eastern first fight. Over on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. Did I get that right?
7 Eastern. It's good. We're pushing it later because we lost a couple of fights with the weight miss and the alternates having to move in to the tournament fight. So we're going to start a little bit later.
All right. Well, there you have it. 7 Eastern on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. Wishing you guys the best. Thank you so much for doing this, Sean. Really appreciate it. Keep up the great work. We shall be watching, and we'll be making our picks in a second here as well. So stay tuned for that. But thanks so much. Really appreciate this.
Thanks for having me, Ariel.
There he is, Sean O'Connell, the voice of the PFL. And yes, the action does in fact kick off at 7. I wish I had one of those things where you can broadcast my screen on, like, can we get this Slack? Because I asked the guys, hey guys, what time does it start? Can you confirm? 5 o'clock. Action kicks off at 5 o'clock? No, it's actually 7 o'clock. Tapology says 7 o'clock. No, it's 5 o'clock. Why did you guys tell me 5 o'clock if it's actually 7 o'clock?
Because
and on
we provided all of the graphics. Even though I didn't say 7, I'm just going to back up my team members here in the back.
It says it on Tapology, 7 o'clock. It literally.
And it says it on every single graphic provided by the PFL.
You know what?
Us,
I trust
straight
Tapology
from the organization
more.
To us. Wow.
Well, things fell through. He said it himself. Things fell through, and there.
PFLMMA.com and tell me what time.
I look like an idiot now.
Okay, yeah. You trust Tapology over PFLMMA.com. We get it. We trust the organization. You don't. Okay, we get it. Can we get Sean back on the horn? Don't trust the organization.
Put that up, Jordan. You have that? The thing you sent me? Or did you just send me a screenshot of a screenshot? There it is. Are we sure 5? Tap says 7. Definitely 7.
There I am.
Really?
There I am.
Frank shows me. The audio guy is telling me now? The audio guy.
There I am. 3:58 p.m. Hey, it's at 7, man. Just trying to help you out.
That's after.
Just trying to help you out. It's at 7 o'clock. But here I am in the trenches.
This is what I'm doing.
Trenches,
in the middle of an interview.
Up.
Hey, guys. Is Pizzi there? Silence. Is Pizzi there? Silence.
Was it necessary to demean Frank in that moment?
By the way,
the audio guy.
No,
when you say silence, we're talking what?
Then I get mocking.
Actually?
No, because what you don't realize is in my ear, it's Andy going 15, 10. I don't know if Pizzi's there. I'm asking Pizzi a question about Ian Gary. That's the plan, and I have no idea if he's there. And you guys are like, oh yeah, let's make fun of him. Let's joke. Yes, he's here. 15 minutes later. Yeah, of course.
15 minutes later. Again. We're gonna pull up Slacks. Let's pull up the Slacks.
You guys.
Timestamps sent at 3:05. Answered at 3:05 p.m.
There's different times. That's a different one. 30 seconds.
It's maximum
to you
60, Helwani.
Is 30 seconds to you is 150 minutes to me.
Oh, okay.
As she's going down 15, 14, 13, and I have no idea if PT is
150 minutes to you is 0.1 seconds to me.
Oh, is PT here? And then I was like, yes.
3:05 p.m. Is PT here?
You jumped in at 3:06 for the record.
3:05 p.m.
Yes,
is PT here.
says Brad. Oh, everyone's having a great time. Now we're quoting our cameraman, Brad, who probably isn't even there. Oh, thanks.
Oh, he's right here.
And there's thanks guys. 2 minutes between replies. I'm trying to cook here. I'm trying to move the ship along.
2 minutes in between
2 minutes. Where did that happen?
Timestamps just damning evidence.
No.
That's the
3
conversion.
answers within the
It's
sample.
150 minutes.
I literally just said when she's counting down from 15, 30 seconds, the difference of 15 seconds feels like an eternity. Do you not understand this? It's easy to say like, oh yeah, it was in the same minute. That 5 seconds where you have no idea where you're going, trust me on this, feels like an eternity.
If he wasn't here, we would tell you.
No, I can't. No.
You don't trust us? No
It's
trust.
not that I don't trust.
I am here.
Yeah, if he's turned Andy, I mean,
maybe I don't know. Maybe he went to the bathroom. I don't know what he's doing.
We would tell you, man.
Well, what you mean you don't know what I'm doing? I'm a very predictable guy. All right. There's not a lot of things that I do that are out of the ordinary. You know that I'm often just here on standby waiting for the call. And yet again, not once, not twice, but thrice today, I am here. Okay? So just get over it. Andy will tell you if I'm not here, but I'm always here unless Bret Hart shows up, of course.
That's right. All right, fine. Listen, I'm used to being let down. That's all. And oversharing.
At least we're consistent.
Yeah, well, thank you. Frank, by the way, welcome
here,
back.
by the way.
Welcome back, Frank.
Yeah, how's it going, lads?
Yeah. Guys, let's make our picks. Welterweights, featherweights. We're going to have some fun with this, all right? Everyone's all doom and gloom. Everyone's all negative. Everyone's all like, No, not you guys. I'm talking about the greater MMA community.
I was going to say, I cannot wait till 5 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yeah, right. You'll be locked in for the 2-hour loop on ESPN Plus. Your event is starting soon. For 2 hours. Anyways.
I said as soon as this show, Boys in the Back is over tomorrow, I'm rushing home. Let's do it.
We're going to lock in.
Trying to get dinner tomorrow night, and Rick was like, nah. Got to get home.
We're going to lock in here. Welterweights, featherweights, tomorrow night. You saw maybe the welterweight brackets. Let's have some fun here, all right? In the spirit of March Mania, March Madness, Bracket Mayhem?
Bracket Mayhem, yeah.
One of those. Let's make some picks, all right? So let's start with featherweights. That's the first one. Here we go. Each and every one of us, the quartet that is, Frank was too busy. I don't know. I think he has another job. He left early yesterday. We'll talk about that later. Each and every one of us, all four of us, made picks, all right? We filled out our own brackets. So there's the featherweights. PT, you go first. Who do you have as your winner?
Of the whole damn thing? Or of each fight? What are we doing here?
Just give us a little breakdown of your bracket, man.
No. Please don't give us a break. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, just give us a summary.
Yeah.
Look at the fucking head.
Look at the mitt there.
I found the original. You actually have a piece of roof there attached to my head, but I quite like it.
It blends right in with the hair, man.
By the way,
it looks like a big gust of wind just hit you.
A very quick aside.
That's always the way I look.
You look fantastic. A quick aside. GC, what's the website here where you could fill this out? Because it's actually very fun to fill it out.
PFLMMA.com/bracket. It's that easy. You enter in $100,000 if you win. Shut up.
There you go. Okay, so that's PT's. PT, who do you have winning?
I have Boris and Braga fighting each other in the semifinals. So that means Boris gets through Pineda. Braga gets through Dupress, I believe. Dupress, I don't know what his name is. And then I have Kabalayev v. our own Nathan Kelly, a man I trained with on his ascent. I think I was.
You didn't pick your own guy to win the whole thing?
Well, I just think that Kabalayev matchup. Did you see his last fight? There was an issue there in terms of wrestling. You have a Dagestani wrestling dude. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough matchup. And
all right, Rick, who do you have?
I also have Mobley.
I mean, you took too long there, BT. I mean, we see it. We don't need the whole fucking breakdown of every single fight. Jesus Christ.
Our brackets might be identical.
They are identical.
I think we have identical brackets. I also have Mobley.
Great minds.
He's a beast, man. If he's in the tournament, he basically wins. If he's not in the tournament, then he doesn't win. But if he's in, he's like Magomed, who unfortunately is not in this tournament anymore. But Mobley is a savage, man.
GC, you agree?
I am going with Mobley as well. No Loughnane, no Kisreev, the former champion from last year. I do have Jesus Pinedo upsetting Adam Borix, though. You guys don't have that. That's how I'll separate in this one. I actually have Jesus Pinedo going to the finals.
Wow.
But he gets stopped short of the championship.
Pinedo and Braga is...
Mobley undefeated.
Yeah.
Never lost.
Well, I think this says a lot about all of you. PT doesn't pick his fellow countrymen. You don't pick your fellow countrymen. Rick doesn't pick his fellow countrymen. Never accuse me of not being loyal because your winner is going to be Canada's own Jeremy Kennedy.
There's no American.
Loyal to a fault.
He's one of our own.
I noticed you have Jeremy Kennedy winning it all. You're supporting, but you only have Fred Dupross to the semi.
Listen, you can't go crazy here. Okay, you can't go crazy.
I like the Dupross pick. I like the Dupross pick.
I couldn't go crazy. I couldn't go crazy.
Not an all-Canadian final.
There is not an American here. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah, there's some guys who train in America. Borix probably trains in America.
There's many American heroes. How dare you?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Americans here in the tournament.
No. You said what you said.
They should have done rankings, by the way, because then I could have said, like, I'm picking number 8 to win it all, just like the Denver Nuggets did back in 1995 against the Seattle Supersonics. All right, so there you have it. Featherweights. What about welterweights, guys? What about welterweights? PT, there it is. There's the bracket. You have it there. Some familiar names: Jason Jackson, Koreshkov, a nice old school Bellator battle right there. Of course, Logan Storley.
Logan Storley lucking out
Yeah.
big time by Magomed Umatalov falling out.
Yeah, Umatalov.
Umatalov would have been right up there for me.
Let me go first.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me go first because I feel like mine is going to be controversial.
Okay.
I got Koreshkov, baby.
Oh,
I'm picking Koreshkov to go all the way.
With the upset tomorrow, your bracket could end tomorrow night.
You guys, I feel like you guys are high on Jason Jackson.
Yeah.
I got Koreshkov going all the way. Now, for transparency, I had Umalatov winning the whole thing before the fallout. I thought he was going to take it. With him out of the picture, I got Koreshkov. Give me Koreshkov. I'm gonna take him.
All right, PT, what about you?
Jason Jackson.
Yeah, the pride of Jamaica. I see pride. I see power. I see a badass mother who won't take no crap off nobody.
Cool running.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, please.
One of the 2 films you've watched in your life. That's amazing.
Oh man.
If it's ever a movie reference, he always goes, what's it from? Well, it's either fucking Billy Madison or Cool Runnings, mate. Let's be honest.
what movie could you guys not name the director of earlier? Rick
Scorsese, Raging Bull, was it?
Yeah. Rick's like, yes, it's Scorsese. For the love of God.
Jump in. He didn't know George Lucas. Even worse. He said the
Luke Skywalker guy. I'm like, oh, Mark Hamill is like, no, George Lucas.
I called Star Wars Star Trek about 2 weeks ago. I can't say shit. So
what about you? 170.
I also have Jason Jackson.
Let's go.
In this one, Logan Storley going to final. Burkamov, I got him in an upset tomorrow, and then Masayuki, my dark horse. Watch out for him. The Japanese fighter out of the 170 division, my dark horse.
So this is so crazy because we just established with the featherweights that you guys don't back your own. You don't support your own. You're not loyal. And so, of course, the pick has to be he's one of our own. He's one of our own. Logan Storley. He's one of our own. God bless America. Come on. How could you not choose the American wrestler who got the easy draw now that Umalatov is out? He's gonna steamroll.
He
right
does.
through these
Wow,
guys.
you got Burkamov beating Jason Jackson.
Yeah, you know yourself.
He's an underdog to Thad Gene tomorrow.
That side of the bracket, Logan Storley needs to come out of there for sure.
Yeah.
That's my guy. All right, that's 170. So 145 and 170 tomorrow. Then in a week, we move along. And by the way, all of these will be on ESPN Plus and ESPN2 here in America, DAZN overseas, and happening over in Orlando at Universal Studios. What do we have next week, guys? What do we have the following week? Let me know. Show me the brackets here. Let me...
Women's flyweight.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
This is the 11 p.m. Eastern start.
Love this one.
Okay, women's flyweight, obviously very much in focus following the Dakota Dacheva, and a lot of familiar names. Look at some of those names. You've got Tyler Santos, you've got Juliana Velasquez, Kata Watanabe, Bishop is on there. Liz Carmouche, of course, the legend. PT, why don't you go first?
Well, I'll tell you what, Ariel, we're talking about someone who can make an impact here in this division. Look no further than Laura Dana. You see her over the right-hand side of that bracket there. She should be coming up against the great Liz Carmouche. Some would think one of the great fighters, female fighters PFL has ever had in their rosters. But I think she's going to cause the upset, but ultimately lose to Tyler Santos. Thank you.
Okay. Rick?
I've also got Tyler Santos, but I've got Carmouche facing her in the final. So I think Carmouche gets there, but I've got Tyler Santos.
Watch out.
GC?
I've actually got Laura Donna losing in the first round. And then I got Liz Carmouche going to the finals and beating Tyler Santos.
Okay. I like that one. I like you supporting one of your own. I went with Santos revenge tour following the loss to Dakota Dacheva. There were a couple tough ones for me here. Like Santos Bishop was a tough one for me. Carmouche going to the finals was tough. You don't know how much she has left. She's been doing this for a long time. But in the end, I feel pretty good about this.
I like this bracket a lot.
It's going to be
fun. I feel like
this
is going to be very competitive.
This is one of their best weight classes. No doubt about it. All right, what's next? So this is, what do we say, April 11th. So it's a day before UFC 314, late night on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. We got the bantamweights as the second. So it's 4 cards. Each card will feature 2 weight classes. And here you have the bantamweights again with some familiar names, the likes of Leandro Higo, Jake Hadley, of course. We remember him. What do you got, Pete? Of course you went with Jake Hadley, right? You love those guys from Cage Warriors.
I went with Kazumov because following Chuck Mendenhall's orders, if any lad is Russian and he has his first name within his second name, you should pick him every time. And that's why I'm going with Kazumov.
All right, I like it. Rick, what about you?
I've got Leandro Higo.
Wow.
I was going Magomed Magomedov.
I was going to say dodging the Magomed Magomedov.
When that fell off,
which is
my bracket shifted, and I was like, man, it feels like Higo's got a road here to win this thing. So I'm taking the vet.
GC?
I have Leandro Higo making it to the second round, but losing to White Kong, Jake Hadley, and then Kazumov in the final against them. And Jake Hadley comes out victorious. $500,000 check.
Yeah, I wanted to pick Jake. I had Magomedov. In the end, I went with Kazumov. I wanted to pick Hadley. I had him all the way there.
Giving me all kinds of shit for not picking Hadley, and here you go, picking Kazumov.
I wanted to pick him.
Two Americans there that you didn't pick. Just,
Who, me?
Yeah,
two American heroes.
Touting all you're Canadian. Two brackets ago, you're touting how he's one of us from America.
Yeah.
We move along now to
Rittenhouse, Justin Wetzel. No
April
love.
18th, guys. Let's stay focused here on the task at hand. We've got the middleweights and the lightweights.
Yeah, let's start with the lightweights.
All right, let's start with the lightweights. Here we go. Some familiar names once again. Brent Premise, the former champ in Bellator. Clay Collard as well. Who do we have? Oh, I like that one. Mads Burnell. And what about Mark Giacchesi? Familiar name from the UFC. Oh, I know who PT's taking. PT, what do you got?
I got Alexander Shabliy, a man who pushed Umar Nurmagomedov very, very far. I gave him his best test before he met a dairyman by the name of Paul Hughes, who was sitting and waiting for his just desserts, another shot at Umar, which he will secure after he wins on May 10th at the SSE Arena in Belfast.
I think
that'd be Usman.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
I think this was one of the harder ones for me, but I'm curious what Rick had. Rick, your pick?
Shabliy.
Yeah.
I feel like he's the class of the field. I feel like he's the guy.
GC, 3 in a row?
No, I'm going with the defending champion, Gadzi Rabadanov, to take out Shabliy in the championship. Should be a good one. Those semifinals could be good. Matt Burnell, Clay Collard.
Yeah, Clay Collard. Like, this is another one that I got my eye on this bracket.
Clay Collard's not getting through Alfie Davis, boys. Just letting you know.
All right. Sharpie that one.
We'll see. I went with. I mean, I thought this would be unanimous. If I'm being honest,
really?
I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, I mean,
Shabliy
I had to go with our guy, the Bone Crusher himself.
He's got a nightmare matchup. He's got a nightmare matchup.
My guy, Mark Giacchesi. Shout out to the legend. Shout out to the OG. I got to stick with the veterans. All right, all of you guys jumping on.
I think that was a popularity contest.
Yeah, Rabadanov and Mads Burnell is a tough road to get to that final.
I feel good about it. I feel pretty good about it.
All right.
I'm excited. Has he fought for PFL yet?
Don't think so.
Maybe one Europe PFL Europe card?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't recall.
In any event.
I mean, for such a big Mark Giacchesi fan, you should really brush up on it.
Yeah, I probably should have brushed up on it. No, and if I'm being honest, I do. I think because those PFL Europe cards,
they don't air here.
Yeah, they don't get shown. Yeah.
Yeah, Bellator Champion Series 1.
It's confusing. Let's be fair.
It's confusing. All right. By the way, for the next one is was that middleweight. We're doing middleweight now. And we just talked about it with Sean O'Connell. Fabian Edwards is back.
In.
We had him off, which to me was one of the most interesting first round fights. Him versus Impa Sangane at 185. So Impa going back down to 185. He has fought there before, and he was out. And now apparently he's back in. So this is April 18th in a little over 2 weeks' time. It is Fabian against Impa. It's PFL versus Bellator. Josh Silveira as well is on there. Sadabu C. And
it's a quality bracket, it really is.
It is. This is another tough one. What you got, PT? Well, who's your pick?
Not for me. Very easy pick for me. It's Fabian Edwards.
Yeah.
That's who it is. Another one of my Jamaican brethren. I cannot wait to see this man back in there. We didn't get what we wanted to see the last time out. I mean, he has an extra gear that he just hasn't been getting into lately. He can't go in there against Impa like that. I do feel as though moving back down will not work in Impa's favor. I think Fabian's a guy who's played straight at middleweight for a very long time. The only guy that seemed better than him at Bellator towards the end was Eblin, so I expect him to go on and win it.
Rick.
I've got Aaron Jeffrey going to the final and then losing.
The old switcheroo.
Picking the American on this one. But I think, to Pete's point, this is another really, really strong bracket. Like, there was a few guys that I was like, every one of these matchups I really had to sit and consider. There's not one that I felt was like a layup. There's certain ones you can cherry pick in some of these brackets. I feel like every single one of these I really had to think about who's advancing.
GC?
I'm also going with Impa, but the only difference I have between Rick's bracket is I got Sadi Busai in the second round. Aaron Jeffrey making the final, though.
I like that. For me, it was hard, but it was also easy because he's one of our own. He's one
I like this. I like supporting your boys.
Aaron Jeffrey, he's one of our own. But there's some tough
You wouldn't
ones
want to
here.
run into Fabian again, I'll tell you that much. You wouldn't want to run into him again.
Listen, Impa over Fabian, tough one. Josh over Shipman, tough one. Then Impa, Josh, I was going back and forth on that one, but it was pretty easy on the other side of the bracket. Aaron Jeffrey.
Fabian gets through the first one. He's already beat Shipman. He's already beat Jeffrey.
Yeah,
Just
but
give him
a lot of drama, a lot of,
Give him
a
the
lot of
belt. Just give it to him.
distractions, visas and whatnot. The last first round event, if you will, light heavyweight, May 1st, back in Orlando. Let's look at the light heavyweights here. Phil Davis, the ageless wonder. Mike Winkelson as well.
No defending champ. Yagshim Muradov.
Out.
It's big.
Big step up for Simeon Powell, Carl Moore, Antonio Carlos Jr. So a lot of recognizable names. Pizzi, what do you got?
I think Carl Moore gets to the final, but he loses to Rob Wilkinson, who has a win over his teammate Will Fleury.
Okay. Rick?
I'm taking Mr. Wonderful. I know he's got Rob in the first matchup, and that's going to be a tough out. But I'm thinking Mr. Wonderful is able to get it done. So give me Phil Davis.
I like it. I dig it. I respect it. GC?
I got Phil Davis out round one. Rob Wilkinson.
The way you started it, I was like, wow. Yeah.
Carl Moore with the upset round one as well.
Yeah, Carl's already beat Albrechtsen as well.
Can you guys guess who I picked?
I'm going to go with Sullivan Colley.
Oh, yeah. Pretty close. No, I had to go with Phil Davis. I mean, we go too far back. That's our guy. He'll be on the show next week.
I feel like I have different criteria for my picks.
I mean, I'm just going with, you got to go with your heart.
It's the vibes. It's the vibes.
Yeah, it's a vibe pick. Heavyweights, last one, the big boys, Valentin Moldavsky, Tim Johnson on there. I'm sure a couple of you will pick him. Linton Vassell. Who do we got, Pizzi?
Mr. Pop On, Pop Off. I like Pop Off, I believe.
Wow, that's a good one. I like that.
Thank you.
Is that official?
An all-Russia final for you.
Huh?
An all-Russia final.
Yeah, listen, every bracket could be an all-Russian final here. This is the PFL, baby.
High on Bilisteni, eh?
Yeah, big time.
Rick.
I don't want to talk too much about it, GC. I don't want to say too much.
Give me the new import. Give me Romanov. Coming.
Yeah.
I like it.
Give me Alexander Romanov.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Love it. I'm actually going to go the same. I'm going Alexander Romanov, but don't sleep. Do not sleep. Round one, Abraham Babley upsetting UFC vet Rodrigo Nascimento. Do not sleep on that. Pick.
I love that. Finally, I went with wax on, wax off, pop on, pop off. Yes.
Oh, you have an all-Russian final as well, but you went with Moldavsky.
Why is that so? Do you guys disagree?
No. I mean, actually, yeah, I do disagree. I have Romanov and
we
Babley.
got Romanov.
Or maybe I did have Popov on there.
Well, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think you had Popov.
I should have gone Babley all the way.
Feel free to do it. Print them out.
So what is it? 10 points round one. I think it's 25 points round two, and then 50 points for the champion.
I'm down. And what's at stake?
$1,000 a head.
All right. Whatever you guys want. I don't know.
Why don't we come up with something? Let's come up with something.
Winner gets dinner when Pizza comes to the city.
I'm in. Yeah. That's not bad.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. Okay, great stuff, guys. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for On the Nose.
Felt a tad louder than usual there, but at least no stop, start, stop, start. Yeah?
We're making magic back here.
Okay. We start with Bobby Axelrod, who is asking, a question about PFL. Why is Don Davis planning to use PFL's incoming media deal to pay back investors? If he doesn't land a premium deal, he's still staring down a financial hole. From what I'm hearing, Jimmy Pitaro has no interest in renewing any combat sports properties, including UFC and PFL. He's drawing a hard line against getting into a bidding war with Netflix, and ESPN's Matt Kenny is scrambling to piece together something competitive for UFC. Curious to hear your thoughts. Man, Bobby Axelrod really, is he like some sort of media reporter,
Insider,
Bobby?
man. Look
Yeah,
at
I mean,
that.
he's dropping
Smoked
names.
you, bro.
Rick and I know Matt Kenny, great guy. Really enjoyed working with him. Jimmy Pitaro, obviously the president of ESPN. I mean, I don't know where this is coming from. Obviously, this is someone who feels very passionate about this particular topic. Don Davis is trying to get the best deal for his product. So I don't know what the motives are. I mean, everyone wants to get the best deal. Everyone wants to get the richest and most lucrative media rights deal. I don't know if what he is saying is accurate about drawing a hard line against combat sports. I would be very surprised if ESPN is not involved in the TKO boxing business. Obviously, Top Rank is leaving. I would be surprised to another degree if they are not involved in some capacity in the UFC business. So I don't know, but I don't see any wrongdoing on the part of Don Davis. He's just trying to get a good deal. Now, one question that hasn't necessarily been answered, unless I missed it, where are the Champions Series fights airing? Last year, Bellator aired on Max, but we haven't got an official word as to where the Champions Series fights will be airing. So stay tuned for that. I had heard at one time Amazon. That hasn't been announced yet, right?
I had not seen that.
Joel. Hola, Ariel, the BITB and PT. Since it's not clearly not a done deal for Topuria to fight Islam next, can we re-dissect his move of vacating? Do you think he was trying to force the UFC's hand to give him the title shot? It seems like they may have told him not yet, and he tried to take matters into his own hands. I don't think that's happened. I think there's a reason why they're waiting. I think they met with him. I think they gave him clear instructions that if he vacates, if he moves on, he will get a title shot. I still believe and maintain that his next fight will be for the belt.
Also, what leverage would he have if he gives up the belt? That is the leverage. You don't force somebody's hand by giving them back the belt.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Ilya is way too smart. He's way too savvy. Every move he has made thus far has been very smart, including when he re-signed with UFC. It went all the way to the 11th hour. There's a photo out there of Hunter Campbell in Spain with Ilya and his team. He flew out there to re-sign him. This is before, I think, the Josh Emmett fight. So the guy knows what he's doing. I would be shocked if his next fight isn't for the belt. That's not me giving you insider knowledge. It's just like, I trust the way Ilya has done business. Why would you give up the belt and the perks that come with being champion if you aren't guaranteed a title fight in your new weight class? Trey, Ariel, and Frank, I just installed Substack solely for On the Nose. I'll keep it as short as I can. No one I know has much interest in UFC, besides my one boss who thinks Miocic's first loss was to Weidman. All right. You guys are like my internet friends, and I really enjoy when you speak of your children and how much they mean to you because I'm expecting my first child in a month. My question is, how old were you or how old were your children when you first allowed them to watch combat sports with you? I never really had like a hard line. I mean, I've talked about during the pandemic showing my kids pro wrestling. Maybe that doesn't count, but I've never hid combat sports. In fact, I've told them, like, look at this, look at this. I don't personally think watching boxing, watching MMA, watching pro wrestling or anything like that, kickboxing, is bad for kids. My parents never shielded me from it. And look how I turned out. Although my dad didn't like when I would watch wrestling. He would always say, this is stupid. Why are you watching this? The Undertaker really used to piss him off because he used to feel like it was just all crazy make-believe. And there was a period where I would hear him walking down the stairs and I would have to change the channel because I didn't want him to get upset that I was watching pro wrestling. Other people have to change the channel when they're watching something else and their parents come into the room. For me, it was pro wrestling.
Attitude Era, though, mate.
Yeah,
All blurred
Attitude Era
into
was
one.
crazy. But I'm talking like 1989 era. So, in any event, I didn't do that with my kids. So I let them watch. They haven't really. They are cool with it. There was the period where they liked wrestling, and MMA is on, boxing is on, and they just kind of, oh, cool. Oh, wow. That was crazy. But they haven't really taken much interest in it. I do wonder, once they get to like, I've seen it with my nephews, once they got to 15, 16, they've really gotten into it. I wonder if and when, God willing, my kids get to 15, 16, if they'll have the same interest in combat sports that I'm seeing with other teenagers. Rick, do you let your kids watch fighting?
Yeah, often I'm watching it and they're just...
You don't shield. You don't say, close your eyes?
No. It's a sport.
Right. Left Leg Cemetery, Ariel, Pete C, and BITB. With what broadcast team do we ride? Team Chrome Dome, DC, Rogan Anik, or Team Luscious Locks, Felder, Fitzy, Bisping? Will we ever see a 4-man broadcast team so we can see some more of the likes of Sanko, Cruz, maybe even Chiesa, Lionheart, Poirier, Usman? Much love, fellas. I mean, I think the best team is the PPV team. Would you guys agree with that? It's the one that flows.
Hard for me to not ride with Team Chrome Dome as I'm a part of it, but
yeah,
I enjoy Felder. I enjoy an Anik Felder DC combo. That's a nice one.
I look at John Gooden for an LUK card too. In fairness,
John Gooden's great. I really like Felder a lot. Of the analysts, I really think what I like about Felder is he doesn't talk too much. He doesn't make it about himself. I think he does really good post-fight interviews. He listens. He asks the proper questions. I just think he's super solid. And what I like, and I don't know if there's anything to do with that, like of that bunch, he's the only one that wasn't a champion or not necessarily like a superstar. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it or if it's just his demeanor and personality, but he just seems like a super solid guy. Obviously, we've talked to him. We know him from his career, being on the show and whatnot. And I think he takes it seriously, and I think he just does a really, really good job all around. Like, there's never been a time where I'm like, you're off base, or you're not prepared, or you're talking too much. But I think what's really good about the pay-per-view team is they have amazing chemistry. And I think it's important to have one team, one consistent team. The best teams are the ones, like, for those fight nights, they'll mix and match, and that's fine. But I think it's important for the A team to be consistent. You know what I mean? Like, the best teams... Madden, Summerall. I'm a Knicks fan. Breen and Frazier. I loved Breen and Jeff Van Gundy back in the day. Marv Albert and the Czar of the Telestrator. Mike Fratello. Like I like when there's a team, there's a unit that works together and they build a chemistry, a bond, and you can ride with those guys. So I think they do a great job. And I think that particular team complements each other very well. They don't try to, outdo each other or outsmart each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, there doesn't ever seem to be friction among them. So I enjoy that. Keith Brimmer. Ariel, no response to the bootlicker's latest comments about the GOAT. He seems to have forgotten. Let him hear a one-liner from you, a one-hitter quitter. Well, I appreciate you asking. I will be 100% honest with all of you. On Sunday, someone tweeted me about Bootlicker Bisping and Flat Earth Frotch talking about me, and sometimes when I know that people say something about me, like I'll go find the clip and I'll feel some sort of way about it. On my life, on my kid's life, I didn't search it, I didn't look for it. It did nothing to me. It meant nothing to me, and maybe that's growth, maybe that's maturity. I don't know. The next day, I was tagged in a clip, and so I watched it, and my takeaway wasn't feeling mad, angry. Sometimes I see the clip, I want to come on here, 10-7, hit him up, all this stuff. I'll even ask the guys, should I answer? Should I not? Should I respond? This and that. They'll say one thing, I'll ignore it. I'll come on, I'll do it. That never happened. That never happened as well. My takeaway was I felt really sad for Michael Bisping. I felt really sad for Michael Bisping because I can't imagine what it would be like to have once been a bad boy, to have once been a rule breaker, to have once been a pioneer, a trailblazer, a guy who marches to the beat of his own drum, to be that guy who did whatever the hell he wanted and didn't kowtow, didn't shill, was a rebel. That's who Michael Bisping was. If you watched him in the early days, 06, 07, 08, 09, that's who he was. The British bad boy, the shaved head, spits on your corner, tells you what he thinks of you, doesn't hold back, no filter. That's exactly who he was. And the guy that I was watching in that clip in particular, and the guy that we have seen over the past year or so, what he has morphed into, what he has turned into, is the polar opposite of that guy. And he knows this, and he knows that that guy once existed, and he has to look at himself in the mirror each and every day and pretend like he is still that guy, and pretend perhaps like that guy never existed, when he knows that he has morphed into this zombie, this shill, this guy who has had his brain infected by this virus, all because he wants someone to be like, good on you, mate. Here's $5,000 to call the next Apex card, and please do your best to put over how great all of this is. And if you do a good job, we'll pat you on the head and give you the next big slap fighting gig at the Fontainebleau. This is what he is striving for. He is striving for someone to one day say, like, thank you for doing that. Thank you for saying that about big, bad, ugly Ariel Helwani, so that maybe one day he could get on that, I don't know, that fight night in Austin, Texas. And then maybe just one day, if something happens to DC and if something happens to Rogan and if something happens to Dominic Cruz, he can maybe get that pay-per-view, all to get there. And that's exactly what he's become. He's become the guy who will try to do anything in his power to curry favor with his bosses, as much as he doesn't want to admit that, just so that he can get that opportunity, that big break, to call that big fight at your local Apex, your local arena in some random place in America. And so he has to turn to this. He has to become this. And that's a bummer, because I remember the old guy, and the old guy was actually a really good friend, and all of a sudden he just changed, and he says all these things, and he makes up these stories, and he has this vitriol and this venom towards me, who has never done anything but support him, but have his back, told the stories many times. And so he now teams up with Flat Earth Froch, who can't stop talking about me, even though he says he doesn't want to talk about me. All he does is talk about me. And so I said, yeah, the bootlicker and the bellend, like, I'm not that interested. It did nothing to me whatsoever. Those two guys coming together, talking about me. What did I didn't sell out 80,000. I didn't win a world title. Who the hell am I? I'm a nobody. I shouldn't be on your radar. I'm just a guy out here who can't get into MMA. What have I done? I'm just a nothing. Why do I seem to bother you so much? Why do I seem to trigger you so much? I know all about what Froch has done. He's had an illustrious career, a Hall of Fame career, 80,000, George Groves. I know about Boardwalk Hall. I know about the couple fights in Atlantic City, the one fight at the nightclub in LA. I know that there was like a couple hundred people there, that if you walk down Times Square, no one knows who he is, and that he would have moved the needle here in America, and says that he would donate his purse to charity if he fought Jake Paul. We know all of this, and we also know he is desperate for that fight, and yet he keeps trying to drum this up with me and call me all these names. When I've invited him to come on and to go on his show and to simulcast it and all these things, and I've DM'd him and he hasn't responded, he's read it, but then he'll go on his show and pretend like I haven't reached out to him. We've established all of this, but ultimately the feeling was sadness because of what Bisping in particular has become, because this is someone that I've met his family. I liked him. I considered him one of my close friends. Did his documentary, all these things, had him on for the book, and then all of a sudden he realized, like a few others, if I just talk shit about this guy, maybe, just maybe, I too can call UFC Vegas 104. So we all have decisions to make, and that appears to have been his. He'll come around like they all do. I can assure you of that. Free Willy. Ariel, what are some things you do to make sure your kid knows they are extremely loved while not coddling them in the process, especially at a young age, toddler? It's a fine line trying to make sure they know they are loved, but not restricting them from growing and maturing independently. This reminds me of something that happened this morning. My daughter has been sick for a week, and today she was crying, saying she didn't want to go back to school. And we said, like, enough is enough. You got to suck it up. We love you. We are trying our best to get you back to 100%. You're pretty close. It's time to get back to school. It's a mindset. It's a mentality. And so it's kind of like that. There are moments where you have to teach, teachable moments, as they say. There are moments where you have to guide, where you have to, be a little stern. But I believe, I always like to say I love you to my kids. I like to say, I love you when they go to school. I like to say I love you when they go to bed. I like to tell them good night. I like to show them how much I care, how much they mean to me. That's why when my kids were born, I made a vow to never miss a birthday. I have not missed one yet. And I'm very, very proud of that. And I've turned down some big things to be there. And for some people, they would say that's stupid, but it means a lot to me because I want them to know how much they mean to me. I've turned down things because of soccer games, some pretty big things, some pretty big opportunities because my kid had a soccer game. A soccer game, by the way, that I don't even remember what happened, but I knew in that moment it would be good to be there and it would mean a lot to them. Even if they can't express that, I knew that it would mean a lot to them. And then on the flip side, when they do something wrong, you have to be willing to guide and lead and reprimand, but not too harsh. Don't get too crazy. Ace, hello Ariel and team. Do you anticipate any UFC fighters making an appearance at WrestleMania? Would Dana be cool if they got in the ring for a segment? I don't think so. I mean, I can anticipate them being there. It's in Vegas. It would make sense. An angle right now, I don't know where it would make sense, to be honest. I really don't. But you never know. Things happen. Hunter Campbell. Hey, Hunter, what's up? Should Eddie Hearn sell out his stake in Matchroom Boxing and transition into another sport? No. I mean, he's talked about people investing. I think Eddie loves this too much. And don't forget, Matchroom, they also have snooker, darts, fishing. They've got all kinds of things. But he has a passion for this. He's still very young. He's fit. He's healthy. I don't see him leaving anytime soon. What is he going to do? Like, this is what he loves doing. And that's why when everyone talks about Dana, Dana loves doing this. Why would he sell? Sell to do what? He understands what he's built, and he understands how hard it is to build it. Matt Chiwiwis. Hello, Ariel and crew. Happy National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Thank you. One of the all-time great sandwiches. With the GFL recently dropping their debut fight cards for May, featuring throwback matchups like Faber-Brow 3, and the hotly anticipated Ferguson versus Danis matchup, and also with UFC 316 looming on June 7th with a stacked lineup in Newark, which event are you more hyped for right now? And do you think GFL's nostalgia play can steal some thunder from the UFC's summer slate? P.S. With the stomach bug talk on Monday, there's a virus called norovirus that's prevalent around daycares. I wonder if all the fighters who felt sick have children. As a parent of 2, I know. Yes, trust me, I know. I mean, it's different. Look, I will watch the GFL cards. I'm intrigued. There's a lot of people that we know that we've been watching and following and covering for a very long time. The June 7th cards, the stakes are a little bit higher. These are the best of the best. I love that Pena-Harrison fight. And so it's all good. A little of this, a little of that. It's all great. Why do we have to pick? I just hope it all comes to fruition and it all happens.
If I did have to pick, though, I'm picking 316.
But obviously, I want to know where this is going to air. I want to know how it looks. The unknown is intriguing to me as well, right? Like, how's the presentation going to look? What's the production going to be like?
What are the uniforms going to look like?
Are
there going to be uniforms?
Oh, please, God, no.
What are the gloves going to look like?
Please, God, no.
How's the pacing? Is the pacing going to be good? We're going to find out. Memorial Day weekend.
John Doe. Pizzi.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah.
Hopefully I wasn't out of bounds with my opinion of your coverage of Conor last week. I just wanted to shout you out on a positive note. Every time you're not on the show, I'm sad. You are fun as heck when you're on. Top 3 favorite Irishmen of all time in my book. Best looking one on the show as well.
Oh, wow. No, you haven't seen me in flesh, man. This is not HD. You know what I'm saying? You see me in real life, children run away. Ask Ariel about what happened when I went into his house. The children are running scared. They see this thing up close. It looks like someone's chewed on every inch of my face, mate. All right? That's what it's like living in Blanchardstown. That's how I feel every day waking up in this place. All right? But I'm proud of it. It's who I am. It's forged me into the man you see today. So thank you very much. Maybe I got too heated. Maybe it was my fault. I tend to do this, you know? I've got a hot head, as they say. It's an Irish thing. I'm very sorry. I wonder who his top 3 are, you know? Is it Michael Collins? Is it Luke Kelly? Is it Phil Lynott? I don't know, but I'm glad to be there. Thank you. No, it isn't.
One thing I was curious about, he said that you're the best looking one on the show. Does he mean you're the best looking Irishman on the show or just the best looking one, period?
Listen, man, you can take that whatever way you want. I know what he was saying, but, you know, what are you going to do?
He also asks us, which fighter do you find yourself having most in common with? Food, politics, worldview, sense of humor. I mean, the one that comes to mind for me is probably Bryce Mitchell.
Yeah, you and Bryce peas in a pod, man.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I see a Bryce quote and I'm like, is that Ariel or Bryce?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Don't know. Yeah,
I too get confused. But
I don't really know. I mean, I try not to talk to too much, to too much of them about politics. There was definitely a period a long time ago where I was really trying to avoid the politics, and now we just get together all day talking about politics. It's great. Myself, Bo Nickel, Weidman, DC, Chael. I mean, it's a Fox News fest. Am I being serious? Is the question.
I don't actually know I don't know any fighter that I'd know on that level to be like, do you know what? Me and you, we're very similar.
Yeah.
I've never feel like I thought that way,
Connor from Canada. Hey, Ariel, there's a couple of photos of you online wearing some very snazzy outfits on a website called 20 Montreal. What's the story behind that photo shoot / interview? Yes, that is a company that is owned by my brother, David. And a few years ago, he did a little photo shoot with I rocking some of the gear.
Very gangster.
Yeah, people like the photos. I mean,
all candid, right? You didn't know they were even taking the picture.
Showed a different side of me. Very serious, stoic. Dare I say, maybe a little sexy, if you will. A little collar up. Yeah, provocative as well. I popped the collar in one. Brave, maybe courageous.
Someone got a thesaurus for their birthday.
Yeah. All very good looks.
Bold.
A what, Frank?
Yeah.
A thesaurus. It's a
there.
dinosaur.
There it is.
I thought maybe if I would go long enough, some of the pictures would pop up because I'm so proud of them.
We'll go back to it. We can.
It's very it's very PT tracksuit Stevens
Jordan's
Day kind of pose you got on there.
still working on it.
Was he?
Yes, he was working on
I
it.
see. I could feel it, and so I was trying to give him time.
You ran out of words, though.
I ran out of words. The thesaurus threw me off. But no, that's it. I mean, I was just helping him out, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. I don't know if I've ever done a photo shoot before other than that. Like when you go to ESPN, they ask you to do some headshots, which is a little uncomfortable.
You launched the show. You had to do the photo shoots.
With who?
Didn't you and Chael do photos?
Did we?
Yeah,
we never actually did them together.
No, is that true? I remember there was Ariel and the Bad Guy photos from back in the day.
No, it was like a cartoon.
Either way,
like the ones that used to show.
There it is. Thanks.
That is brave.
Yeah, that is good stuff. Provocative, yep. Nice jacket there.
Avant-garde with the tracksuit with the overcoat. You don't see that a lot, Ariel. Brave.
Yeah. I mean, there was a whole set. It was good stuff. 20 Montreal. Shout out. La Mancha MMA. Hi, Ariel. Couple questions. Did you ever consider quitting covering MMA?
Every day.
No. Not seriously. I mean, and every time a chapter ended, I was like, all right, where are we going now? So no. But, we have looked into evolving and doing other things, but quitting, no. I'm sorry, not yet. Despite all the shit sandwiches that I eat daily. Number 2, was there another career / job at any point in your life that you considered wanting to do? Up until I was around 13, I thought I was going to make it to the NBA, and my cousin told me to sign a contract that he drew up real quick. I don't know if it was actually like an official contract, and said that if I didn't make it by 21, I would owe him $1 million. But I mean, I feel like we're past that point.
Did you sign it?
I did sign it. Yes, I remember. My
does he still have the contract?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean,
is it going to be used?
He wrote it with like a.
See you in court.
I think he wrote it on a
legally binding in my mind.
A piece of printer paper with.
You signed, mate. You signed the thing. I mean,
was this in Canada?
It was in Canada.
No,
yeah,
then you're safe.
Yeah.
Now, when you signed it,
been to the NBA games. You know what I mean? So maybe you could use that as a counter
in the NBA. Yeah. When you signed it, did you actually think you were going to be in the league at that point, or were you just like signing it out of defiance, out of indignance?
I truly believed.
When was the moment that you realized you weren't going to go to the league?
Probably 8th grade,
last week,
9th grade. I was like,
I was around the same.
Yeah.
I was fully going to the NBA for a hot minute.
You've got height as well. So I mean, you had a bit more of a dream than Ariel, let's say, because around 15, 16, you're still tall as shit.
You guys never looked at the back of the trading cards where it said like 6'7", 6'5"? You never looked at that.
I'd look like AI out there.
But lads get a growth spurt sometimes. Steven Gerrard, Liverpool, was apparently like 5'5" until he hit like 18 and then just shot up to
6'7", 6'8", all those.
You ever been to an NBA game, Pete?
Yeah,
one. I went to see the Celtics and the Bulls, and my Celtics pulled off a big win, I believe. I can't remember.
In Boston or Chicago?
In Boston, TD Garden. It was the week that McGregor fought Dennis Siver.
Oh, yeah. By the way, speaking of PT, he asks, hello. Oh, the other one was, I thought after basketball I was going to be a lawyer. My parents said that I asked too many questions. And
questions to be a
they're
lawyer?
like, it's too many questions. You should probably be a lawyer. You should consider being a lawyer. And then I took the question asking mindset and brought it to journalism.
Which is a lawyer thing to do. You just twisted it around on them.
Perfect. Sean Plant. Hello, Ariel. This one is for Pizzi. Have you ever smoked Kush with Chuck Mindenhall? That sounds like a banger of a time. #Bosh.
Now we're getting
Is this
to
my
real
dad?
questions.
Who asked this?
I mean, I don't know.
No comment.
Oh, come on. We got to get a comment.
No comment.
All right. That was a good one.
You come in July.
I like that he said it sounds like a banger of a time.
5th.
Matmo. 5th. Sup, Ariel. No question. Just wanted to say that Yoel interview was one of the greatest and most insightfully motivating appearances from a guest I've seen on your show. Oh, and move aside Fabiano and welcome in Andy Enriquez. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Enriquez, yeah, you got it.
Andy took
Andy,
the
you were at class.
translator
I wasn't here
role
yesterday.
like white on rice, and I can't wait to see her utilized more in this role going forward. Big shout out to Queen Enriquez.
Oh, that's so nice.
We
Thanks
do
for
have to
keeping
pump
us
the
interesting.
brakes on this. Like Andy has a job that is
Yeah.
not interpreting and not translation that she does
Pretty
need to
important
do. And so
Andy's putting stuff on screen, guys, while translating, while building boxes.
Yeah.
While
Do you know what? Yoel loved it as well. You could
did love
feel Yoel like, I
Yeah,
am
he
vibing
did.
with
He was
this.
so
This is, yeah, he was intoxicated by your translations, if you don't mind me saying, Andy.
all right.
Yeah, well,
She
Well
minds.
then.
She minds pizza.
It's too far. HR on the phone. in the
We'll see.
morning.
We'll see you at HR at 9 a.m.
Lon Don. Hello, all. Any chance we get Harrison and Pena on this show at the same time since you seem
Yes.
so close to them both? Would the UFC allow it? Would you want to do it? Well, I don't
we
know.
have to manifest it. We have to manifest this.
Okay.
Face to face?
I don't know if I've ever wanted a face to face more. Can we break the fourth wall for a moment?
Define the fourth wall.
Well, the fourth, the fifth.
There's 4 boxes here, so one of them.
Okay, here's the rub. One of my favorite people that I've ever come across covering this sport, doing this show, is the great Juliana Pena, the Venezuelan vixen. In fact, we had her at our road show 2 years ago in New York. It was great times, great vibes. She became champion. We believed in her when no one else did. We were
Still do,
doing
by the way.
our,
Unfortunately.
I'm just saying, when we were doing our 2025, and PT, if you know what's good for you, you'll see why in a moment. When we were doing our 2025 prediction show, it appears as though she felt some sort of way about all the Kayla Harrison Fighter of the Year talk. And you know what? Taking a step back, putting down my ego, I think she's right. I think she should feel betrayed. And so I swallow a lot of razor blades as I say to the great Juliana Pena, the queen of the bantamweights, I and we, the royal we, on behalf of the program and on behalf of PT Carroll in particular, are very sorry for offending you and for betraying you. And so we would love to make amends. We'd love to extend an olive branch. And really, we don't even want anything from you. We don't want to have you on the show. We'd love to have you on the show, but we just want to be in good standing with you because you are a legend. You are a multiple-time champion, and we do really love and respect and admire everything that you have done in the sport, and quite frankly, we miss you. Now, we do a show. Everyone's a independent thinker. We can't control, the thoughts, the statements, the opinions of everyone, and in particular, maybe some guests who are joining us from overseas. And so please, don't get mad at us. But if you would like to come on the program and perhaps tell us how you feel about us or maybe one member of the team in particular, we wouldn't mind. PT, is there anything you'd like to say to Juliana?
I don't really know what the issue is here. If someone wants to tell me, I'll be happy to answer to any crimes I've committed.
Apparently, she wasn't a big fan of your analysis of the...
Did I? Why? Because I picked Kayla Harrison to be Fighter of the Year?
That was...
I still, I'm sorry. I like Juliana a lot, but I still believe that. I'm sticking to my guns.
Okay, well, if we don't get the face-to-face...
That's journalistic integrity right there, Pizzi.
What do you want me to do? Come on. I'm so, like, I mean, is this not what we get paid for? Is it not to just put our souls
You
out
get
here and to
paid?
say how we feel? What? I mean, sorry. No, I don't know. I don't really know. You'd have to show me what I said. If I said something egregious.
I think it was something where I did a heel turn, and then I was like, I would never go against Juliana Pena. None of us would do that. And then you were like,
it's because
well,
you were
I
hamming that
will.
up. Yeah, you were hamming up that we're all friends thing, so I had to hit back in the other direction.
Let it be known.
I saved the
not me.
journalist integrity
Not me,
of
Juliana.
this show for
Wasn't
you guys.
me. Never me.
I like this. We draw a line in the sand. Your team, Kalo. Me and Rick, our team, Juliana, and
Ariel's neutral.
Yeah, and then Ariel is Switzerland in this case.
I love
The boys in the back would
didn't
never
Ariel
turn
also
their
take
backs
Kalo?
I'm still
on
excited
Juliana.
for the fight.
peace and love,
I mean,
peace
there's
and
only,
love.
you can pick
Shut your
one
mouth,
or the
Juliana.
other.
I
You
think
can
we-
pick
we're
one
doing
or
some
the
work
other.
here.
Recap it, Ariel.
You can pick one or the other. I don't think I was saying like I'm picking Kayla because I think Juliana's this or that.
No.
I just
What you told me afterwards was it was
What?
really hard. You were up all night about this particular one.
That's right.
And it was 50-50. You flipped a coin, and in the end, there had to be one.
Could have just gone Jean.
Yeah, Jean would have been.
Valentine.
Yeah, if only one person in the entire group thought to do that.
Yeah.
And everybody else didn't really think about that.
I took Jean.
Oh, yeah.
Should we call her right now on FaceTime?
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
Have her FaceTime, but then just let's go full screen on Pizzi, and then just turn the phone to the monitor so it's just Pizzi's big face
Tell
when
him.
she answers.
Tell him what you think about it.
go ahead. You're on, Juliana.
Okay, but truly,
with
the
it.
face-to-face would be magical.
It would be incredible. I would love to do it.
That'd be brilliant.
Jamrock Juddy. Hello, Ariel. A quick follow-up from last week's discussion regarding vacation time that a couple other people seem to bring up as well. Jordan's words of wisdom about balancing life and having to put yourself first at times spoke to me, as I've been trying to be better about that myself. As for Rick, the no vacation ever unless you take a day off, end quote, doesn't have 4 free hours, end quote, is truly sad. Live a little.
Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Hashtag
thanks for
live
the
a little,
advice.
bro.
Yeah, thanks.
Those fighting words.
Let me know. Send your net worth. Send your status, and we'll analyze if you can give me that advice. For now, I'm good. Thanks, though.
Eric, anything, not you in particular, E-R-I-C-K Bolden, anything you are hearing on the next fight for Max Holloway? You know, I keep hearing he's going to shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright. That's a fight that makes a lot of sense. I saw, who was it? I think I saw Henry Cejudo talking to Mike Bond about this, saying that, did we crack the code about Ilia Topuria because Ilia Topuria's nickname is now the Legend, and Dustin said he's only fighting legends, and so do you really think like he can't?
Yes, Ilia Topuria changed his name so that he could get a fight with Dustin Poirier.
What in the
correct?
That's definitely what it was.
He actually
You saw
said
that,
this.
You saw that on the bonfire?
I saw some clip.
Yeah, him and Cejudo.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it.
He can't possibly be that dumb.
No,
No, I think they were just having fun.
Okay, gosh. Your mom goes to college. Ariel, I know it has been asked, but we are yet to get a full answer from you, so here it goes. You mentioned you do not want to go to a live UFC event until you are ready or something happens. You answer almost every question on every topic. It is time to answer this. What needs to happen? I've never said what needs to happen. I will go when it's time. Or let me put it this way. I will even consider applying when it's time. And it doesn't need to happen. I don't want it to happen. I'm good. I haven't gone on a trip of any kind since the last fight week that I went to was November of last year, Jake and Tyson. And I've turned down a few. We're building something. I want to be here. When you go to the fight weeks, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time away. You miss stuff, X, Y, and Z. And yeah, there is a little bit more. But at 4:56 on Wednesday, April 2nd, it ain't the time to talk about it. Your mom goes to college, all right? But there is more, sure. Kyle, Ariel, I just listened to the recent Bret Hart episode of Dark Side of the Ring, Unheard podcast. Oh, there is one? I didn't know that. As you might have guessed, the Montreal Screwjob was discussed. I know that there likely hasn't been anything on the same level in MMA, but in your opinion, what's the biggest screwjob in MMA history? Man. Matmo says Tony never getting the undisputed title shot. It's not a bad shout. Nothing like Bret. screw job. I mean, maybe it is Tony. What do you guys think? Anything comes to mind?
Tony did come to mind immediately when he said that, to be honest, but it's not the same thing. Because they did try and make that fight, and then it was the knee and everything. I don't know. I don't think there's a direct. I don't think there's anything we can think about in terms of UFC. For me, nothing jumps out.
Lexi Myers, Ariel and BITB. I was scrolling through the upcoming UFC events, desperately waiting to see a UFC Chicago. Noticed there's a fight night scheduled in Atlanta on June 14th. Would you consider doing a roadshow hometown visit for the legendary GC? Please let me know your thoughts. Love you guys, and thanks for the constant entertainment. You going to that one, GC?
1,000%. Yeah, I was just there this past weekend telling my parents, I was like, get the guest room ready for me, June 14th. I'll be back. UFC's coming to town.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as tickets drop, I will be buying. Yeah, I can't wait. State
Could
Farm Arena, baby.
Could we...
Wait, what is that?
State Farm Arena.
Oh, State Farm, yeah. I thought you said Moreno.
If we did an event in ATL, would it sell out? Would we crush it in the ATL?
Because of you.
Because of you.
Because of me? No.
Yeah, like you being like, I'm coming home, everybody.
No. No.
I'm coming home.
Rafael Sunsell main event, maybe? Cody Durden? Who else is from there? Carl.
Rafael Sunsell. Imagine in the main event.
Hey, Carl. Good to see you.
What was the Carl, the heavyweight? Carl something.
He's a heavyweight?
Yeah.
I remember him well.
Yeah, he was on Contender Series. Carl
something.
All he did was wrestle.
Only Carl I know is Carl.
I'm trying to think of fighters from the Atlanta area. It's not many.
No. There used to be, Brian Stan would fight out of there. Lima Brothers.
We can all go to Magic City afterwards.
Fucking right. You don't know anything about Magic City. Let's go, PT. Come on. June 14th.
Looking forward to it. Shout out Gucci Mane.
Eric, Mr. Helwani, I have a few quick ones. Is the old saying, don't meet your heroes, does that hold weight? Bots in the back. What do you think? Have you ever met a hero or idol? I mean, I'd say, yeah, if you can meet your hero, why not?
It's better to know than not know, right?
Right. Side note, amazing interview with Yoel. Holy shit, bro, I'm at work listening to this later that night. Just, man, motivational as F. Lastly, for the love of God, be the great Helwani with a wrestler, maybe a lucha, so you could be his mouthpiece. El Nariz, spelled wrong, I'm sure. Just beside the book. Man, I would love to see it. Thank you for your time, sir. Oh, and Frank, Mr. Mysterious.
What up?
Wow. I was just reading this. Do you want me to read it?
I mean,
this is
based on your reaction.
Oh, and Frank, Mr. Mysterious, suck it, TST for life.
Wow.
Jesus.
Wow. Is that a TST burner?
Thank you, Troy.
That's
Thank you for
deep
submission.
cut.
TST is actually
Good to
going to
hear
be,
from Troy.
he's going to be joining us in Des Moines.
Wow, he got the
Shout out
invite
Troy.
too.
Sans invite.
Wow.
He invited himself.
What does that mean? Yeah, thank you. Wow, I haven't heard that one in a while.
What does it mean? He called me up and said, "Are you
You
guys
heard about you guys talking about this?
He said, "Are you guys actually going to Des Moines?" I said, "Yeah." And he was just like, "All right, I'm going to come. I'm going to book a flight." I was like, "All right."
Wow.
See you there,
You
man.
could do that too, right?
Can't wait.
Guest appearance.
No,
Anyone
like
can
these.
do it.
I like an invite.
We're happy to have him.
I like an invite.
It'll be great. It'll be great. Got my corn hat in the mail.
I said this to someone yesterday who's in the business.
Yep.
Before I die, I need to do something. I want to be involved in a wrestling angle. I want to put this out there. I don't care who it's for. I need to feel that. I need to feel what Schulz was talking about, sort of, as he was kayfabing me. I want to feel that. And I think as a heel manager, I could be pretty good at it. I think I could do a good job. Cut a promo or two. I have different kind of personas that I could. I mean,
Slammiversary
that would be nice.
this summer.
UBS.
Go ahead.
Jack. Achi, Uriah Faber ending his interview with a shout out to his hair salon was one of the funniest moments in the show's history. I cannot believe his hair and nails are also sponsored. Have you listened to Tom Aspinall talking about getting his hands wrapped on Impulsive? It's bone chilling. I did not hear that. Anyone hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It is good. He's talking about how scared he is, and the guy is across the arena just as scared, and he's just got to swallow it and go out there. You can hear the crowd shaking the arena. Yeah, it's cool. It's
Wow.
cool to listen to.
Mikey Z asks if we could have Craig Jones on. Yes, love having him on. Do you think the Gable-Stevenson match was April Fool's or legit? I think Rick looked into this. Is it legit?
Yes, per everybody I've talked to, it is legit.
Wow.
I tried to talk to Craig Jones and have not heard back yet, but seems to be legit.
Maybe just like don't announce stuff on April Fool's.
Yeah, but that's very Craig Jones to like
Yeah,
troll. And
I know, but the
do it
UFC
on-
last night dropping three fights.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, well,
GC,
that one I believe.
Do you know about the April Fool's cancellation?
I do.
Famously? Okay.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, that was a moment.
You think GC doesn't know about anything in MMA lore at this point?
No, there's some things. I always ask because I'm like, do you know about this one? Do you know about that one? Most of the time, yes, he does know.
Keen, hey Ariel, what's your thoughts on Bisping's latest rant? As someone who likes Bisping, I think it's time for you to give him the big fuck you. He pretends to like you when he's talking to people who like you, but when his guest doesn't like you, he will lick up to them and abuse you. Absolute wanker. You should put him in his place, the dickhead. I mean, I feel like you just said it. I feel like the real ones know. You know, the way he described it, I thought he was talking about Patty Pimblett for a second. Also from Keen. Okay. Okay. Andy, no? Okay. Are you reading this at the same time?
Yeah, man, I'm following through with the questions.
Jesus, okay.
You know, we're doing a counter. We're holding a whole
There's a lot.
production in here.
There's a lot of Andy. Okay, let me just say this. There's a lot of Andy questions, but some of them are inappropriate. So clean it up. They're all, I think, coming from a good place, but chill the fuck out, everyone. All right, Jesus. Yes, I've skipped over a couple. I don't know if you've seen that, but I'm trying. It's hard to do this in real time, but I like to try to do it in real time. I'm looking for some things. We'll wrap this up in a moment. Ethan, yo, Ariel, did you look into the camera for the courtside pic last night on purpose? Don't think they were trying to snap a pic of you, big dog. I mean, I was just kind of looking.
Wow.
You know, I was just kind of looking. I didn't know where to look. I mean, sure. Did I want to give him the? You know, like, what am I supposed to do? Look down. I don't know. The other side. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah.
Like stepbrother.
All jokes aside, do you think they know who you are, or do they just assume your actions, buddy? Definitely the latter. Shout out to the BITB and the Go PT. I mean, without saying too much, you go into a room there and it's like, I don't belong here. It is like A++++ listers and me. The best part about it is Action don't give a fuck. He does his thing. He's the coolest cat there. There's some great food. Oh yeah, GC, you were asking me about the food. There's some sushi.
Oh yeah. Because just to give a briefing, like you're starving after the show, especially after a double. I've seen you house snacks here, like Doritos or like just like crappy stuff. I can imagine 5-star dining there. What were you eating?
Oh man, some sushi, some I think it was some.
Is this like under the court? I've heard you describe this before.
Okay,
like,
so that
where
was
do you
during
go
the
to eat?
pandemic under the court, but now it's like up high, and it's just like mahogany room, quaint, and it's like boom, there's Ben Stiller, boom, there's Rod Strickland, boom, there's this famous actor. Oh, this
Okay,
is
what's protocol though? Can you talk to these people? Or
okay, so I keep it cool. But Action, everyone loves Action. Because I don't know. Everyone loves Action. So everyone's so happy to see him. The players love him. So like, there's Tim Thomas like dapping him up, and I'm just like, I'm trying to be a good guest, look down and not fuck up. And then there's freaking Iman Shumpert there, and then there's freaking
shout out champion
Fat Joe,
Georgia Tech legend,
and now Fat Joe and him are talking. And I'm just like, they're like, hey, what's up, man? Because like,
but there's no part of you that just wants to be like, Aman, like you're a great.
When you said what's up to Fat Joe, were you like, bro, you killed the World Series shit?
No, I was like, yeah, Cube sucks. Cube
was ass. You killed that shit.
Yes.
You let him know.
But I will say this. So yesterday, I only had one interaction solo. This is great. I hope he doesn't mind me saying it. And this just speaks to the brilliance of Action Bronson. So at halftime, you go up, you either eat, you get a drink, or you get some dessert or something like that, right? We get the dessert because I already ate. I had sushi, I had salad, I had some fish, etc., etc. I go to the dessert table. He goes here for a second. We split up for a moment. We come back, and I'm like, what did you get? He goes, I made an affogato. I was like, what, they have affogato here? And he's like, no, but I went to get a coffee, and then I saw ice cream right next to it, and I was like, yo, man, make the affogato. I'm like, man, you're so brilliant. Only you would think of that. And he said that the guy told him that no one's ever thought to make the affogato. You know what an affogato is, right?
Yeah, espresso with ice cream in it. I mean, eating an affogato with my feet on the floor at the Knicks game sounds like it would be an Action Bronson line.
So then he's eating the affogato and he has a biscotti and he's dipping it in. And I'm eating a packaged red velvet cake, and I'm so upset that I didn't go with the Action affogato. So then I'm eating it. And then
Scotty courtside is crazy.
So no, we're still in the room at this point.
Oh, okay.
We're still in the room. So we just kind of meet up in the middle. Everyone's doing their thing. I mean, I can't even tell you the celebs that are in there. It's just everyone's good looking. Everyone's famous. And I'm like, what am I doing here? How did I end up here? And then he's like, go get the affogato. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get the affogato. And so there I am getting the affogato. I said, give me the action. He knew exactly what I meant. And who's standing right next to me as I'm getting it?
Who?
Coach John Calipari.
Wow. You're shitting Coach Cal.
It's just me and
Holy
Coach.
shit.
It's just me and Coach. Pete, one of the best coaches in college basketball, had an incredible run.
You don't have to tell me, mate. You don't have to tell me.
Arkansas Razorbacks. No, legit, like legend. And so I'm thinking, like, do I keep it cool? Do I say something? So I'm just, at this point, I get the affogato, I take a dip, and I'm keeping it cool. I'm like, great season, Coach. Well done. And he's like, oh, wow, thanks. And I think he thinks I'm in this small exclusive club. This has to be some kind of celeb. But you could tell he looks, he's downloads, and he's like, I have no idea who this guy is, so we'll just keep it moving. Like, he's thinking for a second, like, who's this movie star? Who's this rap star? Who's this comedian?
I think rap was probably not.
This guy must have gotten big off of like a tech.
He's
sale
like,
or something.
is this a +1? Like,
can I just say though?
But it was cool.
That's the perfect interaction though. That's the perfect like. Great season. Move it and then keep it pushing. You just say your little piece and then you keep it pushing. That's great.
That really is great. I'm actually going to the Garden tonight.
Whoa.
No, not the Knicks, right?
Yeah.
Rangers.
Rangers. Yeah, we're playing Cavs in Cleveland.
You're coming to us. That's right.
Rangers.
For a stomping.
A little hockey, Not on the ice though. Did you see Carmela Anthony while you were there?
Yeah, I did not see
Oh,
it.
shout out.
There she is.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
That's exactly who.
Oh, who did this? Oh,
Shout out Carmela
oh,
Anthony.
this is incredible.
Wow, that is amazing.
Did I miss a reference earlier in the show?
Yes.
Did somebody...
Oh, were you not here for that?
Frank interrupted the top of the show to let us know that Carmela Anthony has been inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. It was great. DZ says, hey, big fan of the show. Exclusively the only show I listen to, so I appreciate so much content weekly. Question for you. With the recent comments made by Bisping again this week, he was licking the boots of Carl Froch. Where did this issue come from? It feels totally out of the blue. For years, there have been respect between both you and him, and all of a sudden, Bisping woke up and chose to start a beef. Do you feel like there was a breakdown or can pinpoint the exact time your relationship broke down? I personally don't understand why you get so much hate. Without you, there would literally be zero content and news out there. I've been watching you for the best part of 15 years and never seen you initiate a fight between fighters. That's one of my favorite ones. Like, oh, he instigates beefs. Get the fuck out of here. As a European MMA fan, we are a bit sick of them wheeling out Bisping at events like he is royal. He is rammed down our throats at UK shows. All right, well, you said it. Thanks for that.
By the way, instigates beefs thing. It feels like such a bygone era, right? Isn't it very clear at this point that people want the drama? Like, isn't that the most obvious thing now? Do people even say that anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Instigate beefs? Like, that's what people...
Those two jabronis said it.
Want.
Those two jabronis said it.
This is the thing that
But it's literally the only thing that sells
combat
sports.
What instigate beefs? I ask people questions.
Yeah.
That's it.
Instigate beefs. You mean the
I don't
thing
even
that
profit
makes you
off of the
interested
beef.
in the fight? The only currency that we actually have at
Fights
this
between
point?
the fights. They've literally been saying this about me since 2007, since I
In
started.
that era,
because
though,
their
it
brains
felt-
are so dense that they don't understand that asking questions is what we do for a living, and getting information is what we do for a living. We don't lick boots. Hey, PT, here's one that you'll like. From Christian. Hot tag. Can we get a 10-7 response to the garbage from Flat Earth Froch and Bootlicker Bisping? High Road Hell, why don't you take a break?
Blind fuck about Carl Froch or what he's got to
So,
say.
so by the way,
really interesting.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Frank. Before anyone says they say like, oh, he responds to this. I'm getting asked a question. I've skipped over 10 of these. What do you want me to do? The people want to know.
It's almost like they're instigating beefs. Oh my God.
They're instigating.
These commentators are always
Arrest
instigating
them.
beefs.
Arrest them
You know,
all.
since the 1800s,
Round
the
them
only
up.
fucking build to a fight is this guy doesn't like this guy. I don't understand how that's ever a thing. Like that's since people were fucking putting bags on their hands and beating the piss out of each other in a town square. It's always that guy doesn't like that guy. It's crazy to think that that's some type of thing that we choreograph. Like these dudes beat the shit out of each other for a living. You know what I mean? Thank you, Frank.
Thank you to both of you.
Take me back.
That's
I
all
wish
I
I
got
could
there.
go back to when they were putting bags
on their hands and beating the piss out of each other is a sentence, right?
What a
there.
lie.
By the way, this is a deep cut from Nick. Ariel, did you think to bring up your close call to Loopy the time you were driving home from ESPN and wrecked your vehicle? Do you guys know this story? I've told it before.
I hope it wasn't the shits, was it?
Tell me. You've had more close calls than
Bro,
it actually shocks me that you've been able to sit in that chair
First
for
of all,
4 hours every day.
by the way, that's why I felt some sort of way about Loopy telling that story. That might be one of the most impressive things I've ever heard from a fighter. The fact that she kept that in and fought like that in that state. You know, there's the cafeteria at ESPN, very early days. I made the rookie mistake of having a large iced coffee right before the 2.5-hour drive back home. And I remember the next day I had to wake up super early to interview Ninja. I was flying to Detroit to interview Ninja at his house, the gamer.
That, yeah.
And you know, midway through, iced coffee.
This is
late.
This is evening. This is nighttime. You've eaten all day.
Dark.
And you just put a laxative on top of it.
Dark.
To get in the car.
I'm somewhere in like Westchester at this point, somewhere like that, and it's a problem. It's a massive problem. Get off, first exit, get to. Oh, this was such an awful story. Get to finally find a gas station on like the side of the road, and I'm so anxious to get to the gas station because it's a real problem at this point. I turn too soon, freaking tire hits the sidewalk. Blows out the tire on the spot. On the freaking spot, the tire goes from like 40 to 0. And I am like dying at this point. Sweating. It is tough.
You're at the gas station now.
I'm at the gas station now, having to look for a place, which is a nightmare in its own right.
How was the gas station?
It wasn't like a big like Sunoco or
this
Shell.
is like a
it was
Trojan.
like yes,
this is an Exxon. This is like a Shell in the middle of nowhere.
No, like a mom and pop one off the side of the road.
You gotta get the key to go to the bathroom. The bathroom's
the
around
key is
back.
a nightmare for me because who knows who's touched that key and what they've done.
Oh, you know who touched
It's an
All right.
awful scenario.
All right, I need to know order of operations after you blow out the tire.
You didn't shit your pants immediately?
So by the way, I have like a 6 a.m. flight. I've only been at ESPN for a month and a half at this point. To add to the misery, I'm completely depressed. I am depressed. I'm trying to figure out a way to cancel my contract because it's such a shit show to start. They gave us a horrible studio. My teammates there suck. They're all trying to backstab me. They're working with the UFC in cahoots to try to ruin me. I get into a fight with one of them prior to leaving, accusing me of taking his news and all this bullshit that I could write a whole book about one day, the worst. And so I'm feeling all like, what the hell? What have I done? And this happens. My freaking tire blows out. I'm legit like an hour and a half away from home, and I have a flight in like 6 hours I haven't even packed for, and it's a big deal. It's me getting to interview Ninja for SportsCenter. This is a big opportunity. So I run to the restroom. What happens, and then the guy says it's too late. It's like 9 o'clock. We can't change your tire. We can't give you a new tire. So you know what I had to do? I had to call AAA. AAA then gets up like not a pickup truck. Like what is it? Like a tow truck. A tow truck, puts it on the bed, and I have to now drive an hour and a half in the front passenger seat with some random dude who's towing my car for an hour and a half. I have to sit there in shame because of the iced coffee, feeling like shit, having to wake up. And this dude, you know how much it cost to drive my car an hour and a half?
An obscene amount.
It was absurd.
I'm the only one that's getting a kick out of this story, but this is some of the funniest shit I've ever heard.
I felt so low in that moment.
I'm just imagining like you leaving, getting your coffee. You're like, let's go.
Yeah, we're good.
It's time to head home.
Yep.
A little bit of energy, and then, like it just starts hitting, and it gets worse and worse.
It was awful. I'll never forget that.
You're in such a panic.
Yes.
You swerve in. I mean, you have to swerve
boom.
in to
I go
blow
like
that.
boom.
tire.
Yes. I by the way,
What's the reaction? You're like,
I was like 10 inches off. If I just waited a second to go in this. But I nailed it, and it exploded, and I was like, oh, please, God. But at that point...
There's no time to worry. You have to go get the
I couldn't care less about the tire.
Yes,
it's only
exactly.
afterwards where you're like... Because usually you'll have that moment where you're like, okay, now you feel good about yourself, but like, oh no, now there's an actual nightmare on my hands because I have to figure out how to get home. And now I have... And by the way, you know what's the greatest nightmare of them all? Having to sit in passenger seat with some random dude for an hour and a half at 10 o'clock, and I'm worried about flying the next day and packing, and I hate my life and I hate my job.
You're trying to make small talk.
As you're getting the relief going to the bathroom, the panic is setting in of what just happened outside.
Yes.
God, that's an all-time story. To me, that's funnier than the one when you were on vacation.
Oh, thanks.
Just you in the dark roads, Westchester, trying to find a bathroom,
awful,
panicking, and then you blew out your tongue.
I'm glad you enjoyed that so much.
GC loves this almost too much.
Because I'm just envisioning it all in my head, just like, it just is killing me. I'm sorry.
In hindsight, the shits are always fun.
Sorry you had to go through that.
No,
I'm sorry
I
you had to go
appreciate
through
that. It was a great time. Frank, super chats.
Yep.
Yep.
There it is. Love it.
Jake from Windy City, right?
Holy shit, what happened?
Ariel, do you still have UFC Fight Pass? What are some good things to watch there these days outside of the classic libraries?
Oh, yeah. Love the Fight Pass. It's a good Fight Pass. No, you've got Cage Warriors, you've got Cage Fury, you've got Fight Pass Invitational.
LFA?
I don't know. I'd love to know. Do you think a lot of people watch the old stuff there? I feel like they don't.
When I first got it, like I was just, I couldn't wait to go back and watch all the fights. I just don't think that's a done thing anymore. Everyone's living in the now.
And there's not a lot of like WWE Network and stuff. They make documentaries and things like that. They announced today that they're going to air the WWE Vault YouTube channel is so good, and I think due to the success of it, they announced today that they're gonna air something on Peacock. I'm sure on Netflix across the world. Like some behind-the-scenes footage of WrestleMania 9, which I actually really loved, and I know people hate WrestleMania 9. It was at Caesar's Palace outdoors in Las Vegas. I wish the UFC had stuff like that. Like imagine there was some behind-the-scenes documentary of UFC 100, like just like random shit. Like, by the way, even putting together, old embeddeds into a documentary. You could make a documentary. Like imagine a UFC 200 compilation of embeddeds, but put into like 1 30-minute doc. There's some good shit, but I don't know. We don't.
Whose haircut would you pick, though? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's tough.
No, the big ones like 200. There was some big stuff, with Jones and DC. What else?
Can we get another Ariel Helwani live show in Newark for UFC 316?
Well, we responded to this last week. It's a tough time for all of us, but I'll tell you what. Historically, the UFC comes in November. We've got some preliminary big plans surrounding that one, so stay tuned. Likely not for Newark, but then we got you in November. Hopefully that suffices. What else?
Sucker Free says, Ariel and Bret Hart, 2 legendaries enter the battlefield. P.S. PT is here.
Thank you.
I am Sucker Free. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Bret Hart, the best there is, the best there was, best there ever will be. Excellence of execution. What a time. What else?
Rumors of Zabit returning again?
Oh.
Any truth to it?
Olajuwon. If it's from Olajuwon, it must be true. I've not heard that. Have you guys heard that? I've not heard that.
I have not.
Oh. I think I saw one video of him training, but I haven't heard.
Those pop up every once in a while, though.
I'd say he's still trying to beat the piss out of everyone.
Oh, my God, yeah. One of the great what-ifs. KS, Frank.
Give Andy another $25,000 a year, and she will translate. I think this is actually her burner account.
Oh yeah, Andy's the most popular person on the team. How do you say "what else" in Spanish, Andy?
You can say "qué más."
¿Qué más?
That'll be $2,000.
What is "qué What is?
¿Qué es? It's what is.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Well played, Frank.
What else? What else?
There's a heart from Alexander Hurst.
Okay, much love. Wow, £5 for that. Okay. We appreciate it. What else?
Jason says biggest screw job in MMA was guy Metzger.
Wow, that's a deep cut.
Losing to Sakuraba and
Randleman and Baz Rutten now comes to mind.
Oh yeah. What else?
And least we forget Ross Pearson and Diego Sanchez.
I was going to say Jared Gordon and Paddy Pimblett.
Well,
no,
you're wrong.
Definitely not that one.
Really? I think it's one of the worst scorecards of all time.
The one he just mentioned, Pearson Sanchez,
is the worst.
You cannot watch that fight and come away with that outcome. It's not possible.
What about Korean Zombie versus Leonard Garcia.
No, none of these are even in the universe
Pearson and
of
Sanchez
Pearson
is
and
crazy.
Sanchez.
All right.
Was I at that fight? Was it not in Sweden or something? No, that's Michael Johnson and Pearson. Sorry, no, different thing.
Kemas.
Tim Kennedy and Yoel Stuhlgate.
Ooh.
MMA equivalent.
Yeah, that was
Have I
something.
ever told the story about Gareth A. Davis at that fight?
No,
At Stuhlgate?
but even if you have, I want to hear it.
At Stuhlgate?
Oh man, right. So,
By the
so
way,
this
yours
has
is
happened, right?
the loopy is almost kind of a Stuhlgate as well. But anyway.
Oh wow! Wow.
Yes.
Well played. Well played.
Depends on how solid it was. But yeah, so we're at that fight, and if you remember the Stoolgate, what he's talking about is Yoel stayed on his stool, and then the whole crowd start booing as he kind of was sitting on the stool. Kennedy's kind of going, "What the fuck is here?" And my lasting image from that is Gareth A. Davies standing up from press row. He's in the very front, like he's right beside me. Like I'd say he's on camera, right? And he stands up and he goes, "Oh, fuck off, fucking Americans!"
Oh my God, that is amazing.
And I was just fucking gone then. I couldn't even pay attention to what was happening after that point.
That
but
actually sounded like him, by the way.
Yeah, that was very good impression.
Fucking Americans. That was brilliant. I was like, how is this fucker not getting dragged out here? What a legend.
That was a preposterous
it was
moment in MMA. Like, ridiculous.
No, do you know what it was?
Ridiculous.
Someone was going, this is what it was. Someone in the front row was going, "Ranger up, Tim! Ranger up!" And he directed that thing.
Okay, you left out that part. Now that's even better. That's way
Yeah.
better. That's way better.
Ranger up! That's what he said.
I
yeah.
forgot about Ranger Up, by the way. That's an old school one. What else? What else?
No Moss.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
Around you, yeah.
By the way, have you guys seen Josh Emmett's beard?
No.
No.
Oh, man. I know it's not good to say. Usually I would say this and we would have it, but I meant to bring it up earlier. Look up Josh Emmett's beard. He's got a
very
gigantic.
full?
Oh,
Okay.
it's
Provocative.
full. It's big. It's
bold.
It's great. Yeah, he threw out the first pitch at the A's game yesterday in Sacramento. No one's going to those games. What a sad situation that is. He will be headlining the event this weekend against Lerone Murphy. Big spot for Manchester's own. I presume the boys in the back will be talking about said event tomorrow.
We sure will.
What else? That's pretty much it.
Probably
said there's
some
no
reaction
more.
to the big fight, the recent fight announcements.
Yeah.
Well, PFL preview.
We'll dive deeper on the brackets. We'll break down each of them a little bit more.
Pound for pound?
It'll be
Pound
a
for pound.
Then we'll answer some
Tournaments?
questions.
We think tournaments at the moment, but we're kind of open to suggestions.
Pound for pound best tournaments?
Yeah.
No.
I
Best
like that.
tournaments that have been featured in a movie.
No.
That's a good one.
Just best tournaments. You know, there's options. There's options.
Are there what do you mean? Like, would it be the NCAA tournament or would it be a
That's one.
specific one?
No, that's one.
Like
Pride
the
Final
2012 NCAA tournament.
No,
Could be specific. No.
Pride
Could be if you
Final
want to
conflict.
do that. Pride.
Pride
Final
Final
I feel strongly that it has to have
If
some
you
kind of
want.
bracket.
Pride Final conflict.
Can I offer one up?
Yes, please.
Pride.
Okay, there's two.
Suggestions or tournaments?
No, two suggestions.
Okay, please.
One, pound for pound best rides at Universal Studios,
We did think about that in honor of PFL.
or just pound for pound best amusement parks.
Ooh.
Best amusement
Yeah,
park
he's
isn't
cooking.
bad.
Amusement park's not bad.
I've never
more
been.
than-
I've
No,
never
no one
been
asked me.
show.
No one asks me. No one asks
Never
me.
been to Universal Studios, so I couldn't do that one.
Oh, okay.
But the amusement park.
Amusement park's not bad.
Not bad. Or best rides like the Twister, the Joker,
Wow.
Back to the Future.
Are you a rides guy?
I'm not a big roller coaster guy, but I love Universal Studios. I love like the magic of, believe it or not, I love the magic of movies, of cinema
I
production.
do not believe it. So
I
yes.
swear.
Do not believe.
There's actually
get
a
on the
show
rides
called The
when you're there?
Studio that I'm kind of interested in because
I've watched that as well.
is
Yeah,
it
it's
good? I kind of
It's really
I
good,
love
yeah.
production. I love the
Funnily enough, Martin Scorsese is in
it
the
all
studio.
comes
would you
together.
believe?
It all comes
Yeah.
together. Anyway, chew on that. Crack on Friday. Who do we got on that? Chuck Mendenhall.
No comment.
Okay, perfect. And do we have anything this weekend? No, nothing this weekend, but we do head into next weekend, which will be
Big
a big
week.
one because that heads into the UFC back in Miami, UFC 314. Already some guests in the oven for next week, but we shall tell you about them at a later date. For now, though, I think it's time to go. Yeah, I think it's time to go. PT, God bless.
Yeah,
Sound,
Pete,
man.
Yeah, see
See
ya.
you, lads.
Yeah, and don't take the loss too hard. I mean, this happens to every
No, we're kind of used to it this year, mate, to be honest with you, you know? We're fucking 14th in the league. If you didn't beat us, that would have been fucking crazy.
What do you do now, by the way? It's 10:26. What do you do now?
Is it bedtime? Nightcap?
15 mile run, 2,000 sit-ups, and finish with just some dips.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I feel you. It's very important. Actually, I was thinking of getting my steps in. I wanted to maybe MacGyver this desk and have a treadmill underneath.
Yeah.
You know, like the walking treadmill?
You want to convert it as well to a standing desk.
Standing desk, MacGyver it. I like when people say that. And then you raise the desk. I stand the whole show, but I get the steps in.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an episode of MacGyver?
No, but people say that.
Oh,
Have you ever seen
so
one?
many?
Yeah,
so many.
He's the guy who he gets.
Are you the one that's gonna MacGyver?
No. That's a Frank thing. That's a Joe thing.
Shout out to Joe.
What a compliment, though, to be compared to MacGyver. Come on, that's great.
Frank can do anything.
Just used gaff tape and screwdrivers to make things.
Kind of looks like Lex Luger. Remember the wrestler? I always thought
Legend.
MacGyver and him
Hall of Famer.
similar.
Yeah. I don't know. We could workshop that. Anyway, it's been a great day. Thank you very much to Sean O'Connell, Wyatt Hendrickson, and the great Andrew Schulz. What a great chat that was in studio. Most importantly, thanks to all of you, everyone who sent in questions. Much love. Super chats, much love. Thanks to all of them. Back tomorrow, same time, place.